Up the building. All right. I'm so sorry, you guys. I had an emergency phone call. I had my phone on vibrate, and I had no idea that some of my loved ones were calling me child. Okay, so y'all know I'm the hood Buddha, so I'm the first one, that my folk got a call, baby. All right. All right, so you guys know what we're here to get into. This is gonna be an open panel. I want to drop the link. I want to give you guys an opportunity to sound off on everything going on with Diddy and what we are learning and everything that's coming down the pipeline, because this is a whole entire mess out here. All right, before we go ahead and get into it, go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their artists into the damn sanctuary. Also, shout out to all the new subbies. We are on our way to 60K on period. Couldn't do it without you guys. Love you guys so much. Also, make sure that your notification bell is set to all so that you never miss an hour or a day when the king is kanging. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have digital community, whether it be your YouTube, your MySpace, your Instagram, your Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know they're real loud, real live, and we're certainly in color. But no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on, you guys? Hey, everybody. It's 111 of y'all in the building already. Good. Continue to thumbs up, y'all. Thumbs up. This is how we get the notifications out. This is how we grow the stream. This is how we protect the stream as well. So thumbs up, baby. Smash it for daddy. Okay? I had no idea that the debate is also happening tonight. The debate between the vice presidents, the soon-to-be vice presidents, Tim and JD Vance. I was looking at a little bit of that while I was handling some family business. And I'm going to be honest, girl. Based upon what I saw, yes, honey, we're working hard, Valerie. Working hard, baby. Okay, thank y'all for being here. From what I saw, honestly, it looked like JD Vance is kind of whooping Tim's ass a little bit. Okay, thank you so much, DC. And thank you, love. And thank you in advance, boo. It looked like JD Vance, girl, is whooping Tim's ass, y'all. I mean, just from what I saw, when I get done here tonight, I'm going to obviously put it on the replay and watch it, from the beginning, and we'll probably talk about it tomorrow. But, from what I saw, girl, it looked like JD Vance, girl, he came with his shit on. Looked like he came with his shit on, baby. And I'm sure the pressure was on because he know that his boss failed the both of them in the previous debate. So JD is really how y'all feel about it, girl? Has anybody how y'all feel about it? Because y'all probably been listening to it longer than I have. I just literally listened to 3 minutes of what was happening, child. Sin says he is just dressing up the same BS. Mika says I can't take Vance seriously. After he admitted he make up stories. Valerie says you are correct. Vance is doing a good job. Hi, mental ability. Hey, boo. Hey, CTV, doing laundry in the building basement. Period. Okay, put me on. Yes, honey, put your stuff on, Valerie. Hi, mental abilities. Welcome for y'all. welcome to everybody here. That kind of got me in a chokehold a little bit, girl. Kind of got me in a chokehold, girl. Could JD Vance mess around and give Trump a lead, girl, if he whooped Tim's ass like this? Because, you know, the debates don't really be about facts. It don't really be about none of that. It's really performance-based. It's like a Grammys performance, girl. You know, people are going to be judging it based upon just execution and kind of, you know, surface things. And if JD Vance holds it together and he does a good job, girl, getting Tim to stutter and kerfuffle, girl, and he talking that shit, girl, JD Vance might end up being Trump's secret weapon, girl. I'm actually looking forward now to watching this debate from front to back, because I need to see, you know, if I just saw a momentary victory lap by JD, or if he really like is slaying it like that from top to bottom, girl. Because right now he is whipping Tim's ass. All right, so we got to get into this Diddy stuff, you guys. You guys know, because you were a part of the last live, of course, that Diddy troubles have completely escalated through the roof, girl. As I said before, it'll be easier for Diddy ass to just go ahead and plead guilty, child. Okay, because it's anything else other than a guilty plea is going to just be embarrassing on his part. There's a law firm helped by attorney Busby, who is representing 120 victims right now. Those victims are men and women, half and half. 25 of those victims were underage at the time that they were assaulted by Diddy and members of his entourage. The youngest of the victims was 9 years old. They are planning on filing individual civil suits on behalf of every victim whose story they can corroborate. Attorney Busby stated that they are going to be thoroughly investigating every story, each claim, corroborating that with medical records, with police reports, text messages, and any other circumstantial and or empirical evidence. This trial, as I've been saying from the very beginning, is going to be one of the biggest entertainment industry trials of all time in modern history, if not one of the biggest trials in U.S. history thus far. This trial has the potential to really tear a reasonable hole into the ass of every industry, from the entertainment to the pharmaceutical to the political to the banking. Girl, this is absolutely insane. Thank you, Sasha, who says, CTV, your content is absolutely phenomenal. The creativity, the dedication, the passion, it really shines through. We appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all even more, baby. I do this for y'all, honey. Okay, we be on our back to back on period. And I'll be right there for them court documents too. On period, chef. This could really bring the house down. We already know that there is a shockwave being sent through the entertainment industry right now. People are scrubbing their Twitters, Instagram. Jay-Z scrubbed his. Usher scrubbed his and claimed that, girl, he got hacked. Pink scrubbed hers. Megan Fox scrubbed hers, girl. And God knows how many other people, girl, are scrubbing it down. We got to have a conversation as a community, because community is partially responsible for a lot of this victimhood. We got to talk about Tokyo Toni. I want you guys to sound off and respond to her sentiments. This is an actual commentary debate forum. That's what I want my channel to be. So you are more than welcome to disagree. You're more than welcome to take any angle and attitude that you desire. Now, that don't mean you won't be debated about your particular perspective, but you are definitely welcome to have it. We encourage all opinions, all thoughts. There are some people in the chat already saying that they don't believe some of the allegations, which, you know, there is that segment of people. But since we're there, I want to talk about that for a little bit. Yeah, boo, I got your emails. I haven't had an opportunity yet to check my emails, but I did get the notification, boo, so I'm going to check everything tonight. and we'll just probably have a long week of, you know, putting out and talking about everything as you guys send it to me, because there's so much stuff happening. You know, my God, it's almost hard to keep up with. But speaking to people who don't believe, I want to talk about that, because I did find the press conference to be a little bit contradictory when Attorney Busby, on one hand, you know, was there to hold up a press conference, rightfully so, on behalf of people who've been truly victimized. Thank you, Whitney. And then he had people who have like nonprofits and who do like victim advocacy work. And it was interesting to kind of hear this dichotomy, because some of the interventionists, did I say that right? And some of the advocates, you know, they speak about believe in the victim first, believe in the victim first, believe in the victim first. But then at the same time, the attorney was saying how, you know, he's taking on the victims, but he's also vetting through to make sure that each case and person that they are taking on to represent is credible and legit. What I find interesting about that is you can have both things, because the reason why this law firm and every law firm who actually takes their work and their integrity seriously is going to take on their client based upon said accusations, but they're also going to do their fair share of vetting. I don't understand sometimes why the public gets chewed up for also doing the same thing. Because even these law firms are acknowledging that there's a wash and rinse cycle that needs to be had, because of course, not everybody coming forward is telling the truth. Some people are just clout chasing. They're looking for their 15 minutes. They just want to tie up resources and have a moment, etc. And we have to separate the wheat from the tare, if you will. We have to separate the foolishness from the truth. Well, that's the same case for the public. As the general public, who be minding our business and everybody else's, we have seen it all, right? We've seen people tell the truth. We've seen people bring forth evidence to corroborate their plights. And we've also seen just lying ass motherfuckers, especially since the creation of social media. Carly Russell, for one. Remember how we all galvanized behind Carly Russell? Because, you know, it was protect black women, believe black women, because black women don't lie. Especially protect dark-skinned black women. So everybody went to Rush. We all went to Rush, girl. And even when Carly Russell's situation was looking bleak as hell, y'all know I was so committed, girl, to bringing credibility to Carly's situation and disappearance, girl, that I started saying, girl, maybe she was abducted by aliens, bitch. Okay, maybe this was one of the most supernatural, maybe this was a supernatural event, girl. Maybe what we're looking at is the literal extraterrestrial abduction of Carly, and this wife's not making no sense. Only to find out, with a little bit of contrast and saturation to the footage, that this bitch had done hauled ass through the woods, bitch. Okay, it's something we couldn't see in the natural footage. But just with a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of editing, girl, saw this bitch run faster than Sha'Carri Richards, girl, through the wilderness, honey. And I'm out here talking about she might have done stepped into another damn dimension, that elemental entities might have abducted her, girl. All things that actually happened, honey. Okay, girl, I went out of my way. We went out of our way to believe Carly, girl. And it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Right. X-File on y'all asses, baby. I turned into Scully and mowed the ass on y'all, girl. Okay? Because that's how committed we were. And then come to find out, We were hoodwinked and we were bam, damn, boozled. Another perfect example. Shanquisha Sharpton, the big girl who accused Usher of giving her an STI and all this shit. She linked up with celebrity attorney Lisa Bloom, Gloria Alfred's sanctioned ass daughter. 3 weeks into the press conferences, into all this media hype and production, this bitch turned around and revealed that she just wanted to know what 15 minutes felt like. Remember in the Bill Cosby case, Janice Dickerson tried to jump in, girl, only to find out that she had already wrote about her experience with Bill Cosby in a memoir, which was very consensual. There was no quaaludes, there was no coercion, but yet when Bill Cosby ended up under fire and accused of all these actual crimes, she decided to be an opportunist and to get in on all the action, not realizing that she had already spilled her goddamn tea in a 10-year memoir years prior. So the public has seen it all too. It's the point that I'm making. We have seen it all. We have seen the truth tellers enter the chat. We've seen the lies and the liars into the chat. Remember the woman that just went viral a few months ago? Or maybe it was toward the end of last year, who accused her boyfriend or some guy she was dating of giving her HIV. And then she had presented text messages and she had did a whole like little IG TikTok video and the shit went viral. It ended up on all the blogs. Only to find out that her story was completely hogwash. The boyfriend took to the chat, exposed the whole situation, provided his test results, proved that he didn't have HIV, that he didn't give it to her, and then she turned around, came back and apologized. So we're living in that age where both, like the truth tellers and the clowns, sometimes both end up on the same courtyard together. I think we have to be very mindful and careful of the terminology victim blaming. I think we have to be mindful of the terminology believe the victim first. You can't say believe the victim first and then at the same time talk about vetting all the victims. That like you literally just contradicted the whole shit. But that's actually the reality, right? Is that you can respect somebody with an accusation without menacing them, without bullying them, without disrespecting them based upon their allegation, while also rightfully so getting to the bottom of the accusation, because you in fact don't know who the victim is in this situation, whether it's the person doing the accusing or whether it's the person being accused. Okay? And the attorneys are not the only people who are in this predicament. Every family is in this situation. If your kid came to you right now and said, "Mommy, my brother molested me last night," as a parent who wants to get to the bottom of shit and make sure that what's being said is the facts, you're going to do what? You're going to reasonably attempt to get to the bottom of it. Because you don't want to fuck around, for one, and neglect the accuser if they're in fact telling the truth, but you also don't want to make a victim out of the person being accused if they're in fact not guilty of what they're being accused of. Every person who's dealing with a person making an accusation in their life is in the same predicament. You don't have an obligation to believe anything at face value. And there can be no righteous system of judgment and accountability in place that is void and absent of doing your due diligence in a situation. I am not somebody, especially when it comes to people who make very public accusations, somebody who believes anybody. What I do is I'm going to listen to what someone has to say. And then, like everybody else, baby, I'm going to be interested in the other side, and I'm going to be interested in what every party has to defend themselves or to support their side. And then I'm going to conclude. As somebody who is in the content creating space, and oftentimes we do content about stories that go viral, whether it's out of pop culture or whether it's stories that go viral from everyday people sharing their experiences of other people and seeing how everything turns out. Sometimes shit turns out to be true, and sometimes shit turns out to be bullshit. I don't feel comfortable believing per se something just because it's stated, and I'm not going to. I can reserve my judgment while respecting what a person has to say, and then seeing how shit lines up, and once again seeing what the supporting facts are in a given situation. That's for me. I don't think that it's safe in a culture and in a society where we know people lie to just assume anything. However, I do also understand, as the attorney said, a lot of times people don't just simply reserve their judgment. They go into situations with people who have accusations and automatically start crucifying people, especially if they are talking about or accusing someone that you know, or someone that you love, or some celebrity who you hold in high regard. And that is out of order. Not believing an accusation does not have to also default to disrespecting the accused. But disrespecting the person making the accusation. But if the motherfucker who made the accusation proves out to be a liar, chew they motherfucking ass up. Because we know that the predatory shit goes both ways. You got people who lie on people because they got secret vendettas. Spouses lie on each other. Co-workers lie on their bosses. Their bosses lie on their co-workers. Human nature prevails. People just be tearing each other up, girl, and slander because of their own ulterior motives. They're being retaliatory, or they're trying to get a bitch out the way. They're competing with another motherfucker. So, we're dealing with human nature here. So I think we can actually take the stance of the press conference, because you had both of those things happen at the same time. We are representing the victims and also vetting every case. Look at Honey says, YouTube, count your motherfucking days. I didn't get a damn notification. Period. Okay, count them days, baby. Tear their ass up. Email them. Let them know how you feel, honey. So I do think we as a culture, when it comes to people who come to the public square and make accusations, I think we can do better. It doesn't have to be so much vitriol. I think we should be open-minded, but I think we should nonetheless be thorough, because I'm a thorough bitch and I'm analytical by nature. So my analytical nature and my awareness of just how fucked up people can be and how slanderous people can be, it doesn't afford me to just believe anything just for the hell of believing it. Okay? By the time I come to a belief about something, it's because of the way I feel intuitively, and it's based upon the way that I have perceived the circumstances, the situation, and the evidence that's been brought to the forefront. And the reason why I'm always be like that is because I too realize that I'm a human being. I'm also subjected to other human beings and their motives, their mouth, and the things that are in their fucking heart. So I could end up slandered, as I have been in the past. I've had to debunk so much shit. Not no shit like this, bitch. I'm gonna never have to debunk no shit like this girl, because this will never be my reality. But I've had to debunk silly ass narratives. So when I think about other people, I'm like, yeah, an accusation is just that. An accusation is just like a police report. Anybody can file one. Anybody can state a claim. If you have a mouth and a working brain, you can state a claim. Now, the validity of that claim, the legitimacy of that claim is now a whole nother thing. And the public is not out of order for also making sure that they do their due diligence before they draw an actual conclusion about who is who in the situation, about who's the villain in the situation, about who's the victim in the situation. And every single one of us could be in a situation where we're being slandered for one reason or another. So we should always be in support of a righteous, due diligence, thorough, well vetted system. But let's talk about how you can handle somebody bringing you an accusation. Because I kind of want to drop the link. I remember we had a subscriber, and he's a content creator, William. And if William is in the chat, I would love for him to come up. But William is disabled. He's a disabled Black American same gender loving man. And he shared with us that he had been violated by one of his relatives. I think it was his sister, I believe. At some point in his life, he finally told his mom. If I'm recalling correctly, his mom wasn't of good use because the sister denied the abuse. So then it became the sister's word for William's word. As a mother, because I want to take this out of the celebrity shit, as a mother or as a father or as a loved one, as a friend, what do you do with that? Because the only way we're going to really understand how we need to really show up when it comes to people being accused, and we can create a safe space for truth, because I think truth has to be the bigger priority, is a safe space for the truth. And we have to be after the truth, so that whoever is truly the victim can get the vindication that they deserve. Rather, that victim is in fact the person making the accusation, or that victim actually is the person who's being accused. Because when these things show up like this, it makes me think about these things like in real time. How do you handle situations like this? Do you run off and take one person's word for something and then you vilify the person being accused without any grounded truth? You have nothing more than an accusation in your back. Because once again, for me, I don't think that it's a one over the other thing. I think you can listen and be respectful and create a safe space for someone who's confiding in you, while also being responsible and diligent and getting to the bottom of the truth before you decide what your action is going to be in the situation. Because we have liars in the world, we just can't afford to just believe anybody. Or, hell, I'll say you can believe people initially and still be responsible and due diligence. The person who's accusing someone can end up accused of something themselves at some point in their own life, and they wouldn't be appreciative of the same community rushing to practice that same believe the accuser first situation. Because nobody is above being accused of something. Being accused of stealing, being accused of cheating, being accused of violating somebody, hurting somebody, bullying somebody. Nobody is above being accused. So even the people being accused can find themselves at some point in life being accused of something. And they would not appreciate their community rushing to believe the accuser automatically. Therefore, where does that leave us then? Other than making sure that we respectfully and responsibly get to the bottom of everything to the best of our abilities. In situations where there is criminality being reported, get the authorities involved, subject the situation to a thorough investigation. But I do really want to talk about this whole believe the victim thing. Because once we really get to the bottom of that and we understand both sides, we understand that accusers can be liars. We understand that accusers can be truth tellers. We understand that sometimes the person being accused can be the person who's the actual victim in a situation. Until we understand all of the moving parts, we're not going to really know how to be successful at creating a space for the actual truth, whatever that truth is. So I'm going to drop the link. I want you guys to come off and sound off. You can respond to what I'm saying. You can respond to the situation with Diddy, because this whole thing is so nuts. I think that society and a lot of our philosophies, a lot of our like the indoctrination of the American dream and being somebody and making something out of yourselves, and this kind of pedestalization of money and accolade is something that indirectly grooms people to sell their soul. I know that the people who teach us to be somebody and to be excellent and to work hard and to make sacrifices, but to nonetheless do what you got to do to manifest the American dream. I know that they are well-meaning, but I do think that a lot of that philosophy and indoctrination, if not being executed and disseminated carefully, low-key creates the naivety and the gullibility and sometimes the all-out willingness to objectify oneself, to compromise one's ethics and integrity. Because if what's on the other side of compromising your integrity is an opportunity that you believe will make your parents and your community proud of you, if it'll make you rich, if it will help you to get out of poverty, if it'll help you to get your loved ones out of poverty. I think back to that scene and Set It Off with Jada Pinkett when it came to her brother, who she was acting as a substitute mother for, and how she slept with the old man in order to get, I see y'all in the background, you guys, and how she slept with that old man because she was prioritizing making sure that her brother could pay his college tuition so that he could get out the hood, so that he didn't die in the streets and didn't have to succumb to being a hustler and a drug dealer. And she compromised her own personal safety and preferences in order to give him a better life. Do you know how many mothers, how many fathers have? I know a father who escorted secretly for a time to provide for his family. He did things that he's now ashamed of, but things that he felt he had to do to better his family. I know mothers who have sold pussy, stripped, did all type of things that either their kids were or were not aware of, with the aspiration to provide for them. So the question is, like, do we cling to these things to our own detriment? Do we cling to our ambitions and cling to our desires in such a way that we hold to them, even if it costs us our morality, even if it costs us our self-value, even if it costs us our humanity? Like, where do we draw the lines? Because so many people are rationalizing fucked up situations, like even what happened to them with Diddy. How many men sucked Diddy's dick because it would get them a record deal? How many women subjected themselves to God knows what because they believe what was on the other side of Diddy was the life they always wanted for themselves? And living in this society that pressures us to be somebody because you ain't treated like nothing if you're not somebody. If you're not somebody, you ain't got no voice. Nobody gives a fuck. So there's all this equity that we put into making sure that we are successful, that we're competent, that we are exceptional. Because what's really driving us toward all that is the social equity that all that is connected to. Because the way that we're taught since being children all the way up to adults about what it means to belong, to be adored. So the industry, in all industries, not just entertainment, but in corporate America, are filled with people who are harboring some of the most shameful secrets about their past and what they did to get to the top. Superhead, yep, a lot of the video vixens are a prime example. A lot of the strippers are paying their way through nursing school, paying off a college tuition for their kids, hate their jobs, but subject themselves to objectification every day. Do we cling to the point of it being detrimental to our well-being? Is anything worth that? I want to talk about all of this. Welcome, Rumors and Tea, Monica, Emily, and DC. So let's go in chronological order. Rumors and Tea, welcome, boo. What would you like to say about all of the mess that's going on, about this victims and the skeptics, and how do we prevent some of this stuff from happening as a society? How do we what do we instill, in young people so that they can grow up to be sufficient and to value their humanity more than a material opportunity? How do we prevent this? Because this conversation, I want it to be about us taking all the information we can out of what we're seeing happening in the Diddy situation and getting some wisdom out of all of this shit.
First, I want to say, hey, Conscious. Hey,
Hi.
panel.
Hey.
Hey, Cool. Now, if y'all don't stop
How you
making us
doing?
bad,
Hi,
thumbs up the
everybody.
video. I
Before we
need y'all
go,
to thumbs
Romans,
up.
can you all hear me? Am I muted?
No,
No,
we
you're
can
not
hear you.
muted.
We can hear you, DC.
Okay. Okay, my apologies. I'm sorry.
No problem, boo.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to tell the crew and the Bush babies to thumb up the video.
What?
Like, y'all really be making us beg y'all to thumb up the video, and I don't understand. So ridiculous.
Period.
But thumbs that damn video up.
Yes, ma'am.
So to the victim shaming
Mm-hmm.
and the believe the victims first. I'm always neutral until there's evidence. And like when we don't necessarily have the evidence, I believe we critical thinkers. So I
Right.
look for the evidence. I'm not a person that just believes what anyone says just because. And I am a essay survivor myself.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people jump quick because a lot of us have been victimized in some way. So we come from a place of trauma. We operate from a place of trauma, which I think that is unfair to do considering the times we live in. We do know that even though the percentage may be lower than it is higher, to what is factual and what's not. I still think that because we've seen it time and time again where, and I'm not going to make it a color issue, but we have seen it where time and time again, especially when it comes to our own, where there's been accusations that were not true and people have been proven guilty without there being evidence. So I'm an evidence person. And I rely on my discernment. It comes from a place of non-bias, but I still remain neutral unless there's something factual. There's evidence that supports without a shadow of a doubt. I am a person that believes that I believe in numbers
Mm-hmm.
because anytime you have, in this case with Diddy, when you have such a large number of people coming forth, the story, and we know that some of the accusations throughout the year, some of the information, I think that's a good thing that the lawyers are vetting people because some of the information for these people that are alleging they are victims is more than likely information has been put out there already. Um, but there are just certain, we know it's not always the case with everyone's situation, but there are certain things that are there as far as evidence. It may not even be factual, right? Because I want people to understand the difference between factual evidence and just evidence. There's evidence that can be like doctor, like, hypothetically, someone can have a suggestive text message to support something, but that's not fact. We can't say that's factual because there's no sign that there was any trauma placed upon the individual, i.e., why you have the grape kits and people making, police reports and things of that nature. So if there's not a trail of evidence, I'm usually like, okay, well, I'm gonna wait until there's proof. Speaking in reference to taking it off of the celebrity into our like regular everyday life in our communities or within our families, because I've had that happen, I just make everybody aware. I mean, it hit close to home because my brother was accused, and the person that accused him was a relative, and it
Mm-hmm.
was a close relative, but of course I wanted to believe it's my brother. I naturally wanted to believe him. And we were children. So I want to make this clear. I was literally a teenager. He's only 3 years older than me. He was nowhere near 18 yet. We were children. I wanted to believe because that's my brother, but I took this stance because again, I was as a survivor, right? I could not definitively say he didn't do it because he's my brother, and I could not say definitively that he didn't do it, right? But I took a stance that I wasn't going to side with anyone. It didn't necessarily feel good because naturally I wanted to, trauma bond. I knew what it felt like. I didn't have all the wherewithal of what I was doing, but there was just something in me that just said, don't pick a side. And then when the evidence came and it was proven that he, in fact, was not guilty, I felt good, actually, that I did not choose a side, which let him know that, which we had talked about in our adult years, which let him know that I was someone that was going to stand for right. I wasn't going to just jump on the bandwagon. I had my own free thinking mind. And he respected the fact that I didn't jump on the bandwagon and just persecute him to be wrong, even though he would like to have had my full support. He respected the fact. Now, everybody's not going to feel that way. Some people just feel like they want you to side with them, whether they're right or wrong. But you can't make it about those individuals per se, even though these are the people that are actually the person that's being accused and the person that may have been victimized. You just cannot necessarily take on that weight. You have to stay neutral until there's evidence. That's my stance on that.
Okay, and we're going to revisit some of that too. Thank you for that, Aromas. Monica, welcome to the platform, boo.
Hey, Gunch, how you doing?
Hey, I'm well. How are you?
Yeah.
I think we got some feedback.
Well, oh, sorry, I'm outside.
Okay.
Well, my opinion on all this shit is, don't let it all consume you. It's just too much to, keep wasting your energy on. And I always say, for these young people, stop teaching them to go out here and think they gotta find a white man job. Teach them about entrepreneurship. Teach them how to hustle, see what their talent is. And then help them put their talent into action. So they can start making money off of what they are talented at, whether it's drawing or doing hair or cooking or whatever the case may be, and teach them how to market their shit so they can make money. Teach kids about entrepreneurship. Because that's how they're gonna survive in this world today, especially with this economy. The cost of living is so damn high, especially when you got damn kids. You got to bring in this shit. It's high as fuck. So you just have to teach them how to hustle, because that's the only way they're gonna make it. Going and working these rinky-dink jobs that don't pay shit, that's gonna take half your fucking paycheck. It's not gonna help them. And these jobs out here, they what's the word I'm looking for? I'm high as fuck. They shit. Competition. Everybody's competing to get these jobs. You get what I'm saying? Everybody's competing to get these jobs, and it's like a million out of one. And there's gonna be a lot of people that's certified. There's gonna be a lot of people that's not. So it's tough. So just teach them how to make their own money. Because when they make their own money and like be an entrepreneur, they can survive. Because that's the only way. Because what's going on now, and a lot of people in the Gen Z generation, they ain't even really chasing careers like that no more. That's what they doing is making money off of what they're good at, whether it's tech or doing video games or making video games or doing hair, like all that stuff I just said. So just teach your kids shit like that, because that's gonna be beneficial for them in the long run.
Yeah,
that's what you got to do. You got to teach your kids something that's gonna be beneficial in the long run. That's what you got to do.
I agree. And I also want to say that, because as I'm just reflecting on this conversation, I'm thinking about how, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I know I came from a hardworking family. and my parents had a very like stoic attitude toward like discomfort. Like the priority was, or the attitude was, your comfortability doesn't matter. Stay on that job if it pays your fucking bills until you get something else, or take your ass to school, whether you want to or not. And I think the reason why a lot of black children end up groomed and trafficked and taken advantage of is because there is no space to actually, like, there's no space for comfort a lot of times as black people. Because we're so in survival mode that you don't ever really feel like comfort is a choice you have. That is that everything is about doing what you have to do.
Well, that is so true. I agree.
And I think that when you are really taught that, and that's told to you and reflected to you in your community and your parents, etc., that these are the social programs in the back of our minds unconsciously that allow us to also rationalize doing something we don't want to do if it will get us to the next level, because we've been well trained in compromising or sacrificing our comfortability. We've been well trained in not thinking that comfort is optional. We've been well trained at pretty much operating as fucking slaves and grueling over and pushing through and fighting through and sacrificing through. And it's just hard for me to disconnect that from this reality of why so many black women, men, black children, and girls end up almost being like primed for predator behavior. And I know that that's not the intention a lot of times of what our community and families try to reflect through us through this attitude of working hard. But like Monica said too, I think that if we're not careful in balancing that, like working hard, but also equally prioritizing people to once again really respect themselves and really have a humanity that's a little bit larger than the size of their wallets, to have a humanity that's larger than the house that they live in, and just making sure that young people have an actual value over who they are and what they stand for, and that it's okay to not be somebody, and it's okay to not make that money if it's going to cost you your soul. It's okay to not have that thing and to not go about getting that thing through whatever way if it's going to cost you your spirit. I think that conversation has to go hand in hand with the work hard and don't worry about how you feel. Just do what you have to do. I had to do it. Your daddy had to do it. Your grandparents had to do it. Y'all generation, y'all spoiled. Y'all just think y'all can afford to say no. Y'all think y'all can afford to not work. Y'all think y'all too good for this, that, the third. So literally, like, your dog piled on to believe that, oh my God, what I feel doesn't matter, and that I don't have no room to vote for myself. So later on in life, if you're in a situation where somebody is being transactional with you in a dehumanizing criminal way, you don't make that distinction between suffering through that the way you were taught to suffer through everything else to get what you want, or to get what was told to you that you should want. Emily, your thoughts?
You took the words right out of my mouth, because that's exactly what I was going to say. But to piggyback off of what you said about how we're taught to not have the comfortability not to have the luxury of comfortability. I'm sorry. To piggyback off of that, I remember when we were talking about parenting,
Hmm.
like, toxic parenting, and you were saying that um we were pretty much again taught to be um pretty much taught to be oppressed, so to speak, or like bullied, because the parents are doing the bullying at home, but they want us to stand up for ourselves outside of the home, but they don't want us to do it with them. So like you were saying, to tie it all together, pretty much we're literally taught, literally drilled into our heads to do what you have to do. So, and it is what it is. So what if you don't like the job? So what? A job is a job. It pays the bills, whatever. And it subjects us to it subjects us to these situations where you're compromising yourself. And let's think about it, like years and years ago, before the sexual harassment laws and all these things, I think about what some women and some men had to go through on their jobs because they couldn't report it. Who would believe them? Everybody in charge was male, white in particular. So, it's like, where do you.
So then we gotta also talk about like the capitalism and the cost of
Mm-hmm.
living and
Right.
poverty that
Right.
also
With trauma.
informs
Right.
well the
Mm-hmm.
poverty and the cost of living that also informs people about whether they can even afford to stand up for themselves. Because if I
Right.
have a nasty boss that is being disgusting toward me or making unnecessary, unwanted sexual advances towards me, putting his hands on me, doing disgusting things to me, I also have to think about whether I can afford to even leave this job because I have two kids at home. I have a mother and a child at home I got to take care of. I have
Right.
like we once again it goes back to all that rationalizing that we have to
Right.
do because some of why people are defenseless isn't even because
It's no fault of their own,
yeah, it's no fault of their own.
you
It's
know?
literally because of society in the way that we have the
Mm-hmm.
system set up that puts people in a position to where you literally have to also sometimes consider if you can afford to
To leave. Yeah,
to
that's true.
to leave, if you can afford to simply stand up for your damn self. Like literally, can I afford it? Can I afford it? The fact that we even have to
Mm-hmm.
consider that.
Yep. Which
And
is
God
tied
forbid.
to
Mhm.
poverty, like you said.
You know what's crazy? If I can jump in real quick, what's crazy about that is because I myself experienced that. Um, I have a very good work ethic, and I
Mhm.
learned that from my mom, right? But although I have this dynamic work ethic, I also have this self-preservation effort. I walk away. I have walked away from plenty of opportunities. I've
Mhm.
downsized because for me, the overall, I understand how society, because of capitalism, how it will mess with your psyche to
Yeah.
the point that you will sacrifice your well-being, whether
Mhm.
it's at the risk of being SA'd, sexual harassment, you know, or just discrimination, verbal abuse, whatever it is. I personally knew that I was more deserving because you've talked about this before, how people play, especially women, especially black women, we put ourselves in situations where it becomes detrimental to our health and it's like really not worth it. And I watched my mom do it
Mhm.
for years. And everybody would complain. They thought like the same thing you were saying, oh, you can't keep quitting jobs, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, no, it's not worth it. Like, I'm the asset. What they're paying me is not worth it. And then I had to do some soul searching. This is long before I even became a parent. I had to do some soul searching because I wanted to know within myself, what is my goal? What are my goals? What am I actually trying to obtain? And I realized that I literally was living in a world where I was trying to keep up with the Joneses. The things that I was working for that was literally putting me in harm's way. And I'm talking about my psyche that was literally stressing me. I never went to work. And most people can attest to this. You don't go to work with a smile looking forward to going to work. And if you do, when soon as you punch in, you're watching the clock waiting for the day to end because you're not happy there. And I went through all of those feelings and those circumstances, and I decided, I wanted to work for myself. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. I knew all of the pros and cons, right, to both. But once I downsized, and this is not going to be everybody's solution, but once I downsized, because I had to give myself the reality check. What are you working, putting yourself through this slave like mentality, going through all of this for? And honestly, it was a breath of fresh air when I walked away and I decided that I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to create things for myself where I didn't have to go through the rigmarole of all of the abuse. It's a lot. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't have the mindset because they can't see that for themselves. And because we have a system, even if you are an entrepreneur, we still have a system that is not designed for us. And I think it is important though, because with my children specifically, I don't teach them that mindset. Like I try to be the example. I don't teach the mindset of keep up with the Joneses. I don't teach them the mindset of you have to get out here and get you a 9 to 5 and you gotta work for someone else, or you have to accept this. All jobs are like this no matter who you I don't teach my children that mindset. I actually just tell them, at the end of the day, don't do anything that you're going to look back and regret, even though we all are human and we have regrets. I also instill in them, don't do anything that you're going to be ashamed of. I understand when you get in a desperate place and you're like basically at rock bottom and you're between a rock and a hard place and desperate, but they say desperate times calls for desperate measures. But if you have to do something out of desperation that you know that you are going to be ashamed of, my suggestion and advice would be not to do it. If you can be a person that can stand in your truth and not be ashamed, because there's nothing wrong with, if you got to go get on a pole to work your way through school and that's what you desire, there's nothing wrong with that. If you got to get out here and be an escort to take care of whatever your responsibilities are, and you don't have to feel ashamed about it, there is nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to be ashamed about it, in my opinion, then that's something that you need to look at within yourself and say, is this worth me doing it? Because when you carry shame, you guys just helped me a few lives ago, you just helped me come to terms with the guilt that I was still carrying. If you're going to be ashamed about something, then 9 times out of 10, you really shouldn't do it.
Yeah. Don't do it.
And it's not worth it.
Don't do it at all. Yeah. Mm-mm.
Because there's going to be a solution. That's the thing. We look for right now solutions. And sometimes it's not a right now solution. I guarantee you, if you walk away from a situation that's not serving you, it's not going to come. The answers are not going to come when you look for and want them, but they're going to come when you least expect it. So that's how the universe works. It's always going to be an answer to your problems.
Yeah. Cause I'm somebody who, like I said, I come from a long line of empaths, like empaths down to the ground, like super empaths, and I've watched them do almost the most absurd of things in the name of like love, in the name of other people, in the name of faithfulness, in the name of da 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 da. Like my mother held on to a toxic, abusive marriage for over 20 years, just in the name of trying to give me and my brother a father figure, even if the father was everything opposite of a man. But just because of like the fantasy in her head and her concern for me and my brother having proper representation, she chose being cheated on, being physically beat at times, being stolen from, having a drug addicted spouse, and the whole nine, because any piece of man during that time, it was taught was better than no man at all. So you just did what you had to do, like with the raggedy scraps. And oh, it's a lot
There's
of
a
people.
lot of background noise.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna mute a DC because I'm about to get to her too. So you know, it's so once again, going back to the idea of, you know, I didn't come from a long line of people who prioritized or felt like they had the option of comfort or pleasure. Everything was about super saver hoeing. Everything was about choosing other people over yourself. Everything was about putting everybody else first. Everything was about doing what you have to do, not what you love to do, not what fulfills you to do. And God forbid your livelihood is connected to like other people. Like if you live at home with your parents, or you know, you have a spouse that also depends on your financial contribution, or you have a family, or you have roommates, or whatever the situation is, like once again, all those things go into kind of programming us to kind of normalize being uncomfortable as hell. And I think that we got to really be careful with that as Black and brown people, particularly because we already have a habit of transferring a slave mentality and transferring a survival mentality from one generation to the other, and making sure that we are first and foremost one. And y'all know how I am. I'm very hard on parenting. I am all about woke parents and people being very intentional when they have kids. Intentional means being well within their own self, first and foremost, being well in their economics, etc. Because that also makes a difference in terms of what you're able to provide to your kids emotionally, philosophically, and the type of predicaments that they will and won't be in. Like all these things inform everything. Everything that we do has everything to do with everything. Like there's everything that we do matters. It means something. It creates something. It leads to some reality. Everything that we do. So I want Black and brown people, because you know, one of the stories that this attorney spoke about was a 15-year-old who was allowed to go to a Diddy party. Why? The 9-year-old was a young person who was auditioning, and for some reason was allowed to go off with Diddy into a personal space. Like, what were the parents? Why did you allow your child to go off into a room, into an area, all because of the equity, all because of the equity that these people have on them because they are successful? Because once again, that's where the data is.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are somebody, and because we're
Mm-hmm.
all desperately striving to be somebody, that's how
Mm-hmm.
much it means to be somebody. Like these parents be low-key living vicariously through their kids and recklessly putting them in situations
Mm-hmm.
that could be prevented because they themselves want to be somebody. And if they couldn't achieve that through their own lives, they're trying to achieve that through what their kids are trying to obtain, but not being responsible and diligent. And then before you know it, now you have a 9-year-old who's been SA'd because of what exactly? Like, what was literally the real mentality? What was the real social programming? What was the real desire and agenda that was in the background? I mean, probably auditioning to be a singer. Like we have a boy bands, like a B5. Like these kids be starting off young in boy bands. You know, they could have been auditioning for a contract. Like music and fame don't have an age. You know, like they're child stars, they're child singers. Look at the Jackson 5. You know, like we've had young girl groups and young boy groups. And apparently he was auditioning for music. You know, like kids are in Hollywood too. A Drew Barrymore, all these like child stars that were very young, babies even, minors themselves when they were, you know, all these pageant girls. You know, like the industry is filled with children too. It's not an adult space.
Right.
It's ageless. It's genderless. It's all these things. So, you know, any and everybody finds themselves, you know, at the record label, finds themselves on the red couch, finds themselves at these auditions trying to make their dreams come true. And I just, once again, like, we got to do the work to be introspective about what's really going on with us.
That's right.
Because
Mm-hmm.
what happens to these young people is also largely because of what's going on with us ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Things that we're not addressing, ideals we're not addressing, mentalities that maybe are unconscious. Because I don't think a lot of parents are also aware. I think a lot of parents are just deaf tone and just unconscious. I think a lot of this behavior is not to the forefront. Like, why are you allowing your children to go off with people you don't know? I don't give a damn whether they're a celebrity or not, whether they're a million,
That's right.
whether they are a public figure or not, whether they're Beyonce or not. Why would you forfeit your role as a protector and a provider simply because of who someone else is money wise, or who someone else is socially? What are you really trying to do? But I want to get a DC in here as well. Welcome to the platform, DC. What are your thoughts, boo? I think you're on mute.
Oh, I'm still on mute.
No, there you go. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Hey, good evening, CTV and the panel. I want to say you all made some amazing points, and I had something to speak on about everything. I don't even know where to start, but I want to say this. CTV seems like the upbringing, even though I'm probably like decades older than everybody on the panel, I had this kind of the same upbringing, except instead of my dad being like he was more like he was an alcoholic. And same thing, my mother stayed with him. He was, even though he was functional because he was a DC public school engineer, and my mom was a federal government worker. But it was just that, but it was like horror in the house. It was all like the fighting, and it was and I found myself kind of like traumatized because I was in like I was going through my mom being abused, and I'm in elementary school, junior high school. I think they ended up separating and getting a divorce right after I think I want to say right before I went to high school. And the crazy thing is that even though my dad, he was protective of his girls, he had 2 girls. I'm the only one left now, but he was very protective of us. But he was like one of a functional alcoholic. He was an abuser, and I was like, it was like living in a house of being tormented. And then it seems like as soon as he became the perfect man, stopped drinking, got himself together, he was the perfect man for the next woman. And my mother spent like, cause it was 4 of us, now it's 2 of us left. So she been they've been together, I would say probably over 20, over 25 years. But nevertheless, I kind of grew up. I was like a teenager in the 80s. So the biggest thing they were doing at that time, everybody wanted to get with a drug dealer. That was their thing, and it was like the hottest thing. And I, for some reason, even though I grew up,
DC has shared that like with us, I think last week. She was talking about like that era and back in the day, getting and she said that word verbatim, getting with like a drug dealer was like the thing. Like that was
it was like the come up, especially in the 80s. And but for some reason, I even had friends, even lost friends to that, whether they ended up getting killed because they was rolling with one, ended up in jail because they was with one, or even strung out. But even through all the trauma I had to live through, I always had in my head, because I was like, I'm just gonna go to work and go to school. Yeah. But even going through all of that, I always say, well, it's no good way. I say that I was broke, struggling. I could use the money because it's all about looking good, having the designer bags. I was like, yeah, I could definitely use the money, but when I started thinking about I could be taken out of here, strung out in jail, I was like, even though I had some sense, even though it was kind of blurred at times because due like the trauma you had to go through. But I ended up making it out. But one of the things that scares me the most is that I don't want to blame the parents, but I have to say, if your minor if you're letting your mind go off, and let me ask you the panel this. So we had the 9-year-old. I'm gonna get to him in a minute because that really broke my heart.
Yeah.
So is a minor whether they're 9 years old, whether they're 15 or 16 years old? It's something about that 9-year-old tore my soul to pieces, and I'm like, what is a 9-year-old doing without his parents or responsible adults? Like you said, I don't care. And I was never to fame and fortune. Fame and fortune was never my thing. And I wanted to say to you, Rumors and Tea, always was very impressed, and I commend all the entrepreneurs because every time I thought about trying to do my own thing, it just seemed so daunting. I just felt like I didn't have it in me. I wasn't built for it. But when I see our young Black brothers and sisters doing it, I was like, that is so impressive. So I've been working. Like I'm ready to retire now. So, but I still got a little ways to go. But I just want to say that I have to blame the parents for the minors, because it seems like some of them took money, and I understand when you're struggling, it's a sacrifice, but you should never sacrifice your minor kids. Now, once they get older, like 21 or over 22, you don't want them in that arena, but they can actually make their own decisions. You can fight with them all day long. They can either agree with you or they can't. But if they're minors, and they still under your care, it's just no need. And I know we can't protect. It's always I know we can't protect our kids from everything. It's heartbreaking thinking about that. Because my baby sister, she was killed working at National Airport. It was a tragic accident.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I appreciate it. But you believe it's been almost like, even though she's my baby sister, it's been like 20 years. She died. I think she was 33. Should have been 34. No, I'm sorry. She was 32. Should have been 33 in like 3 days. But when she left us, she left 2 girls. They were like, I want to say 7 or 8. So I took full custody of them. They're doing amazing. During the teenage years, it was kind of a struggle, especially with the oldest one, because they were so close to their mom. I didn't have kids. So they were like, I always used to tell my sister, you had these babies for me. But and like the oldest one, I thought for sure I would lose her to the streets. But it took a village. It was either me, my dad, my brother, all of us was like, we was either at the school, wherever she was, we was there. And we got her out of high school. She took us to hell, but I thought for sure she would be lost. But now she's doing well. Both the girls, the youngest graduated from FAMU. She's doing computer. They call it that creative computing. And my oldest girl, my oldest niece, she worked for a private industry. She's doing IT, have a top secret clearance, but I'm glad. It's kind of like I could have easily lost them. That was like my worst fear.
Yeah.
Is protecting them. I don't know what it is about girls. I'm like, boys need that protection as well. We can see that with the 9-year-old. We can see it with Usher. We can see it with Justin Bieber. But it was something about letting them girls like go to school. Like I wanted to bring them to school, bring them home. If I could afford, they would have had security to and from the house and everything. But they made it through. But your whole life, it was amazing, but it was very cringe. And I was like, I just can't. I knew the only thing I knew about Diddy channel was when he was taking everybody money. He became a millionaire, but everybody else either died broke or are broke. This essay stuff, I'm just kind of getting wind of all of this stuff. Were you all aware of this before, like the last 6 months or 3 months or 2 months?
No. I mean, I've heard about Diddy's like parties, and I know that celebrities, would be, but I thought it was just typical, like wild adult, like stuff going on, but all this stuff.
Consenting adults.
All this stuff with like abuse and drugging people and trafficking.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, this is all my first time hearing this too. But I knew, that he had did his artists wrong. I knew he was bamboozling people in the contracts. That's kind of the stuff I mostly heard. The most stuff about is how he was doing his artists. The rest of this shit is like really wild, but it's also not surprising because I also knew he had Frank Shine for the nightclub shooting, and then considering how he had did people in contract.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm somebody who like, we have an old saying in the spiritual community, how you do one thing is typically how you do everything. So I wasn't surprised.
We really don't care.
all the other
Right.
stuff came down the pipeline, because I'm just like, he always had it in him. He was always in the business of taking advantage of people in one way or the other. I mostly thought it was financial, but now to find out that he was taking advantage of other people in these ways too, like, it's shocking because of the gravity and the heinousness of.
So I'm not the only one.
But it's not outside of the realm of being realistic either. I mean,
hmm
being unrealistic. So yeah.
You
And it's
know,
really sad because you
I
got
don't.
the I'm sorry, rumors. I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm gonna let you go, sweetheart. I'm gonna say
Mhm.
it's the same thing that happened in Hollywood. The same thing happening in like the pop culture. It's like this fame and fortune is starting to be not even worth it. It's just not even worth it. It's just lose too much. Because like even with the 9-year old, even the 6, even the all of them really. Because once
Yeah.
something like that happened to you, no matter even if they win, even if they get like $1 billion out of this, their life would never be the same again.
Never. Yeah.
It's like, and I don't know how you're going to actually enjoy. But
Mm-hmm.
even I mean, we all want to see Puff. I never. Somebody told me I would never see Puff. I was like, putting a rich man behind bars is like the best. They was like Puffy would never see jail because what you can do, you take away, like you say, you take away the chefs, the
Mm-hmm.
all this shit, all this stuff they got. So even I think jail is even more critical than him paying out money.
Mm-hmm.
But I was told he'd never see jail, and I am so because I didn't like I trying to say I hate people. But I kind of didn't
Yeah.
like Puffy for what he did to his artists. I hated him for that. But
Mm-hmm.
now that I hear this, it's really no comparison.
Yeah. It's none. It's
Yeah,
none. Yeah. It's
yeah.
none. And a lot of people. We've lived to see a lot of shit. We thought, like a lot of people never thought that they'd see R. Kelly behind prison. I mean, and now he's there serving a 20-year sentence.
Right, right.
He's
It
in
was
something.
30. It
Yeah.
was 30. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
never thought I'd see him either because they've been committing these crimes for like 20, 30 years. Who would have thought that?
And that's why the victim count is going
Mm-hmm.
to continue to raise, because you got 30 years of a man who, at least for 20 years, was filthy rich and partied like this routinely. So you can only imagine how many people were victimized over a 20-year period with a man who was partying and hosting these type of shenanigans, as often as he was. I mean, we could this could easily enter into the 1,000 of
Oh
victims.
my goodness, yeah. But I don't want to take. I got so much to say, but I know we got other people that have to talk. So come on up, Rivers. Maybe I can
No, I
sing
was
back
going to
in.
speak to your. I was going to speak to your question. Were we shot? Like, did we know any of this? There was no. Everything was rumored. I know there was rumors about him and Usher. There was rumors about him and Justin Bieber long before 6 months ago. Um, but we had heard rumors about him and Christopher Williams.
That I
The
did hear. I did hear that. I did
yeah,
hear Kristen Williams.
that had been speculated, rumored for some years. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you guys the first hint of what the hell came across my mind in a very, very like appalling and like severe way is when Young Miami and the chick that was the two chicks that was fussing after the BET Awards. They
Mm-hmm.
were fussing over Diddy and they were like tweeting back and forth. And Young Miami literally said, I don't know if it was the tweet or she did a video, but she said to that young lady, "Be quiet, like you better close your mouth
Mhm.
before Diddy make you
Eat my
do
food.
me like he did." Yeah, something like yeah.
Oh
And that for
yeah,
me was very
yeah.
like what? Because he
That's
Mm-hmm.
cringy,
didn't make
disgusting.
you. So I knew then, and then that specific lady, particular lady, she went on I don't know if it was Trashy K or who, but she went on other blogs and she told her story, and it was very graphic. And for me, I was like, okay, but you've been a willing participant. You're saying that this man has abused you because her
Mm-hmm.
allegations were slightly similar to Cassie's,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
right? You're saying that this
Wow.
man has physically abused you, sexually abused you, but you're still laying with this man. You keep going back to this man. So I was
Mm-hmm.
looking at her where like the pendulum was swinging both ways. I felt like there was truth to what she was saying, but I also felt like, okay, but you're opportunist. So right now, because things are not working in your favor, you want to play victim, but you are a willing participant. So you know what I mean? Like the now when it comes to the children, like I said, it was always put out there. Usher was a minor. The rumors were always swirling, like speculating or whatever. None of this is really surprising to me.
Mm-hmm.
When it, I would have never thought it was this magnitude when it came to the trafficking with so many minors. But I don't think that this man
Mm-hmm.
had a boundary. I don't think that he looked at these individuals as children. I don't think he looked. I just think he saw bodies, and his
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
bloodthirst,
That's what I was
his
Wow.
thinking
bloodthirst
too.
was so strong. He's an energy vampire, and
Yeah.
he got
A
off. And I feel like
succubus.
he really got off on the trauma that he was
Mm-hmm.
imposing onto people. That he did not take any thought. He thought he was so above the law. He just didn't take any thought. Gave no fucks whatsoever about imposing and inflicting this pain and trauma onto children. Now, for me, it makes it worse
And he
because
had
when it,
children. He had children, so he
but this
she
man
shouldn't even
is
be looking at
grown.
kids like that.
But this is the thing.
But
If he's been groomed, if
he's
he's
been
been groomed since
groomed.
his childhood, he's not going
Mm-hmm.
to think anything. He's been so engulfed in this.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's right.
look how it benefited him. Most children that are victimized and traumatized, they have not had the success that he's
Mm-hmm.
had. So in his mind, more than likely, because we know this man now, we know this man is suffering, not as an excuse, but we know that this man is suffering with a mental illness. That is a
Definitely.
mental illness.
Definitely.
So
Wow.
that mental illness
And he
allowed him
was
to be detached.
self-medicating.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
that mental illness allowed him to be detached from his humanity to see
Yep.
anyone as a human
Wow.
being. To inflict this type of
Yep.
trauma onto
Hmm.
people, he's literally not in his right frame of mind. Even though
No.
Wow.
he consciously was making these decisions, if that makes
Yep.
sense.
Yep. It makes
Right.
perfect sense.
Like he had
Perfect
like he
sense.
had split personalities or something.
I want y'all to check. Hold on, y'all. Let me see.
I wouldn't even say split personalities. I would just say he has some trauma, unhealed trauma that seeped into his mental, and it took a toll on him, and he was self-medicating with the pills and you know whatever else he was using. He was using a lot of drugs
To
because people were
rationalize his
saying,
bad behavior.
"Yep, mm-hmm, yep."
So
So
you
What's
he
so
this?
do
was
you
self
already
he was
think do you already think
self-medicating.
do
I
you
want to
already
show you real
think
quick.
that
I want to show y'all this super
okay.
quick
Yeah, sure.
because this is the
Let me
live
see.
that I was trying to find the last time. Um,
Mhm.
when DC said, he has his own kids. I do believe that Diddy treats he love bombs his biological kids, but I absolutely believe that Diddy wants to have sexual engagement with Quincy, his stepson. And
I've
in
heard
every
that.
and in
I've
damn near
heard that.
Ooh.
and in damn near every live, he has just had this weird, uncomfortable energy toward Quincy as that just makes most of us a generally
Cringe.
cringe.
Very cringy.
So
Like
Very
he got a
cringy.
sexual attraction.
I want to show
Yeah.
y'all two things. Hold that thought, because y'all can definitely sound off to this. I'll show y'all this. Let me see here.
Mhm.
Hold on. Where's my stop sharing? Let me see. Share my screen. Bloop. Make sure everything good. Okay. All right. Check this out.
What up, y'all? I'm Quincy. I want to say thank y'all for rocking with us. What you got? One of the prettiest motherfuckers. Sorry.
He leaned all the way.
What the fuck
Wait,
is he
he leaned
doing?
all the way to this. He
Yeah.
leaned all the way into this boy's brain, just so that as a man he could say you the prettiest
Nasty.
motherfucker, and he called him a pretty
Nasty.
god.
Mm,
And he was
Oh my god.
just
he was expressing
nasty.
Hey
so much.
look.
He was hold on. He was expressing so much desire for this young man. Like his wording and language and just his body contact and how much he had to get up. But this is the same man who kisses his mom all in the mouth as a daughter and talks about her being able to touch the floor with an open palm while being bent over. I wanted to watch this again. Hold on, because I want y'all to take this in.
This is
What up, y'all?
nasty
I'm
stuff.
Quincy. I want to say thank y'all for rocking with us. What you got? Sorry.
Oh my God! And hold on, I don't want y'all to say nothing. Don't say nothing. I want to show y'all something else. Don't even react yet. Now keep that footage in mind with this footage here. Hold on. We got a commercial. Everybody thumbs up the video, please. Thumbs up, 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 up until it's stuck. Now keep that in mind and now check out this here. I showed this before as well. This is Diddy just once again pedestalizing and going in on this boy's attractiveness.
Just looking at my beautiful son, boy. You're beautiful black chick. Jesus, you just think that.
Damn.
Man. I appreciate it. Man, I'm blessed. Love you. Thank you. I mean, what you doing, man? You're getting what's going on, man? Growing up, probably.
Why is he circling this boy's body?
Disgusting.
It is.
His body. Like, and this is how he acts toward Quincy all the time. It's all this like sexual fucking energy that he has toward his own stepson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, y'all can sound
He
off. Go
probably
ahead.
had his eyes on him since he was little.
Mm-hmm. But y'all don't think he got what? Y'all don't think he got what? Y'all don't think he tried Quincy? Even though he makes all those sexual comments, you don't think he actually? Because I think we would know if he did. What you all think?
Well,
I personally think that if he had done anything to Quincy at this point, with all that's going on, I think there's a way Quincy would speak out. I do. Because that would allow him his freedom at this point. And he would have nothing to lose. Prior to this indictment, I don't think that he would have. So I don't think so. But what I do think, if those allegations are true about him and Albie, or if there was any type of like attraction to Albie, I think that because Quincy looks so much like his father, his birth father.
Split image. Split image.
Oh, rumors and tea, girl. Now you bringing some shit back to question about what that Kim Porter book alleged. That Albie Shore and Diddy was rummaging each other. And if Diddy was attracted to Albie Shore, he damn sure is attracted to Albie Shore's son.
Right. And for me, if there's no video, and I would like for anybody that's listening, if you guys can find any footage of Diddy flaunting over any of his biological children, I will be more, and I think we all would be very glad to see it.
Yes.
But I think that I actually really believe that things are very black and white. People are very, very, even though they can be complicated, it's very simple. People mindset are very simple. And I think Diddy has done a lot out in the public. And this is usually, if you want to know a person's true character, pay attention, observe them when they're under the influence. He looks like he's under the influence in this video. This one right here. He looks like he's under the influence, so his true feelings were coming. That's why he was so comfortable getting that close up.
Oh yeah, like what did they say? A drunk mind speak, a drunk heart speak a sober mind.
Because a lot of
because at my age, I'm ashamed that I think Quincy fine as hell. I'm ashamed that I think this young man is cute and look and so for him to be all creeped up like that.
That age has nothing to do with that. It's okay to think that. But here's the thing I've noticed about Diddy. Most of Diddy's awkward, revealing moments, he's been under the influence. Every video that I've seen where this man he said things that were inappropriate, out of order, his body language, he's been under, even that video with him and his mom doing the IV. Because that's what they do after they party. It ain't just Diddy, it's a lot of them that do that. They have IV parties, Conscious. I've seen it on numerous celebrity pages. That he more than likely was still maybe not super under the influence, but he still had the substance in his system. And that is the
System,
reason why
yeah.
he was so candid in his conversation and what he was saying about his mother. A drunk mind, the drunkenness does not have to be
Speaks a sober
alcohol,
spirit.
but a drunk, it really does.
Yeah.
But that boy, that young man right there looks so much like his father. I can
Oh my
see
God.
why he's fawning over him. Mhm.
Do y'all know why? Do y'all have any idea why I'll be sure never raised Quincy? I don't. I never understood the full picture behind that.
And that's
Can
the
anybody help
point
me?
that I was getting ready to. That's what I was just getting ready to
Somebody's mic
say.
is staticky. Somebody's mic is very
I think it's
staticky.
Emily's. I think it's Emily. Mike was having some feedback.
Well, I'll be sure he basically, according to the unsung, and there was very few times Kim spoke openly about it. They were married. He was
Yeah.
chasing. He was in the street and chasing his fame, his career. He was cheating. He was unattentive, and so she divorced him. When he was already an absentee father and an absentee husband because he was too busy
Mm,
chasing the limelight. He was at the height of his career. So at
right.
that point, when she divorced him, she started hooking up with Diddy. In my opinion,
I felt
he
he
didn't
had
even.
something to do with that.
I know.
Honestly,
I
I
think
do.
that he was so, and I think that I'll be sure, like most men do, they're so, especially those that get a certain stature in life financially and all of that. They're so caught up into themselves that they don't really see the effect that it's having on their family or anything like that. And I think she had already gotten involved when she divorced him. She had gotten involved with Diddy at that point,
Mm.
But
and
I've
like.
always believed though, just because the parents separate the kids, even though sometimes sometimes the moms take the kid from the dad or a
No.
situation. But I always felt like even if me and my husband or whatever we don't work out, let's still be the best parents we can be.
I I really believe that he something is some foul play with that. I really do. On the
Yeah, I
back
heard
end.
Diddy kind of took over. Diddy kind of pushed him.
He
He probably would have killed. I'd be sure if he known he was trying to get his son. Who knows?
right. Who knows? That
I don't
man
know.
is so
According to that
evil
that
and
unsung,
insidious. And
according to that
I
unsung,
saw that as
it
well.
just
He
didn't
did
sound like
admit.
I'll be sure. It didn't sound like I'll be sure really put up any real fight because there was. I mean, of course, Diddy had longer money, yada yada yada.
Hmm.
But even with that, he could have
Mm,
still put up some fight. He could have went through the courts, whatever the case may
Absolutely,
be. I think that once
absolutely.
I'll be sure did decide to start speaking up, did he like really? Because remember, he was on
that's
social media for a
wrong.
while and he never spoke against Diddy. Then all of a sudden he began to speak against Diddy. And what happened like a year and a half later, this man wind up in the hospital in a coma.
And
Right,
also
right.
when Kim had died, him and Diddy were having this back and forth on Instagram on who loved her more with the post. It was Diddy first. No, seriously. I paid attention. It was Diddy first saying, oh, you were my wife and I should have married you. And then I'll be sure with his post saying, yeah, but I was first, kind of thing. And I was your first love and we have our son. They were going back and forth on who loved her more. And that was when I picked up on the tension. I was like, they don't like each other. It's clear
Right,
that they don't
right.
like each other. And this has been from years of whatever. And then at Kim's funeral, I saw like videos and pics. They were Quincy and the kids were like standing up there, but Quincy had his like bio dad like standing up behind him. Don't you know Diddy was standing up there on the other side? I said, now why
Wow.
you got to be up there?
Because
Why you
I
got
remember
to
when
be
Quincy
up
was on the Wendy
there?
Williams show. I remember when Quincy was on the Wendy Williams show, and they was just talking about Diddy, like they was talking about like who do you call who? He said I call Dad Diddy. I mean, I'm sorry, I call Diddy Dad. I mean, I'm sorry, I call Diddy Pops. They said, what do you call your biological dad? I call him Pops too, and she was trying to get him to pull out what happened, but it never really came out what how Abby Shore was really not involved in his life, but he was saying he's
I think
very
it was
protective and caring of his little brothers and sisters. He look at all of them, especially his twin sisters, but he look at all of them as his little brothers and sisters. He was very protective. And he also was the one that will put down the law when it came to them trying to do something. Like he was like the big bro for real when it came to his brothers and his siblings.
He really.
Is there somebody else up here, Conscious? Because I can't see it under the banner.
Oh,
Is it
Sin,
somebody else?
Sin is here. Sin, can you hear me, boo? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, hey, how y'all
Hey,
doing?
Sin. Hey, boo.
Hey,
Hey, work.
Sin.
Hi,
How y'all
Sin.
Later.
doing?
Hey, Sid.
Long time,
Hey,
Sin.
yes, it has been. I'm only gonna be up here for a minute because I got a class for work in the morning and I'm reviewing some information to research my trauma certifications for the ER.
Okay.
Let's take this conversation back just a little piece. It doesn't surprise me what happens in the entertainment industry, but I think we as black people are monkey see, monkey do. And we're forgetting that we're still black in America. All that Diddy has done, they have been doing in entertainment for ages. If you go back and look at all the major motion picture companies back then, MGM, what was the other ones? I can't think of it. If you go look at some of the old bio movies of different actors back then, you'll find out that like Shirley Temple, they were abusing her. The girl that played in the original Wizard of Oz. They were
You're right,
abusing
Sin.
all.
I did hear that. I did.
They were abusing all of them. Then Mickey Rooney.
Yep.
I mean, none of this is new under the sun. But what the problem I have with Diddy is he could have had an opportunity to set a different tone in entertainment. Well, I'm going to give fair and equitable contracts. I'm not going to be doing the casting couch bullshit, trying to sleep with everybody, because even back then, those studios know that they were having freaky parties. Because most of those artists and actors back then, they were gay. If you saw the couples that were married, that was for show. You had, what was it, Tallulah Bankhead? She was a big freak. There was an site, I don't know if it's still up there, I was reading years ago called Panache that told all the stories because I didn't even realize that Clark Gable was a black man and he was passing. They married a lot of folks when the women were sleeping with all the women, and it was crazy. It was just absolutely crazy. And for us to have followed that pattern was and when I say us, as anybody that's black in entertainment, it's effing ridiculous. We could have set a better standard. He could have set a better standard. And the fact that he did the same thing, we saw it in the 80s with Corey Feldman, Corey Haim, all of them started speaking out about the abuses in the entertainment system, and then their careers went nowhere. They ended up with addicted to drugs. Drew Barrymore was in Studio
Yep. I was just talking about her.
21
Mm-hmm.
when she was a kid. They have a picture of her in there.
And
And
on
she was strung
drugs
out,
and
and she
drinking
was
liquor and the whole
exactly
nine.
she was
Mm-hmm.
strung out, but nobody wants to, they tell their stories now, but look at how for so long all of the people that had a hand in it got away with it. It wasn't
Right.
until R. Kelly came around pissing on females, oh, we need to do something about this. Black people need to stop being monkey see, monkey do when we get in places of power, influence, and money. Set a better standard.
I
I
agree,
tell
Sin.
you, it's
I
a
Wait,
price of
agree.
but hold
fame.
on though, because they did get Epstein too, so we can't just say they just doing it to black people, because they
No,
got Weinstein and
no,
Epstein
no, no. I'm not.
for
I
doing their
understand that. I'm saying that
freaky
we're
stuff.
doing. I understand that, but what I'm saying to you all is that we followed suit with the same BS that they were doing. I'm not
Oh,
discounting
with
that they
white
did it.
folks. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Well,
That's
Diddy
the
got
point
his
I'm
stuff from
making.
Clive. So I mean, Clive is who groomed him, allegedly.
Do
Right.
you
That's
all think?
why
And again,
anybody that wants to be in entertainment now, sometimes it's better to be independent and start
Independent, baby.
and
That's it.
start working on your
Absolutely.
own stuff. You got TikTok where
Absolutely.
you can put your own samples of music and stuff out. because as soon as somebody likes it, it takes off. You
Yeah.
don't need to
But
have
actually,
all of
actually
this
the
other
new
stuff.
artists, the new generational artists, they're not going that old route. They breaking away
Exactly.
from that. They're
Well,
breaking away.
you have to understand that a lot of that is embedded in the things that we saw all the other industry leaders do, unfair contracts. And I'll even use my uncle Howling Wolf as an example. If you all ever watched the movie Cadillac, was it Cadillac Man? And he was
Cadillac Records.
yeah,
Hmm.
Cadillac Records. I'm sorry, he was
Oh yes, I
portrayed.
saw that.
Yes, he was portrayed in the movie by the guy that plays the battalion chief on was it Chicago Fire. Anyway, my uncle didn't play that mess. You weren't whatever monies that was owed to him and his band, he made sure that they got. He taught them, even though he wasn't a learned man, he taught them how to invest their monies. Do not let any of the studios give you any advance on nothing. You know, advance to buy a house, advance to buy cars, because when it's time to, to pay the toll to cross the river, they're gonna start deducting everything, and you will find out that you're penniless. And so, my aunt, his wife in the 80s, had to fight after he had died in the 70s, late 70s, to fight for the royalties from that record company in Memphis, Tennessee that folded. But they, pretty much when they fold, they're usually bought out by somebody else, whatever the artist material and all of that transfers to get their royalties, because they were still making money off of his name and his image and his likeness.
You know,
So
Sen,
so I wonder if it's
to
safe. Oh, I'm sorry,
let
rumors.
me
I'm
say
sorry.
this
Go
real
ahead.
quick. Sen, with what you were speaking on the independence, that's the reason why a lot of these record execs, movie execs, um, talent scums. That's the reason why a lot of them were like so against people that were making a come up on TikTok and Instagram, because these people were completely independent. Their
Right,
talent.
cuts them out.
Yeah, it literally cut them, and so then they jumped on the bandwagon. But a lot of those artists are still very much, they've gone into the indie scenes where they're
Hmm.
just doing it independently, and they found that is more peaceful. You may some of them, there are a few that have crossed over into the popular genre, right? And then but you
Hmm.
still have those that are still in the background, and they're okay. They have, if you ever listen to their interviews, they're so at peace with not falling into mainstream of the industry, because they know, they've heard the stories, that the rumors and the mumbling about all that goes in, and they're not willing to sell their soul, and they still have the success that they've obtained organically without selling themselves. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. Stop like trying to jump in bed. Look at the accusations. Once Tyler Perry went mainstream and crossed over into Hollywood, then all of a sudden we hearing these accusations. As long as he was doing it independently, people speculated about his sexuality, which had nothing to do with anything. But then here came the rumors, here came allegations. So there's a lot of truth to what you're saying.
Right, and I like a conscious baby. You know me. I always bring the historicals only because, I do a lot of research on that and just on my own, and to try to understand where is this coming from, who started this, and let's not forget that with him being in the Catholic Church, being in Catholic school or whatever, he could have been definitely victimized by the priests there too. And sometimes when you're victimized so young, you think that that's the way of life and the way that it should be. And if he wants, and his mother probably really didn't do a damn thing about it, because if they were poor and they couldn't afford the school, turn a blind eye and a blind ear. As long as my child is not freaking out and acting up, and where I can't control him, we'll deal with it later. Hopefully, he can get his education. But once you set that cascade of victimology, he's pretty much set up for whoever else that comes along until he becomes the abuser himself.
You know what, Sam? You brought up for the last probably like the centuries. The Catholic priests been molesting kids for like 50, 60, probably more than 100 years.
It's been
I
almost
never heard
it's
of any of
close
them
to
going to
100
jail.
years.
What they did, they paid billions to protect them. They paid billions to pay off the people, but nothing bad ever happened to them. And and guess
Some
what? All of
It
my white
well
and
well,
all of
no
my
yeah,
white.
no
but
no 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 we
no,
gotta
no, no,
fact
not
check. We
necessarily.
gotta fact check.
Yeah,
Cause
because
some
some of
of
them did
them
get. Yeah, some of them
did.
did.
I just saw a documentary on Netflix about this
Okay.
priest that was filling on the girls at the school, and they came forward and told, and they locked him up. So it really depends on statute of limitation, and also it depends on um victims, and it depends, but we cannot say
You're
that none
right.
of
You're
them
right.
got in trouble.
But what I've been hearing is that that the priest that the higher guys pay billions to keep it quiet, pay off the families, because the
Absolutely,
Catholics
yes.
But you
they're
gotta,
very rich. They're very
Yes.
but
rich.
yeah, but you gotta understand, because I went to Catholic school too. The Vatican, and you gotta understand, is a country and a city and what we consider county of its own, that has land and everything. I think next to the
Yeah, they're
royals,
their
they
own
are
like
very wealthy.
city.
But you gotta understand,
Hmm.
it was the local leadership in the different parishes that were just pretty
Right.
much paying
Hmm.
off these people to be
Yep.
quiet and shuffling around these
Hmm.
priests. They'll take a
That's
bunch of the
Right.
right.
children,
And
then
that's
they'll
what I
put them in
remember.
another, and then
That's
Hmm.
what
they'll
I
put them in
remember.
another parish, and they'll start working with children again. And the stories never follow them to be like, beware, with this new priest coming in is playing with children. But you got to understand, they were all
Exactly.
doing it. They were
Yeah.
all
Doing
doing
it
it.
all
Most were.
again.
That's
Exactly.
yeah.
But I wouldn't be
I'm
surprised
Hmm.
if they brought that up in his trial, that he became
Very dark stuff here. Yeah.
he became who he is based off of those beginnings. I'm pretty sure we'll hear about it again. And I wouldn't be surprised if his
Yeah.
lawyer wasn't so arrogant that they will put out a suit in against the Vatican, because you understand, they are there. The statute of limitations for what the Catholic Church did, there is none. You can still file a claim, whether it happened in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s. There's a website online that has a list of all the priests that were caught up at any
Yeah, they
particular
have like a
time frame in that.
registry or something.
Yes, it was. Yeah, they
Hmm.
had a registry of how many kids they victimized, where did they move to, what
Hmm.
eventually happened. A lot of them have died out very out. You'd be surprised. It almost looked like most of them were doing it, but very little were prosecuted for it.
And I wonder if it's, and it's no excuse for this monster behavior, but I wonder if them not being allowed to have women and marry, I wonder if that have anything to do with it. Let men be men, have
No.
wives.
So they
I
was
know
exploring. So I remember there was like some conversations and some like exploration and investigation into if the severe celibacy and abstinent,
It sets them up for this.
yeah, if it creates some type of a disturbance in people's consciousness. However, I I'm not going to say there's probably nothing to it. That there probably is some contributing factor to the. I mean, okay. So first, hold on. So this is the thing about it. If you do take a religious vow, because it's weird when it comes to abstinence and
Hmm.
celibacy in the religious context, because on one hand, like, you are choosing celibacy or you are choosing abstinence. However, because it's under the religious context, unlike in the regular world, if you choose to be abstinent or sustenance, like, it's literally your choice, and you get to personally go and you get to go on abstinence, but you get to take yourself off of abstinence without any type of moral or spiritual backlash. But I guess if you were to choose that in the context of religion, you would not feel like you do have a choice to not adhere to your proclamation. And I don't know if wrestling against and trying to suppress your libido and your need for intimacy, sexual intimacy, for sexual release, and then having all of this shit in your brain about God and how God would feel and your vows and your kind of like livelihood as a priest or as a nun being connected to your ability to try to adhere to this, even if everything in you doesn't want to. I'm not sure how that really feels inside of a person, but
It just seems so unnatural. Just step out of the ministry and do what you need to do. It just don't seem normal or natural for a
I want
man
to say this
to.
though. I'm going to say this though. Even if there is some contributing factor to the suppression of your sexuality and it creates some type of a unnatural affection, or it creates some type of deviancy or perversion, I think I'm still going to agree though that you still have a choice. Like, yeah, you can't sometimes choose what you feel, but you can choose what you act on. So it's one thing to feel the way you feel. If you are experiencing some type of devious thoughts or desires or perverse thoughts and desires, that's one thing. But you still have self-control. You still have a choice.
So you're saying that it comes from the religion itself. The religion is causing the PDF, the pedophilia.
No, I'm saying I don't know if the vow to be abstinence or celibate does create that, but I do recall there being like
I
some
think it has a
conversation.
lot to do with our media. You know, we have legacy media that's been sexualizing children through various films and movies,
Mhm.
and the infantilization of men in America to where they're 40, 50 years old, still staying at home playing video games, not engaging, not getting married, not trying to get on their own, just waiting for their parents to die to take over the house. That's kind of the breakdown of it. And, I think media has a lot to do with that.
Mhm. So let me ask you this question, MC Nemesis, and welcome to the platform. So, what do you think then? Like, do you think that, I mean, so even if there is external contributing factors, do you think that people still have a choice despite what they are feeling and desiring? Or you think that the perversion becomes that out of control that it has to come into expression?
I think a little bit of both.
There's something called satanic ritual abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And there's satanic cults all over the country, like in Arden,
Mm-hmm.
Delaware, and you mentioned others too, like in the Vatican.
Yeah.
And these cults actually will kidnap the children, bring them into the cult for, rape and stuff like that. And Jay Parker actually talks about it a lot. He's another YouTuber that went through it as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you're a child, until you reach the age of 6 or 7, you're in a hypnagogic trance. You're in download mode.
Yeah.
So if you are tortured and molested as a child, you grow up, 99% of your consciousness is developed, and you'll go on to believe that behavior is perfectly normal because in your subconscious, it happened to you. And that's,
Mm-hmm.
most of the time, victims of abuse go on to be abusers.
Wow. So,
But as far as the Catholic Church, though, there have been some priests that have left for the purposes that they fell in love with a woman or a parishioner or something, and end up being, if I'm not mistaken, Anglican priests because they are allowed to marry.
I can respect that. I can respect that. Just understand what you need, step out, and just start over. But I don't know. This is.
But they're so conditioned in that vow of celibacy. And let's take a side note too. Let's not escape that nuns have been on that list too. And I
yeah, they
made a
have.
point to want to
Yeah,
say
some
that
nuns. Yeah.
that nuns have gotten caught up in that too. I think it's
Yeah, that's
because you
completely
can't. That's
unnatural.
a primal. Our bodies have a need of wanting to be held. That want to
God
have that
doesn't care if you're
affection.
gay. Like, he doesn't care if you're gay. Why would he care if you're gay? Consensual sex has never been a problem.
But we're
What
Right.
not
God
talking
But
cares
about.
that's
We're not
about,
not.
talking about
But
gay. We're
that's
just
not what
talking
we're
about.
talking about.
Right. Well, we're talking about just the natural need of love and affection.
Yeah,
Right.
look,
Who you
but
get
I
it
always
from
thought it
Yeah.
was easier. I always thought it was easier for a woman to I thought it was way more easier for a woman to resist sex than a man. I always thought that it would be like. I always thought being a nun would be so much more easier than being a priest And I could be wrong in that.
It is never easy fighting any desire that is natural to you.
Yeah,
It's
I was
never
going to
easy
say,
for
'cause
That's
I was going to
anybody.
say,
right.
there's just as many
Okay.
female predators as there are male predators. Trust and
That's
believe. The
right.
only
Mm.
difference is, for whatever reason, they make it more just now.
Sneaky.
That's weird. It is
Mm-hmm.
more not that it's okay, but it's
It's
like
because of
more
patriarchy.
approving.
It's because
But
of
yeah, but that,
Patriarchy.
you know what's
patriarchy.
weird about that though,
But
He's
conscious?
right. He's right.
No, listen, but what's weird about that is though it is more proven for a woman a female to victimize a male, right? But when as an adult, a female adult, but when it's a young female, she's ostracized for being fast. You know, the double standard. It's just kind of weird in that sense. The double standard for a young
It's because of the
female
it's
to be.
because of patriarchy.
No, I understand that it's because of patriarch, but it makes no sense though. Like, because what is the difference?
It's
but you
patriarchy.
got
It ain't gonna be no
a
difference. It's just
patriarchy.
patriarchy. It's just a psychology of the society that we're in that creates these like double standards and these biases and our perceptions around things that really, to your point, are not different, but because of the indoctrination and the way we are socialized to look at these things, it thinks
Yeah,
that
you have
there
a
is a
bunch of
difference and
idiots
things
running
that there is no
around.
difference in.
You have a bunch of idiots running around that are unmarried and don't know the first thing about a real relationship, trying to tell men how to date. You know,
Mm.
it's unreal. Like, if you're not married, don't give dating advice. You know, that's
I
like,
don't know if
you
marriage
know,
has any
I don't
substance. You
know.
don't.
Yeah,
I don't think you have to
that's
be
not
married
what
to
my.
have substance to give dating advice.
Yeah.
Um,
marriage is the goal when you're dating, long term.
for
Even
not
if you're,
everyone,
even if you
Yeah,
say
some
want to
people want
get
to be
married long
single.
term,
Yeah,
not for
some people want to
everyone.
be single. I like me. I would
Yeah,
prefer
some people
those
companionship.
want
people,
to be
like, to me,
single.
those people don't matter. Like, people that
Yeah,
are single, you
Oh.
know, like, that's fine, live your
Babe,
life.
emphasis is
I
But
on
think
his.
that's,
people.
Hold on, y'all.
what
Hold on,
the
hold
He
on, hold on, hold on,
what
hold
the
on,
trolling.
hold
hell?
on, hold on, hold on,
What
hold on,
the
hold on, hold on,
hell?
hold on. I just want to say
What the
this.
hell?
MC Nemesis is on his JD Vance shit tonight, period. Baby, he in his JD
well, the
Vance
government
bag.
agrees with. See,
Them
the
cat
government.
ladies.
Yeah,
See,
because
the
I would
government.
prefer I would prefer companionship over marriage. At this stage in my life, I know how
So maybe the
complicated
better
marriage
way
can
of
be.
saying it is that like maybe
Right.
not
Let
everybody
me tell
is
you what's going
aiming.
to
Hello.
happen if you're single. If you're single or choose not to have kids, you're still going to be taxed, income tax, sales tax, whatever, but you're not going to qualify for any government assistance if you don't have kids. So you're not going to get any
Who
help at
who
all.
That's
wants to?
not true.
Who wants to?
That's
Who
not
wants to? Wait
true.
a minute. Wait, 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 wait,
Oh,
wait,
wait
wait.
a minute, wait a minute. I know
This
that's not
conversation
true.
has taken a turn, but who wants to qualify? There are single, unmarried, motherless, fatherless,
People who
parent,
are
don't have no
getting
children,
government
right? Not even motherless or
assistance.
fatherless. People
Yes.
that don't need or do not require government assistance. So that's a
Hello.
mute point. I don't know how we just got into this direction of the
Right.
conversation, but
Right, because I was trying.
I just
Uh
want
I
to
oh.
mean,
say to
yeah, there's
you,
some
we all have it.
individuals. There
Listen, we
are
all have
some
an opinion,
individuals
right?
that
And
don't
I'm
need.
not trying. Wait a minute. I'm not trying to change your opinion, right? However, marriage is
You're
not the
talking
end
about
all
the
of this.
upper class. I'm not talking
No,
about the
I'm not.
upper
I'm
class.
talking about all. I'm
I'm
talking about
talking
all
about the
people.
middle class and the
Listen,
lower
I'm talking about
classes.
all people because I think now we get into the debate, politics. But listen, the reality is marriage is not the end all goal for everyone. Becoming a parent is not
What
the
is the
end all
goal?
goal for
What's the
everyone.
goal?
Be
What's the
getting
goal?
on public. Everyone's goals are different.
Wait,
This is
okay.
not a
So what's
collective.
the
This is not
goal
a
in
collective
dating? So
goal
what's the goal in dating?
conversation.
Having
Okay,
Some
so
people
maybe
just
hold on,
want
hold on,
answer
hold on,
y'all
yeah,
ladies just said.
hold on, hold on,
are
hold on,
you
hold on.
trying to
Okay, hold on,
use
hold on, hold on,
sex
everybody,
as
hold
a
on, hold
weapon?
on, hold on, hello. So maybe a better way of saying it is that maybe I mean, like, of course, everybody's interested in marriage, but if you're dating, is it safe to say that everybody is interested in long-term companionship? Maybe not marriage, because like marriage is an entire. It's a
Yeah,
business It's a
that's the
business
ultimate
contract,
level.
huh?
That's the ultimate level. On a scale of 1 to 10, marriage is at 10. On the 9, like a 9 out of 10 would be some people's like, well, we're going to stay together for a decade or longer, but you're just not married. It's called common law marriage after 7 years. So That's the next level, 7 years or more. If you're not trying to do one of those two things, what are you trying to do? Short-term hookups for pleasure, hedonism, pleasure,
Oh no,
smoking
not at all.
cigarettes,
Not at
drinking
all.
booze, having sex,
Oh my God.
Oh,
just
not at
doing
all.
drugs, just
Oh,
abusing your body,
woo,
using
you
other
just
people's
be
But
bodies.
no, because that's
everything.
not everybody's goal.
Oh,
And go, but wait a minute, hold on. Going back to
Well,
what
what's the
rumors,
goal if you're
rumors.
single? I'm gonna be
Well,
single.
honey, you gotta
I'm gonna hook
understand.
up. That's
No,
What's the
hedonism.
goal of your marriage? If
That's
you're being cheated
hedonism.
on, you getting your ass
yeah,
beat,
it
you
don't
getting fucked
matter.
over,
Yeah,
you getting it's pros and cons in
it's
both,
pros and
actually.
cons on both sides, sir. So it's married
right?
people
Because
out here who acting like they single with
and
short
most
time
of the
hookups.
ones that are
Short
married are
time
acting
hookups.
more single than the single ones.
I'm not
But
asking
let's
for
turn
every
it. Wait a minute. But hold
outlier.
on. Let's.
I'm not asking you to describe every outlier in every situation. We're trying to talk about the majority or the
But
next.
sir,
You know what I
We
you kind
mean?
keep
of
talking about
compartmental.
this.
You
You
wait a minute.
brought
You
this
come
simple
Yeah, there's some
conversation
exactly.
humans
up.
born with
When
6 fingers
nobody's
or six
talking about
toes.
this.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is there's people born with 6 fingers. That doesn't mean that humans have 6 fingers. It's an anomaly. There will always be anomalies. There's people, polyamory, all kinds of things. The point of human being relationships between male and female or male, male, female, female, it don't really matter, is love, creature comfort. That's what we're trying to get to. And if you're just trying to use someone for short term pleasure, that's hedonism, not heathenism, hedonism. And that becomes your God. Oh, please myself. I got to feel good. I got to have material possessions. I got to have the most
What?
money. Hedonism
No,
is
I
a
don't
What?
think that's true
philosophy.
because you have a lot of people.
Oh
You
my
have a lot of people
God.
in
I
abusive
need to charge
marriages.
my headphones.
Yeah, they've been in
Charge.
abusive marriages. They've been you name it, it's been done to
Yeah,
them,
that's a tragedy.
and they feel free once
I
they leave
don't
that
know.
marriage. They feel free. So everybody, it's not like I said, marriage is not the all end all be all. It's nice
Right.
when of course, when it's good, but it's not always like that.
Okay, then what's the end all be all then?
Okay,
Self
so hold on. I want to
pleasure
answer
and
that. Hold on.
self
I want to
That
answer this.
doesn't
Hold on.
preservation.
make
I
any
want to answer
sense.
this. Hold on. I want to answer this. The for some people it is about just experience. Like some people literally want to just have experiences and bond with other human beings, like, and they want to have their fair share of access to all type of different personality types and body types, all type of emotional types. And there are people who are into and who are curious about humanity in that way. So for some people, the end goal is just experience. I'm not looking to be married. I'm not looking to be with one person. I'm just looking to connect with people, to enjoy people for the time I enjoy them, and just continue to just enjoy that. Almost like collecting cards or
Yeah,
collecting
enjoy pleasure,
cards.
hedonism. I understand. It's called hedonism. It's
Ain't
whenever
even gotta be necessarily driven by sex either. It's
no, hedonism is the worship of pleasure for the body. You're trying to, please your mind, please your body. Hedonism is putting you at the top, like you are
but
your
a
own
lot of
God.
people go into marriage with that same attitude. Uh it's about them. Matter of fact, I would say this: a lot of people actually only get married so that they don't have to feel guilty about heathenism. Like, I want to be able to fuck without feeling and
See, I
still
don't like
and
heathens.
still feel
I think heathens are
I want to
pointless,
be able to
useless.
I want to be able to fuck and have sex without feeling guilty or ashamed, because we are religiously indoctrinated. So a lot of people feel like I can't even enjoy any of my human feelings unless I'm married. And then it's finally permitted for me to indulge in my sexuality and pleasure and sensual pleasure. So not all marriage is being like had or the
Marriage is
most
for
righteous
people
of
who
love.
love each other. You sound like, you're not interested in love.
That's not
You
always the
want the
case,
pleasure.
though. Everybody who's married don't love each other. People are married for transactional purposes as well. People are married out of convenience. People
Right?
are married
Yeah.
out of lust. Like, marriage is not just being performed by people who
Marriage is a
genuinely,
business, number
wholeheartedly love each
one.
other. And you can also be in a long-term relationship without being married and be in love. Like, being in love leads to marriage. So you don't have to be married in order to be a righteous person or to
So if you're in love
love
with
someone.
somebody, like I said, then you're gonna do the long term relationship. It's almost the equivalent of marriage. It's like drop out of high school, but you're getting your GED. It's the same dang thing. It's just called something different. Long term dating / marriage, same thing. It's
Marriage is
just
man-made. Like
exactly
marriage is a social construct. It's not something
by
that
the
is
state. By
organic
the
to
state,
anybody.
it's a state
But what
construct.
is sacred and natural is love. Marriage is man-made, and a social construct. Love is sacred and divine and spiritual and innate. Marriage is not even old enough to be natural to us.
Speak on it.
Marriage is not something that came from God. It did not fall from the heavens. It was something invented by people. Sex is invented by the body. Your
But you got to
hormones.
understand, marriage and marriage licenses came from the government as a business construct for the family. And that's how we got to the marriage licensure thing. Because if you even look in the scriptures, God in marriage wasn't a thing just because he made Eve from his rib. The only thing that he ever had to say about marriage, other than don't defile, the bed is undefiled, is when you break that covenant because you're a man and woman together. Because now you've broken that covenant in heaven. But let's kind of. I wanted to say something because I got to get off and get ready for in the morning so I can run this trauma process and make my dollars. But what I wanted to say is because somebody made we were talking about men who don't report when they've been sexually. I mean, when they've been sexually aid by any women, because you got to understand that the way that looks in the male psyche and all the machismo and all of that stuff. Oh, a woman took advantage of you. You should be happy. Da 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 da. And they are less reported than even the women in like two for the same reasons. Nobody's gonna believe me. They're gonna say that I provoked it, or those kinds of things. So hopefully,
Yeah.
with everything that's going on with Diddy, not only are the females reporting it, but men get out of their feelings enough, even though because they don't want it to look like they gay or whatever. They may have done it or willingly or unwillingly for whatever the reasons were, drugs, they needed money or they were roofied or whatever. Yeah, I hope they report it just on the same energy that the women are, because he did
Yeah.
everybody. I think he was just a what is it that I wanted to say? He just didn't care who he violated. They could be children, they could be men, they could be women. He was just a serial rapist and a serial abuser. Let's just call it
Mm-hmm.
what it is.
Yep.
It's
You're
kind
right.
of
And
weird to
maybe
say
think
this,
about
but I
Kevin.
know I have a friend who um who said that they were they didn't look at it as being SA. They was like I think it's preteens or either preteens or under pre. They said that they had this older woman in the neighborhood. They was enjoying it, and they said they finally told their mother when they were older. The mom got mad, like, why did you just say something? Because they was like, it's like me and my homies, we like 12, 13, 14, 15, and we can, at that, your hormones probably running and raging. So they enjoyed it. What's the hardest to report for men is when if another man essay them. Most young men are proud if they can get an older woman. It's a proud moment for them. Not for the mom or the dad, of
That's
course,
what,
but
because
it's a
that's what
proud
they're
moment for the
taught.
young man.
We know that's what they're taught. They're taught from the time they can use the bathroom, stand up, pissing on their own. This is what they're taught for little
That's
boys,
true.
and they grow up to be teenagers,
It's
and they think that it's
glamorized.
appropriate.
Hmm.
That's what I was saying earlier. But you said something that's true, because look at the backlash Terry Crews received when he spoke out
Hmm.
against his essayers, or to whatever extreme and what extent it went. It's like you're made to feel like you're not a
Well, I
man,
mean, the
or
reason
you're
that they have
demasculated.
abused victims, period, is because they just pay for it. Parents they just give them money. I
What?
mean, like Diddy, like he would just pay him off, like he would just give him money. Everybody's
But what
attracted to the money.
but what she's saying is that there are men that were abused, and she's hoping that they will speak out as well. Also, there were adult men, just like there were male minors, but there are male adult victims. Again, we heard about Christopher Williams. I personally believe that he may possibly have been one of the victims, but he just chose not to speak out. And because of the backlash, again, we have someone as a perfect example,
People
Terry
worship
Crews.
Diddy. People
And Christopher
worship
We
him.
Williams
have a
denied
perfect
it. Christopher Williams didn't.
listen.
Christopher
But
Williams
this is
did
what I want.
deny it.
Listen to
Well,
what
I
I'm saying.
mean,
You have
it goes
people
back
like.
to media.
Can we not talk over each other? We
You
have
know, it
people
goes
like a
back to
Terry.
media.
We have a person like Terry Crews who came forth, and what happened to him? The backlash that he
Terry
received.
Crews,
So,
Diddy, these celebrities that people are worshiping is just. You see, the problem is celebrity worship
do
syndrome,
you want me to cut you off too?
and they
Because you're being
worship the
so rude
money
and passive
too.
aggressive. You don't want nobody else to finish their sentence or whatever, and I think that's quite rude.
Ah, hush. Anyways,
We're not
what I
being
was
rude.
saying is,
Okay, so
Well, what I'm saying is that you're not going to talk
I'm gonna have to let you go,
over
sir,
me.
because we're not gonna do no and da 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 da. Like yeah, like basic panel decorum is a must. So internalize that and return back when you feel like you can afford people the opportunity to complete a thought, sir. We enjoyed you. It's fine being oppositional and having a difference of opinion, but this is a panel and everybody deserves their equal time to talk. Go ahead, rumors.
Yeah, so I was just saying that is important what Sin was saying, because I think that we don't give male victims safe places where they can come out and speak their truth without feeling demasculated. Like those are the one instance that I was staying with a male, especially the black men, because we we have so many issues with them, but when it comes to just being a victim,
Yeah.
because I've seen women too that have been victims and survivors themselves, that have literally. I remember when Terry Crews spoke out, and I was kind of like, not kind of, I was really outraged at women that I know that have shared their stories about being victims, but then they demasculated him, and I thought that was horrible. Like we have to allow men to have a safe space to speak out, and it don't have to be. Stop always trying to question someone's sexual orientation because they're saying I've been a victim. I don't care if it was a woman that victimized them or a man that victimized them. They still have been victimized. It is very common. It's a lot of men that, yes, to DC's point, there are some that feel like it's okay, it's cool, because the ignorance of what has been instilled in them. But there are a lot, trust and believe me, there are a lot of them though that do feel victimized, and just don't have the wherewithal or the support to come out and say it, because they know the backlash they're going to receive. And I
And are
think
you
we got
talking
to
about
stop doing that.
are you talking about men in this case, rumors?
Yes.
Oh yeah, a man. I was saying this in one of the previous live streams that first of all, my mouth kind of dropped when even Attorney Busby said that it's basically 50-50 male and female. I was shocked to see that many men who were willing
I
to come.
wasn't. I wasn't at all.
Hold on. Who were willing to come forward, because historically, men have been the least vocal about sexual assault and sexual abuse because of the issue of patriarchal backlash. Because men are seen as, since men are seen as predators in the system, it's hard for people to see men as victims, because the attitude is, well, wait, y'all are the strongest out of the sexes, so y'all should never be in a situation where somebody's able to take your manhood from you or take your autonomy from you. You should, as a man, be able to ward off any offender or perp. And because of the issue of homophobia, men also fear the repercussions of admitting that they've been penetrated, that they have been violated by another man in this way. So men have to grapple with a lot of psychological indoctrination because of homophobia, because of toxic masculinity, because of patriarchy. And I was saying a few live streams back that I think there may be just as many male victims of SA than there are women. It's just that men are the least vocal. So women are out
Right.
vocaling themselves, comparatively speaking, because women are seen as damsels in distress. Women are seen as the prey in this system that is patriarchal. So it's almost expected, unfortunately, for a woman to be victimized. So when it comes to men, yeah, it's going to take a lot of societal undoing, and
maybe counseling, maybe.
I wasn't even going to share this, but hell, it's a situation going on in my life right now where one of my friends is experiencing a whole breakdown right now in their relationship because their woman is threatened by our friendship and is literally like going balls to the wall, trying to destroy the friendship because she's threatened by me. And he doesn't even have the luxury of, now, mind you, she got gay friends. But as a man, he's not allowed to have gay friends without his sexuality coming under subjection. This is the type of stuff that men have to deal with as it relates to their manhood, their masculinity, and keeping that together under the toxic system, which is why I always tell men that y'all should be standing with the feminine and with women and trying to destroy toxic masculinity because it impacts y'all too. Y'all can't even dress how y'all want to dress without being policed by homophobia and patriarchy. Y'all can't even be friends with who y'all want to be friends with unless it comes with being policed by homophobia and patriarchy. Y'all can't even be sexually fluid and really have the comfortability of being bisexual or pansexual without being policed by homophobia and patriarchy. Like y'all too, as men in a patriarchy created by men, are also just as impacted by that patriarchy, just as stripped of your autonomy and your right to be and your liberty, just like everybody else is. So why y'all be sitting here standing against women, fighting against patriarchy, or standing against the LGBT community, fighting against patriarchy, as if y'all also are not being victimized? Y'all are so victimized too by patriarchy that y'all can't even, that y'all don't even have.
It can't be free.
Y'all don't even have the, y'all don't even have the confidence and have the safety in this society to also admit that y'all are sexual victims of other men. It is stripping y'all at a cellular level too. But I think that that age is kind of dying away, as we can see slowly but for surely. Patriarchy is kind of being uprooted, is being challenged. Men are slowly but for surely trying to get on that bandwagon. And I hope that because so many men are going to be coming forward under this Diddy thing, that it creates more conversations amongst us where we can really unpack this and dismantle this shit, and we can really see a better space for both men, women, and children, etc. But it's definitely going to take people being brave and courageous enough to say, fuck all this shit I've been taught, fuck all this shit that I might get teased about as a man, etc. I'm standing in my truth. I was victimized as well. And like you said, Arumbas and T, the thing about victimization is that, like, you don't get to decide if somebody's going to assault you. So when I higher up walked over to Terry Crews and grabbed him by the fucking nuts out in the open amongst his peers, right in front of his wife's face.
Yeah, like, that was a lot.
Like, should have knocked him out.
Like his muscles.
Too much.
His muscles didn't.
Yeah, he's big.
Hello. Yeah. His muscles didn't disqualify him as a victim, because when somebody is determined to violate you, there's nothing you can do to necessarily stop that. It doesn't matter how well built you are, because he was built. He was a big, strong, muscled black man. That did not stop someone who was a predator in that space from attempting to prey on him and did. There is nothing you can do to stop an assault. I mean, you can defend yourself once it happens. You can take action once things are happening, but you don't get to, there's no type of look, there's no type of body type, there's no type of attitude that you can have about yourself that will make you immune to being victimized in that way. That's almost like saying that there's something you can do to avoid being stolen from. There's nothing you can do to avoid being stolen from. There's nothing you can do to avoid somebody putting their hands on you. There's nothing you can do to avoid somebody cheating on you. There's nothing you can do to avoid somebody calling you out your name. There's nothing you can do to avoid somebody being rude to you. It don't matter who you think you is. It don't matter how esteemed that you think you is. Like, you can't prevent this type of shit.
Right.
You're going to
Sometimes
be,
the brain.
a predator is going to prey. What we can do though is teach people how to speak up. We can teach people to speak up as soon as they can find the strength to, so that the investigations can be easier in terms of obtaining all of the proof and the witnesses and any type of evidence that can support somebody hurting and harming you. What we can do is encourage a safer space. We can do all of those things, but that Terry Crews situation just proves that it don't matter who you is, that a predator is going to be a predator. And they don't care if you're married, they don't care if you're black, they don't care if you're male, they don't care if you 7 foot and can bench press 700 pounds. That didn't stop his ass from being assaulted. That didn't stop another man, a predator, from preying on him. And it ain't going, and there's not, and it ain't, there's nothing that can stop that from happening to any of us.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to men, I think that most men's reaction to it is set aside the fact now, set aside the fact that they're grown from childhood, right? I think for men, a lot of times those have been violated. It is because they only identify those type of violations happening to women, that when it's done to them, that sometimes they have like what you call a brain freeze, like they're stunned. They literally don't have the mind with or the rational thinking to try to prevent it, because they, like you said, a predator is going to be a predator, and if it's something that you're not expecting, it's just going to happen. Now in this case with Diddy's victims, as the attorneys were saying, most of these people, I believe, if not all, were drugged.
Yep.
So imagine, and that's what I want to get, say to the people that's listening. I hope y'all sharing this video. But when you go into other spaces, other platforms, I would like for you guys to share that information. Like, let's not, for all the male victims, let's not demasculate them. Let's not victim shame them. Let's not try to justify, make it seem like they wanted this, they didn't have to participate. These people were drugged. So
Right. Right.
there was no opportunity once they were drugged for them to walk away, to defend themselves, to say no. Or that most of Diddy's victims, if not all of them, did not have a right once they took that drink. Because as it was stated, if they didn't take the drink, they were asked to leave the party. If they did not know, because remember, it was said a while ago, most of these people thought they watched Diddy open the liquor. So when they're watching the drinks being poured, they're not realizing that it's not the alcohol that has been tainted, it's the ice cubes. So they didn't even know that they have no clue. And it's just another way to humanize this even further. And I'm gonna let someone else speak. It's the same exact thing with us being poisoned with the things that we're intaking. Our food supplies, our everyday products that we're using, from our lotions to our toothpaste. Like, there are ways that you
Yep.
can be like your mind can be controlled. You could be drugged and poisoned, and you don't know what ways are being used. And that's what Diddy did. He did no different than what the industry. That's why I'm glad the attorney said what they said. They're going after these industries and brands and all,
Yep.
because it needs to be done. It like Conscious said, and I didn't even realize all that I was saying weeks ago. Last week when we were discussing this, I said this is bigger than entertainment.
Yeah.
It is bigger than
And it
entertainment.
is. Yep.
He did not do this alone. Yes, we're looking at the people that were complicit, but y'all got to see the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is, first of all, let's support the victims, and let's have compassion for them. But let's start being aware and start looking at things from a human perspective. Let's not continue, because we had a few comments earlier where people were victim shaming. We got to stop victim shaming those that have been. I don't give a damn if they did place themselves in a situation that they could have been taken advantage of. It did not give that person the right to take advantage of them.
Yep.
Because we've all been guilty of placing ourselves in situations. And it could have been the opposite
Yep.
versus the way that we wind up walking out of it. So I think that's
'Cause
important
all
as
of us
well.
have been, because all of us have been
Right.
to a
Good
club,
point.
all of us have been to a house party, all of us have been in public spaces. Somebody need to mute because there's a lot of like a background noise that's going on.
Oh, I'm
And I want to,
sorry, that's me. I'm
wait,
sorry, I forgot
ain't
I
no
was
problem,
on
boo.
mute.
I
But
also
no,
have want to say, huh?
oh no, I just want to say something because I'm about to get off. I agree with her as far as the victim shaming, but I also said to myself, it's going to be bigger now with everything that he was in a brand ambassador for, or the products he used, or those people in those industries that were a part of the freak offs, were they going to
Mhm.
go after them? It's good to hear that part that you played earlier about they said everybody, not just
Yep.
um
Hmm.
anything that where his image and his likeness and that stuff that he represented, they're getting the work too.
Yep.
And it should be, because with so many victims, all of his assets probably would never cover a
No.
decent compensation. So
Mm-mm.
it's important for them
Yeah.
to go after them.
Yep.
Conscious, you know I love you.
I
I
love you
love
too, boo.
that
And thank
hair
you for coming up
tonight.
here because we miss you, child. So
Have
thank
a,
you for coming up here.
have a good one. Have
I
a
Yes,
know
good
you're
and
one,
working
dear.
one
I
of these
need,
days, Shy.
yes, Conscious,
Have a
price me
have a
on
good one.
that wig because I need that wig
Oh,
that you got
period.
on.
I got you,
Yeah,
No,
sis.
yeah,
seriously,
yeah.
I need to buy
You
one.
look gorgeous, Kang.
I got y'all, baby. I got
You look
y'all,
good.
honey.
And Conscious, I have two more questions, and I'm gonna get off as well. You
Okay.
absolutely, I do, I love that new hairstyle. It's absolutely stunning on you. But everything you do is stunning. But,
Thank you, boo.
Rumors brought up a good point that I was going to bring up about the men that were violated and the drugs. I can't imagine, none of them really. But speaking of the men, I can't imagine that a man that wasn't drugged with a man going to fight for his masculinity if he's not under the influence, unless it's consented. Outside of being consented, a man is not going to let another man violate them.
That's not true
Uh,
because we just dispelled all that. And here's the reality,
no,
right?
I'm talking about like the entry from the backside, not where they can easily touch you or feel
Well,
on
you
you. I'm
got to
talking about like
remember, as a representee said. Well, hold on. So, hold on. So, it's it's two things here. So, representee had just reminded us that, especially under the Diddy context, most of these people were drugged. So, the men, are going to be sedated as well. However, this whole idea is like even women that to your point, most victims are going to probably attempt to fight back to some degree, of course. Like that's just a natural hardwired thing to do. But I want us to remember that men at the end of the day are also people. And men are going to rationalize their navigation of life the same way that women do. Men have dreams, they have goals, they got bills to pay. They're going to consider, everything that's on the line. But men are just people at the end of the day. And you can try to fight a perp off all you want and still end up great. Like because somebody, even when it's a man on man, somebody still got to come out on top. So just because you're even trying to fight for yourself doesn't mean that you're going to win. I mean, we know that even through like the horrible stories in the prison system of men enduring a grape and gang grape and
you're
all of
right.
that.
You're right. But I was thinking because of the drugs, CTV,
Yeah,
that made it even more harder to protect
yes,
yourself because you were under
absolutely,
influence. And
absolutely.
another thing, and one more thing, Conscious, with CTV, remember they were talking they're going to bring down some of the higher organizations,
Hmm.
and we never discussed the cost because if people were filing police reports, why wasn't Diddy even questioned? So I think there's a lot of crooked cops involved.
Oh,
What
it
do you
is.
think on that?
Well, I know that because you said that you kind of are just getting cop on everything, but a few months ago it came out. I don't know whether it came out through the Cassie lawsuit, but it came out some way that Diddy also has ties to police in Florida, in Miami, and New York. So Diddy definitely has been protected by the police. He's been protected by his friends and his connections in the criminal justice system. This is kind of one of the reasons why Diddy was so arrogant and committed his crimes, is because he had friends in all the right places. He had people on payroll. And also some of these cops and politicians were also complicit and involved in the abuse itself. But it came, oh, matter of fact, I think it was when Diddy's male sex worker, which I may pull it up because rumors and tea. Can you send me that clip again to my inbox? You sent me,
Okay.
of the male sex worker. When he came out, I remember that it was followed up because he went to the authorities too. A lot of people, 50% of the 120 folk went to the police. But the fact that, as you said, there were no investigations, there was no questioning, there was no follow-ups. Diddy, hands down, was paying cops to be complicit. He was paying them to be quiet. And he got ties into the criminal justice system.
Wow, because the feds, they never mention, they mention the pharmaceutical companies, they mention quite a few organizations, but they never mention cops,
The police,
which were probably like the first gate to all of this.
Yeah, and it's something that still may come up in the investigation. You know, it might have been a misnumber of why he left it out, but that definitely has to be explored. And thank you for sending that to me, Aromas. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I want us to watch this too, because it's going to get into a lot of things around Cassie and Diddy. And this is a man now. He don't look like much now because, girl, he looked like what he done been through, but he was like really in shape. He was an escort, a gigolo back in the day, and he was one of the male sex workers that were hired like at some time earlier on in all this when it came to Diddy and Cassie. He also has went through a lot of other legal trouble. Like he got arrested for basically like staging some type of something around Trump in the election and threatening to blow people up and shit. And that's, I think, how he came into police custody. It's being said that he staged this in order to be able to get in contact with the FBI so he can tell them all the shit that he told them. But let's take a look at this, courtesy of Gossip City. And this, once again, is one of Diddy's alleged male escorts sitting with authorities in an interrogation room in a hospital gown, it looks like, talking about some very, very weird shit. So let's take a look and a listen to this.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boulay. The Boulay is a branch of the Illuminati. Okay. It's the black people. I'm from Africa, so I'm not a racist. Okay, you're my brother, so I like black people. Okay. My mom, I was raised by an African woman in my house. Okay, she was just a servant, but she was my own. Took care of me. Right. So I love black people. Okay. I had a settlement with Sean. Okay, and he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land on the contracts. It's his attorneys, which are Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes. Ben Mercedes worked for Bad Boy Entertainment for 4 years and worked for Hillary Rodman for 5. Okay? When I take Sean with the threat of death on me, okay? I don't have it, but I can make it available under secrecy. That means that I wouldn't be liable because I don't want to be getting blamed for anything. Okay. I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate, tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with people and stuff, and I was like a sex slave. Okay. For them, that's what I was. That's all right? I called herpes, and I came back and I seen him for the herpes, and won. Bro, they did Mark Eros and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible, I threw everything out, it's possible I can produce a copy. Yeah, true. It's possible, I'm not sure. Now, how does this lead to war stuff? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule.
Okay, so here it is. This man claims that Diddy is a part of a boule, which is just another word for an elite circle. That he's a part of a boule of basically high-profile sexual abusers and PDF files. That he was hired to be a escort and a sex slave for Diddy and Cassie, and that Diddy would masturbate to him having SCX with Cassie. He said he contracted herpes. And then, if I'm not mistaken, this was taken up in court to a degree, and there was a settlement that he received over contracting herpes from one of them or both of them or somebody. It gets real interesting. He also talks about, in the longer interview, he just goes on, I believe, about the trafficking of drugs. It's just a lot.
Yeah, I had a question about Mr. Bald-Headed Man.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Conscious, it's Homebody. Hi.
Hey, Homebody.
Hey, chat.
Hey.
So I had a question about him because I saw this interview before. I was just wondering, so in this interview, in this video, was he only well, I'm sorry, because I think it was a portion of his interrogation. He was speaking on the Diddy and Cassie situation. So I guess my question is, do we know if he was being interrogated for something else? Did he
Yeah, he
rob a
was being
bank? Did
interrogated for
he?
something else.
Okay,
He had staged some type of a standoff at a hotel against
girl.
Trump or something. It was one of these politicians and presidents, authorities was called to the scene and apprehended him. And then once he was apprehended, he got into all this.
So he's crazy as he looks, to sum it up.
Yeah, he's pretty I mean, I don't know what this, I don't know what this man done been through. Some people were arguing that he wanted to talk to the actual feds and not just local police, so he like kind of staged the standoff thing in order to get into custody with the feds so that he can try to put them up on game about what Diddy was doing and what he was a part of. But he may also have some mental issues. More than likely, if he was a part of Diddy's circle of things, I mean, you know, some of these people may now have actual mental issues because, I mean, these people were drugged up. These people had to endure horse tranquilizers and
Exactly.
GHB, and these people had to be IV'd back to health after the things they were coerced and threatened and forced to do. So I don't know whether his mental issues started afterwards. I don't really know. We don't know a lot about him, but yeah, I mean, he could just have some mental issues, or you know, he could just be going through a life crisis, and all this trauma and extremity around the Diddy shit might have also contributed to, you know, some unhealthiness. Trauma do that.
Right, and let me just bring something else into the chat because I was listening to you and listening to Rumors and Tea. And I came into the chat only maybe 30-45 minutes ago, and I know you've already been streaming for a while, so I apologize if things I say
You good?
is repeated. Have y'all already mentioned or spoke on Suge Knight possibly speaking at Diddy's trial or putting in his testimony at Diddy's trial? That's what TMZ reported.
They did?
Yeah.
What? No, I have not personally heard that. I know that he's been speaking out to media about, you know, his theory on why Diddy is what he is. But let me actually see if I can pull up the article now. Uh,
Yeah.
let me see.
My thing is like I feel like Suge Knight is always looking for an opportunity to talk
Yeah,
and get out of his cell. Like the feds don't need him for
facts.
this case. They don't.
Yeah,
They have
because
enough.
I was gonna ask you, what do you personally think he has to offer this case? To be honest,
I
um,
absolutely think he has nothing to offer. All
Mm.
he has to offer is an EP or album that he made in his cell.
Brr.
And he has the shank as the guitar, hitting the
I'm
shank
screaming.
on the jail bus, trying to make a beat. Okay, he just has an EP to offer. So like the feds have enough to where, in my opinion, I don't feel as though they need him. But
not for
I've
this
never.
case. If it was pertaining now, if they were going to bring up additional charges for the possible unaliving of Biggie and Pac, then I can understand. But I just don't see them needing him at all, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, unless he can actually speak to something directly, I don't really understand what they need him for, considering that they already have more than enough victims who actually have, like hands-on, first-hand
And
information
'cause-
about what was
Yeah,
happening.
and my thing is like I work in healthcare too. So I like to simplify things.
Mhm.
Like I just like to make things clear and simplify things. And so um with Diddy coming out, or Diddy and his legal team, and I heard he's coming out with the dream team. I guess
Yeah.
there's going to be other lawyers that are involved,
Yes.
is what TMZ reported.
Hmm.
And so I mean, good for him. I'm never gonna um tell someone who is the defendant in a federal trial not to put a legal team together. And even though I disagree with Diddy, I mean, he has the right to put a legal team
Yeah,
together.
he has a
He
right.
And
don't stand a chance in hell. He don't have a chance in hell of
he
he.
doesn't.
If he plead guilty, he'll probably get maybe 40 years, 50 years. If
No,
he go to
see,
trial,
that's the thing, rumors and tea.
he gonna get about 5,000 years if he go to trial.
Oh, I
He gonna be
apologize.
dead. He gotta come back. He gonna die. Gotta come back and do some more time.
No, but the thing is, if he's gonna go on the stand, that means he's not gonna take the plea. And
Yeah, he's
so
not taking the plea, apparently.
what I wanted to mention is Diddy and his legal team is over here offering money to the feds. We already know he offered the 50 million, and now this is his third bail attempt, I believe. It
Yeah,
was reported today,
yes.
the third bail
Yes.
attempt.
Mhm.
And so he's changing the terms of his bail offer. And I'll just say that the feds don't need money. If you have a $1 bill or $5 bill or $10 bill in your pocket, put your hands up. Shout out to Fat Man Scoop.
Mhm.
But if you look at those bills, it says Federal Reserve. So the feds make money. They literally print the money. So any money that Diddy is offering, the feds can, you know, probably go to their machine and print that money and have it. Um, And so as far as Diddy making a legal team, I mean you have to defend yourself. Him getting on the stand, I think it's going to be terrible. Um,
Yes.
but I wonder more so who he's going to give up, because I think that he's so egotistical, and
I had sex
with
with Cassie.
Hmm.
if he's pleading with the feds and bargaining this much for bail, then I do believe what his lawyer said about him taking the stand. And it's going to be interesting to see how that goes, because if he is planning on taking the stand, it means to me, in my opinion, that Diddy is not doing that internal work while he's sitting there in his cell. Like, and Diddy is a very good. I don't support him. I don't. I don't condone anything he did, but I just want to speak about the facts and what we know about Bad Boy and Bad Boy, the entertainment and the record label, what he did for Biggie, what he did for Mace, what he did for multiple Bad Boy artists. He is a good marketer.
Yeah.
He is a good marketer. He promotes things very well. And so it's just fascinating to me from the outside looking in that he's not promoting this trial well. He's not
Well,
promoting this trial and protecting it and covering it and putting out good media
who?
advice.
Who isn't? Who isn't?
Diddy
Oh,
is not promoting.
he's
Diddy
not
is
able
not
to. He's in jail.
right, but he's able to speak with his attorney.
Right.
And so it seems like every time I turn on the TV or turn on or look at information about Diddy, his lawyer is speaking. Like his lawyer is doing like a
And he's
26
doing a
city tour.
horrible job, which is why he assembled like a whole new team because his lawyers out here
Right.
at this point.
Right. So his lawyer was doing a whole 26 city tour around the United
Mhm.
States and pleading his case. And so maybe you're right. That's like why he assembled the team. So back to what I was saying about Diddy being very good at promoting and marketing his brand and in music. If he's able to get a team together or facilitate a new team together to represent him, then I'm thinking in my head that he must be going out of his mind in his cell
He
because
is.
he can't put together a marketing plan or brand plan for this, if that makes
I
sense.
don't think that there would have been much of a brand plan anyway, because he had 6 months following his arrest. He knew that the indictment was coming, and he knew like what day he would be arrested, and that he was aware he had 6-7 months to prep for this. And Diddy
Did you
was just
see
kind of
those photos, Conscious? Did you see those photos just a few days before the Diddy was arrested? I saw photos of him out in New York City taking photos
he's
with
gone about.
fans,
Mhm.
going about his business, getting a hot dog from the
Because
local,
it's no way to really brand something this
right.
heinous, kind of. So he was just kind of laying it low, I think, and just prepping to make a good impression on the courts by just being compliant and just working with the feds as it relates to the raiding of his home, which apparently he was cooperating, because the feds were saying, like a Diddy isn't getting in our way. He is being cooperative with the investigation, etc. So I think he was more so just focused on. I think Diddy ultimately thought it would never get this far. I think he was like, okay, like the feds got to do their rigmarole. They got to do what they do. But ultimately, between all of my connections and my high powered friends, this shit is not going to really get off the ground, you know, and I'm going to let them do like whatever they do. It's clear that Diddy did not expect, because I mean, he even had paid off his house in order to be able to auction it up as collateral to prepare for bail. It's clear he was hoodwinked and bamboozled, that he literally underestimated like this situation, and he literally thought
He underestimated the feds. He took them for local police that he could pay off.
yeah. And now he's stuck like Chuck and losing his mind, and now he's going up for the third bail attempt, and he's living in a 10 by 10 room with the slit of a mattress and scared to eat because he thinks that it's feces in the food, apparently, and that it could possibly be laced with poison, and that there's a hit out on him. So he's definitely going through it. He's desperate to get out, and he's going to definitely exhaust all of his appeals in terms of bail, which, I mean, I guess, somebody would logically do, because who's going to want to just sit in prison, for God's sake, even if you are
Yeah.
guilty as charged? But
You know what
He may even run out. He may even run out of money at this point. But do we know if Eric Adams is the mayor, or the ex-mayor? Is he involved in this Diddy thing, or was he arrested on something else?
he was arrested on his own bullshit. He got
Oh,
his own.
gotcha.
Yeah, he got his own shit going on. But he is tied to Diddy. He did give Diddy a key to the city just a few months ago, and almost like a year ago, I think. And Diddy had to give the key back upon his indictment, but now Eric Adams has been indicted his damn self. So it's a shit show. And then Eric Adams' mentee is Bishop Lamar Whitehead, who is in prison for similar charges that Eric Adams is being indicted on. It's a mess.
They may be locked up together. Who knows? But I wanted to say, good night, everybody. I am going to drop down and listen to the show, but I want to say it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes.
I love you all. Thank you so much. Have a good night,
I love
everyone.
you too, boo, and thank you for being up here.
Good night, DC.
I love y'all. I love you. Know I love you too. Well, Rumors and Tea. You and CTV are so connected. It's something about you two are so connected. Keep that going.
Yeah, that's my triple brother right there for real.
Keep that going. And CTV, I got you. I got you with the What we discussed tomorrow because I didn't want to miss the live fooling with my account. So I'm gonna but you know I got you always.
Yes, of course, boo. And thank you in advance. I love you down, boo.
Absolutely. Good.
All right, babe.
Bye-bye.
At Homebody, I don't know if Homebody is still here. I'm gonna drop the link for her. I also want to shout out mental shout out to my boo, high mental abilities for those nasty child support check, baby. Damn. Thank you, baby mother. Love you long time. God bless. And I'm gonna drop the link for Homebody again. Somebody was about to say something.
I was gonna say, I got two things to say real quick. As far as Eric Adams, I really believe his mentee is working with the feds behind the scenes. I really do. I that's been in my spirit since they, made the announcement of his indictment. I said that bit of Queen was pissed off because Adams he disassociated, he fell back. Oh yeah, he definitely dropped some gems. Yeah. But I want to say, as far as Diddy assembling a new legal team, Diddy could sacrifice his entire family and resurrect Johnny Cochran. His ass still is not going to get off. He's not going to get off.
No.
I think that there may be some paranoia of his in regards to thinking the food may be, laced with feces and all of that. But I really think that that's all a publicity stunt that he's trying to pull. I think that he's trying to starve himself so he can be put into the hospital. Possibly, it's the same stunt like with his mom. Like I think he's willing to do anything to try to get any type of, even an ounce of empathy and sympathy from the courts, where that he can at least, if not be behind those bars, be handcuffed to a hospital bed, even under guard supervision. I just don't believe that it is that serious. Now, of course, we do know that it can be that serious, but if he's in under isolation, not that they can't get to him through, like the feces or the food, all that. I just think that this is all very performative. But I don't see no way in hell that this man is going to get off. And I definitely don't believe that if he does cooperate and start dropping names with the feds, he's never going to give up anyone that is of a higher elite, like economical status than him. I just don't see that. And that's why I'm glad the attorneys are, because Cynthia did say something that I was thinking earlier. With all the victims that are coming forth, he's not going to be able to pay those people. His money is not that long to pay all of those people off. So I think strategically what the attorneys are going to do by going not just after him and name dropping, they're going to go after those other businesses, all those suppliers, whoever gave him the tranquilizers and all of that. Like they're building
That's
up
how they're going to circumvent.
Yeah,
that's how they're going to circumvent the cost. Yeah. Is that
which is brilliant on their behalf.
And that's why quality representation matters, baby. Because you need a clever, loophole, creative, improvisational attorney, baby. Because, baby, some of them attorneys, baby, they off the chain, and they understand how to get in, out, and around everything. To your point, Aromas, I think that a part of it could be strategy in terms of this whole like scared, but I also think Diddy is genuinely scared because Diddy knows what he's sitting on. He knows the type of tea he's sitting on. He knows that right now he's in a compromised position because his peers don't know if he's going to rat them out or not. Matter of fact, I think that the attorney coming out here saying Diddy is absolutely not going to take a plea deal, I think that is a whistleblow to his peers, because I think he is in there afraid that one of those high-powered people, whether it be a judge, a police officer, or somebody who's just big pocketed, could very well hire a hit out on his head, have his food poisoned, because right now he's a liability. Like right now, my nigga, you in prison and you being indicted, and these people want answers, and you've been charged with racketeering, which means that they don't want just you. They want everybody you connected with who've been a part of this. And if those famous people know they've been a part of this shit, Diddy knows it, and Diddy knows that he could be Epstein, because that was also a big fear, apparently, is that he would be Epstein. And because he's seen this play out with Epstein, he very well know what could be in store for his ass as well, because he's sitting on a lot of factual information and tapes that could really incriminate a lot of motherfucking people. And this either is going to go two ways. He's either going to make it out of this alive or not. But both of those things are very much so equally a possibility. I could easily die in this motherfucker and be executed before I even get an opportunity. But I think the reason why he wanted his lawyer to make sure you tell the blog, tell the media, I'm taking a plea deal, so that so that the people who know I got tea on them can rest assured that I'm not gonna rat their ass out, so that they don't think they have to poison my ass up in this bitch and have to put a hit out on my motherfucking head. Attorney, let it be known that I ain't taking no plea deal. I ain't talking to nobody. I ain't ratting nobody out. I want to testify. Please get that out to the world.
Wouldn't the irony of all of that be, because we are speculating that if he does come to his demise, right, that it will be someone of a high stature, when it could literally be just like it took a Cassie, right? That it could literally be someone of a lower stature, even though they could be in a position of power. It could be one of those police officers that's been paid
Yeah.
off. It could be, someone from the hospital that's been paid off. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be someone from the elitists that actually seeks, to shut him up, possibly, from running their mouth. I also believe, because DC was inquiring about the police, I believe that they're going to go after the police as well, not just the individual cop, but the police departments, because you have to know that, like you said, this is a machine. This has been a literal, like, moving machine. It took multiple different people from all genres of of industry to help him pull these things off. They're coming after all of them.
They are.
All of them, as they should.
And that's why
As
you
they
got
should.
and now this
And
explains why half the goddamn industry and all these CEOs and shit all was resigning after Diddy's indictment, baby. Everybody moving the hell out of the way. Everybody organizing their assets. Everybody trying to fall back. Like there was like a record number of CEOs and presidents of various companies that were all resigning on the same timeline. Like people were dropping like flies following Diddy's arrest. And like that attorney said, it's because there are multiple industries and multiple power players. There's tapes being shopped around that allegedly show high powered people with more high status than Diddy participating in drugs and these freak offs in this ritualistic abuse and shit. I mean, it's so many moving parts, and that's why this trial is going to take forever and a day. It's going to be a lot that they're
yeah,
going to be
and you
tugging
know
on the wig
what?
of. Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'll add, and thanks for putting me back in the chat. Like I think I'm pressing the wrong buttons and I keep going in and out,
It
but
could
I
be StreamYard
appreciate
too, because it acts stupid like that
it.
sometimes. Mm-hmm.
It does. It acts up. You know what it is too? In my mind, I feel like um Diddy ha doesn't have the money that the Italian mafia used to have
Mm-mm.
and that the Mexican cartels currently have. And so I feel like he is going into this legal battle as a rich man. I'm the rich man. And he's feeling as though he can compel the federal government the way he allegedly, in my opinion, I don't know, I wasn't there, compels the local government.
Yep.
And it's a totally different ball game because Homeland Security arrested him, not the FBI. If Homeland Security arrests you, it means they have evidence that shows you were moving things in and out of the country. And so let's just play make believe. So let's.
Can you hear me, homebody? Are you there? Can anybody else hear, or is it just
Can you
me?
hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't have my hand on the phone and it went black.
Are you good?
What's the last thing you heard me say?
If Homeland Security.
Yeah, so if Homeland Security arrested Diddy, well, Diddy was arrested by Homeland Security. He wasn't arrested by the Fed. So let's just um maybe estimate what the cost is to pay off the Feds. And so in my head, I think that, and I've never been in a position where I have to pay off a legal official or anything like that. But if you have to pay off the Feds just based on mafia movies and cartel movies, I'm thinking that because everyone can be bought off, whether it's a federal agent, whether it's a federal judge, I'm thinking that maybe you have to pay 2 million or 5 million a month. A month. And I don't even think Diddy has that money. He's not a cartel boss. He's not a mafia boss. And so I don't really think that he has that in liquid. So I think that his only option is going to be to give people up. You guys mentioned that people are dropping like flies from their respective record labels and their respective CEO positions. I don't know if that means that something is coming, but I do think
Everybody is preparing for the possibility of something coming because,
preparing for the
yeah,
possibility. And the thing is, the feds can put a subpoena on anybody,
absolutely.
on anybody. And so it'll be interesting to see what subpoenas the feds send out. And I will
It
be
is.
interested if the feds give Kim, um, not Kim Porter, what's her friend's name? The baby fat lady?
Kamora.
Kamora.
Kimora. Because so I would be interested to see if they give Kimora Lee Simmons a subpoena. Um, they can't give Russell a subpoena because he's out of the country, but I'll be interested to see if they give Kimora a subpoena, if they give Will a subpoena, or
It's
whoever
also going to
Will
be
gives.
interested in seeing who contested too, because subpoenas can be contested, so they're not
It can
like,
be
yeah.
contested, yeah. It can be contested, but with the federal government, it takes a lot of lawyers and a lot
Yeah.
of money. So I mean, it's
And a lot of
going
these
to be.
people probably would be willing to spend that money in order to not have that attention brought to them, because there's nothing good that's going to come out of these
And
people.
let me ask you something, Conscious, because there's a narrative going around online that the Diddy case is worse than the R. Kelly case.
Yes.
In my opinion, it's not. Because R. Kelly was only interested in, well, I apologize. He wasn't only interested in minors. We saw the Surviving R. Kelly documentary. He was interested in young ladies in their 20s and 30s as well. But the focus is he was trafficking as well and racketeering and stuff like that. So do you think that the Diddy case is worse than the R. Kelly case?
Oh, absolutely, because we're talking about a trafficker. Like the attorneys, the prosecutors are literally in the UK right now, like tracking down victims. Diddy's abuse is global at this point, and he wasn't just arrested for human sex trafficking. It was for the trafficking of narcotics as well. Like most of R. Kelly's crimes, it revolved around the abuse, but Diddy has narcotic trafficking. He has obstruction of justice, and now they're probably going to supersede his indictment to include also the trafficking and abuse of minors, as the attorney Busby said. They will be filing. And yeah, Diddy kind of is knocking R. Kelly completely out of the damn park, like entirely. I mean, he's making R. Kelly look like Peter Pan at this damn point.
It's definitely
And Diddy, because Diddy was actually using like drugs and had access to drugs that were not over the counter. I mean, there are so many other industries that can be exposed and brought down and brought into question as well. Like when it comes to this, I think that this is what makes Diddy's case so much more dynamic than the R. Kelly case, because as Rumors and T said, you got the pharmaceutical industry. Like doctors would have had to illegally sign off on him getting access to horse tranquilizers, to GHP. You got the cocaine, you got the liquid cocaine, you got the drug dealers and the drug mules. You have the doctors who also would have had to be on standby, either to administer these IV drips after these 3-4 day freak offs, or you had the doctors that would have had to been hired to help teach Diddy and his associates how to administer these drugs and how to administer these IV. I mean, it's crazy. And then the fact that 50% of the victims by this one law firm filed police reports back in their day and there was nothing done means that there is a corruption there as well. So there's literally, it's so massive, this thing going on.
It's internationally.
And it spreads beyond him into the corruption of these other industries as well.
Right. Diddy got himself involved in an industry, like you said, international. We know that these crimes, when it becomes international, like R. Kelly has nothing, and this is not to dismiss his crimes, but he has absolutely nothing on Diddy. Diddy, literally, his ego. I mean, it's no way that we cannot see there's a massive difference as far as the extreme of things, because this man really thought, although as you stated multiple times, he's not a part of the cartel, he's not a part of the mob, but this man literally tried to embody all of that. R. Kelly just was a predator. Like, again, not to dismiss it and make it sound like it's nothing major, but I don't think R. Kelly even had all he wanted to do was just be a sick pedo and essayer. Diddy literally, this was beyond just him just having these sexual fantasies and lust. This man literally is like, he's to me, he's another version of Trump. Very diabolical.
He's getting the private jet and using the private jet to, I'm assuming, I wasn't there, he's probably moving people or drugs in and out of the country with the private jet. And I hope that those pilots and those flight attendants get subpoenaed as well.
Yep, because I've been saying that I think that the worst of the evidence is on that plane, because the islands are outside of the U.S. jurisdiction, and Diddy had his private jet over there at the islands while he was here in the United States. He didn't know why, and I believe he was transferring evidence that probably has a lot of these important, powerful people on these tapes, because once again, Diddy had to ensure that those people had nothing to worry about, and the only way to do that was attempt to hide the evidence that would incriminate those people, because those people getting found out is a direct hit on Diddy's head. Like, those people will kill Diddy in order to prevent themselves from being exposed, just like they did with Epstein. He either was going to have to pay his way out of that situation and fake his death, or they were going to have to actually unalive him in order to protect the higher boule and the higher elite system.
Yep, like you were saying too, and you got to consider the politicians that are involved
Yep.
in the other countries as well, because there's no way, I don't care if it's an island, a small island, or if it's a big country, there's no way that those people in those countries don't know. As far as the political heads, it's no way that they don't know, and they may in fact have participated as well.
And I want to
So
read this
this is
because, yeah,
what.
this is massive. This is massive. It's every industry is plugged into this thing, and that's why I said like this could be one of the. This is just historical at this point, and this case has the potential to really unearth all of the corruption, not just within the entertainment industry, but within all these industries. Because, like for instance, in Michael Jackson case, you had the issue of his doctor illegally administering and prescribing him things that he shouldn't have been prescribed, but because he's Michael Jackson and he had the social equity, the fame, along with the money to scribble outside the lines, he did. And his doctor now, is in prison for unethical practice. Like all of these things, when you think about police brutality and the corruption of the LAPD, etc., you got all those things tied up into one situation. Diddy's case got all these things, all these industries tied up into one fucking trial. This is going to be insane. And if these prosecutors do the job that they can do and they go for the gusto and they go all the way down that rabbit hole and they pull it all up and pull it all out, man, we could see like this could be the single thread that just unravels and brings attention to everything that Black people have been trying to convince white America about as it relates to the police department, the criminal justice system, that that the holistic food community been telling us about the pharmaceutical company being capitalistic and not having any ethics and that they can be brought as well. I mean, this whole thing could bring everything down. But also, I didn't know that Sonora Cartel is a literal member of the cartels and is allegedly going to be suing Diddy for ruining the drug business. Girl, I am fucking screaming. Alfredo P. Gonzalez claims defamation after refusing to traffic minors, seeks $666,000 in damages for lost criminal contacts. The judge dismissed the case as frivolous and lacking standing something. Diddy versus Sonora Cartel. The case filed in the Southern District of New York was swiftly dismissed by Chief U.S. District Judge Laura Taylor Swain on August 12th. Alfredo P. Gonzalez, currently incarcerated in Colorado, sought $666,000 in damages, asserting that Combs and his associates had tarnished his reputation in New York City criminal underworld. According to Gonzalez's complaint, the trouble began when he refused to assist Combs' alleged request to traffic minors for parties. The plaintiff claimed that after declining these purported offers, he was told his life would be made hell due to the power Combs has in the streets. Gonzalez further alleged this led to the loss of his New York-based drug business contacts. I can't even, wait a minute. I can't even take this shit seriously. Judge Swain dismissed the case, obviously.
I can't take it seriously either.
Judge Swain dismissed this case, obviously, on multiple grounds. First, she ruled that Gonzalez lacked legal standing. So, how are you trying to sue somebody for costing you a illegal business? Are you
Conscience,
stupid?
do you remember, I don't know if it was last summer, but do you remember when there were a group of people from the US who went to Mexico and they were kidnapped by the cartel and tortured, and then the cartel came out with an apology letter to the United States after it went viral? I don't know how many people remember that.
I slightly, do remember that a little bit.
Yes.
Annette,
Yeah, so it happened. I don't think it was this summer, maybe the summer before, but I believe it was people from South Carolina, maybe a group of 3 or 4 people, and 2 of them were siblings, and they went to get BBLs
Yep, I
somewhere in
remember that too.
Mexico,
Hmm.
maybe not in Sinaloa, somewhere in Mexico, and there
Yep.
was video of them being captured. They were confused for the ops and they were taken, and there's video of them being taken, and then the United States came out with a letter, I guess, from the cartel saying the cartel apologizes. So
Yep.
that's kind of reminded me of this. I didn't know the cartel apologizes, the cartel sues people. um I thought they
It's
just
a mess.
eliminate people, but that's just me.
We living in some very unique times, homebody. I think
Yeah,
we're
that
going to be
happened
seeing
there.
things that we've never seen before, child. And this is what I tell people about lawsuits as well, child. Anybody can file a lawsuit. Now, the success of a lawsuit is a whole other story. But clearly, I mean, there are literally lawsuits on file against God. Like people have attempted to sue God through the criminal justice system.
Child, bye.
It's a
You
mess.
know, I remember that case too because Conscious, you did a whole panel warning, don't take y'all asses to Mexico, because that was right after the
Mhm.
Shanquella situation,
Yeah,
her tragedy.
yeah.
But you know what? I don't know why this just entered into my spirit. Speaking of the trafficking of children, I hope the feds really, really are looking into this seriously, because you guys remember last summer there was a record amount of young black people gone missing,
Yeah.
and people were sharing, but it wasn't making the news. It wasn't becoming a national cry to help find these black children. And I feel like this is probably all linked in together. I really do. Because it just seems quite interesting that these charges that are being brought up against him, some of the people that he's being alleged connected to, and the circumstances, and then with it just being black kids that's just disappearing, I really feel like it is bigger than just what we know that has happened with the SA and all of that. I really feel like this man has been trafficking our children. I really feel that way.
Oh, absolutely. And I hope that that is completely and utterly explored down to the bone marrow. I hope that they are able, I mean, clearly from this attorney, like he already said that some of his clients are also working with the feds and talking to the feds as well. And I hope that they really highlight the children part of this, because that's the worst and most disgusting part about this is you literally explicitly took advantage of the most vulnerable, like literally the most vulnerable. Like you would have literally had to seek out, manipulate, and abuse these children. Like, people can argue about the adults, oh, y'all was somewhere y'all ain't had to be, y'all was, willfully da 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 da, but the children, like, that's the extremity of victimization, because you took advantage of people who didn't have the means in any way, shape, or form to defend themselves, who were completely, literally naive and innocent, and you stole that from them, and you ripped their innocence from them. So I hope that this trial really starts to take on the shape of that too, is to focus on the exploitation and children. I mean, the exploitation and trafficking of children. Don alleged a lot of gruesome details about the trafficking of children. And I want to see that like weighed on, and I want to see the media pick that up more too, because we've heard so much sensationalism around all his prison conditions and the baby oils and all this, but the children is like right there in plain sight. This man was busting in albinos and Asian and black girls underage minors, males, boys, like right off the casting couch.
Yep.
If they
I'm
bring
glad that.
if they bring that in, like you said, Arumas, if you ask me, I don't think that there's any like Diddy's not going to get acquitted, period. Like he's going to do some type of time. The only thing he can do to mitigate that is by giving up big names. And then that might reduce his sentencing, but his ass is in prison and he's going to do time. There's nothing even in who he can give up that's going to get him any immunity, especially once they bring the kids into this shit. Like it's a wrap. No jury is going to let him off, and no judge would sign off on a plea deal that involves him walking away scot free after
Right.
being aware that children have been trafficked and have been abused, and just because he's going to give up high powered people, that he's going to completely evade and escape responsibility. Diddy's
Yeah,
doing
and
time. The only thing he can do is mitigate that shit by giving up some bigger names.
I'll
Right.
add to that that this is an opportune moment for the existing baby mamas to take custody and go for full custody, because I'm sure at this point they have full custody, or maybe the
Yep.
guardian of Kim's children are just the guardians. They can just have and go to court for full custody at this point. And so I hope that's what we do. That's what they do, and I hope that's what we see.
Oh, believe
I would
me,
like
like,
to see.
and they don't even have to go
I,
for custody. His ass is going to be in prison. So
yeah.
they got
I would really like to see his daughters with their mother's family. I don't think that they need to have any more access, or Diddy's family, his side of it. I don't think they need to have any
Yeah,
more access.
and that's why
Unfortunately,
I think that they need to go for full legal guardianship. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rumors and Tea. I think that's why they need to go for full guardianship, because I think, let's just say, and I think this is what we all presume, that Diddy is going to do time. Diddy is going to want his daughters. I don't remember the young girls' names. I know one is Delilah and
and
something else.
Jesse,
Yeah, and then he has another
Well, he has
daughter.
two more, Chance and Love.
Right. Chance and Love. Yes, thank you. And so I think that he's still gonna want them to visit him in prison, the way um ain't shit niggas want, when they get caught up and get in prison. So I think he's still going to want that. So I think this is the opportune time for them to get their affairs in order and get full custody, so that way they don't have to take their kids to prison. Because I don't know if you all had seen a trailer or something Lifetime had released. I apologize, I don't know if it was Lifetime. There was a trailer, I can't remember the site I saw it on, but Drea Kelly and her children were, now that their children are grown, they're speaking about
yeah.
how they were affected by R. Kelly. And so the kids, R. Kelly's kids, are getting trashed online, like, you got clout off your dad, etc., etc. So I wonder, in contrast to Diddy's young daughters and children, I wonder if they will speak about this in the future, because we have another predator, R. Kelly, who's already doing time. His children are speaking about how that affected them, and no one wants to hear it. So I don't know if with Diddy's children, people will want to hear it in the future. And I don't want that, because the kids don't have anything to do with it. If you're a minor, you don't really understand what's going on in grown people's business. You don't know your mom and dad's relationship. You don't really understand your mom and dad's job. And so I I just wonder about that. Have you guys, or has anyone in the panel or on the chat, thought about that comparison to what R. Kelly's grown children? I'm not going to say grown children. They're not in their 30s and 40s. I believe they're still in their 20s. Um, but what they're going through, what do you feel like that's similar to what Diddy's daughters might go through, or has anyone talked
I
about
don't think
that? How
his
do y'all feel
daughters.
about
I really don't believe that his daughters are going to be ridiculed. I think, especially not the twins. I think a lot of people have a great amount of empathy for the girls because of their mom's passing. I think a lot of people think that that most of them, like the girls, that they're unaware, even though social media has spoken out. Um, I just think people have a lot of empathy and compassion now when it comes to them boys. We're talking a whole nother conversation because I believe that they have been complicit. They have witnessed. They know the things that their father has done. At least we know two of those, his biological sons. We know that they have picked up on his habits. They have their own legal matters involving SA
that? Oh, I
cases.
remember that. Hmm.
So I think that they will receive a lot of flack and backlash. People probably will not want to hear what they have to say, possibly. But I don't see it for the daughters at all, not even for the youngest one. Now, do I think that as they get, I think I'm gonna be honest, I think the baby girl, she may come off a little unscathed because she's so young, but I think that it may have, and it sounds crazy, but I think it may have more of an effect on her versus the older daughters because all they know is a loving father. So although of course this is going to have a psychological effect on them, they're going to have a hard time comprehending and dealing with the reality of his crimes. But for the littlest one, who, I mean, by the time this is all over, she still won't have a real idea of who her father is. She's too young. I don't even know if the little girl is two yet. So she's too young. So she's going to grow up in a time where her father has now is established. What she will know is that my father's a monster. She won't know the loving, love bombing parent, father figure. She'll just know my father's a monster. He did all these things. And she won't be able to reconcile that with anything else, unlike the twins and Chance. That's what they're going to struggle at because, and to some people, it may be easier. Like, well, she's going to have it easier because she didn't know him. But just imagine not knowing the person, and what you do know is that he's a monster, and trying to
Right.
reconcile. And that probably will bring a lot of anger towards her mom. Like that may cause a
And
lot of
that's
issues with her and her mom.
and rumors and tea, that's back to what I was saying about R. Kelly's children, because he only has a son and a daughter that we know of by Drea Kelly. And so the documentary, I think I saw it today or yesterday. They are just
Is the
the
documentary
kid.
already out?
Yeah, it's a new one with
Is
the
it out?
daughters. I
It's
It
seen clips
premiered
it's
of it.
already?
it's out on where?
I just seen the clips of it. I
I
seen
Oh,
a
saw
okay.
few
the
clips.
clips too. I don't know the platform.
But it's
It was
already
on a
out.
few different ones. I don't know if
Okay.
it's been released fully, like the full episode, but I know it's
Yeah.
a documentary, a docu
I
series or something.
I think it was a preview. That might be scheduled to premiere this month because it's October. I
Hmm.
think preview. So if you look on maybe Drea Kelly or
But
I
you
really
see, you
don't
know
know.
what I think what I homebody, you know what I think the difference is why people are not receptive to R. Kelly's children, which I do think is wrong. For two reasons, because they had no control. They were children. Um, but I think the reason why people, just like the same reason why people are not giving, they don't give Andrea Kelly any pass, is because they just look like you were still complicit. You knew what was going on. You did nothing to go above and beyond to bring him down. You stayed with him. You allowed your children to him still to have access to these children, et cetera, et cetera. And two things could be true at the same time. But I do think that there should be some empathy when it comes to the children, because at the end of the day, kids fall in line with what adults teach them, right? It's not that it's rare, but how often do we see a child buck up? I mean, we know they do buck up against the norm, but how often do you see them in a situation where you have privilege? How often do you see them go against the
Right.
grain in them so where they're going to lose access to that privilege? You know what I mean? And growing up in the
Right.
industry, you think that although you know that this is not normal, but it is normal because this is what you know from the industry and this is your normality.
And you know what is bizarre to me? Because on the internet, I see people saying that Drea shouldn't have kept the last name. Why are you Drea Kelly? How come your kid's name is still Kelly? Take the celebrity out of it. There's a lot of families who kids still have the father's last name and their father is incarcerated or their father is nowhere to be found. But I don't understand why she gets crit- criticism for keeping the name Drea Kelly, and so I don't know
Oh,
how you
let me
all
help
feel
you,
about
baby.
that
Let me help
because
you, baby. Let me
well
help you,
well
baby. Let me help.
before let me just say this and I'll pass it to you because you know Kim Kardashian's kids are Northwest Kardashian, North whatever. So let's just assume Kanye goes berserk and he defames his name more than he already has or has been doing. If Kim removes the West from Northwest name and it's just North Kardashian, I feel like the public would have a fit. And so I don't understand the difference. And so I'll
It's
just pass
nothing
it to you,
wrong with the.
Conscious.
It's nothing wrong with the kids having their father's last name, regardless of his atrocities. They will become of age, and if they want to legally change their last name, they have that right to. It's more so the focus on Drea Kelly. The reason why the public doesn't like her is because she's been sending nothing but mixed signals. You know, she's on Hollywood X's grifting off of her husband's last name in order to obtain fame and fortune, while then also claiming she was victimized and she was held captive in a hamster cage. And you know, he's been accused of doing all these heinous things to women, to
Well,
girls. He
the
has hold on,
brat
hold on, hold on,
said
hold on,
that
hold
was
on, hold on,
true.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You know, he has a whole tape urinating on a minor. And then you want to be crying in new documentaries about what this man has done to your kids, but then you want to be going viral dancing to his songs and doing the snake and being sexually provocative to your ex-husband's music, who is literally serving prison for violating women and children. Like, Andrea clearly is not well. She doesn't know whether she wants to be a fucking victim or whether she wants to be a victor. She is not consistent in her attitude and her energy, because if you're going to cry over this man and the trauma that he has put into your life and put into your children's life, then what you at the very least can not do is be hyping him up still as a musician and as an icon, and be having the audacity to pooch around the public, dancing with no care in the world to his music, knowing that the revenue from his music is what he was using to fund the exploitation of hurt and harm to women and children. Like, I don't like Drea myself. She is a fucking weirdo, and she's playing in this situation. And this is the type of shit that really makes it hard for the public when it comes to situations like this, because you see these extreme left and rights. Now, if she want to keep her last name for legal purposes, whatever. But for Andrea, it's beyond keeping a name. It's literally her clout chasing still off her husband's name. It's literally her still outsourcing for industry opportunity because she wants the grift and the clout off of being R. Kelly's ex-wife. It's her literally shucking and jiving and shoe shining to his music as if she is reminiscing and missing the golden years. And once again, yet you're in our face doing the snake and the Beyonce wind up to his music, but then we got to deal with the documentary coming out on the 11th of October of you crying, the least he could have did for my children. Bitch, then why are you doing the snake to his music? How do you think it makes your daughter, how do you think it makes your daughter feel when she got to see her mother performatively crying over the trauma? And because we don't know what the daughter going to say. This daughter might sit up here and say, this man touched me. I don't know what angle she's going to have. I don't know what she's going to really get into. But for her as a mother to know that her children have been erroneously impacted by this, on top of the fact that R. Kelly was an absent father altogether anyway, because one of his kids is trans and he hasn't been involved in his kid's life, like emotionally, spiritually, etc. And for you to be a mom and you have your own platform, and for you to recognize that your kids are still trying to unpack their experience of having an absent dad, and then having a dad whose legacy has been tarnished by the fact that he was a fucking pervert and a goddamn deviant, and then you want to be in the public space dancing to his music as if you wasn't chained up in that back room either, as if you wasn't hanging from the night sky like the Gotham bat signal in the sky. Like, Andrea, make up your fucking mind and actually read the room and have some type of a situational awareness, at least for the sake of your children. Like, fuck what the public think if you're gonna fuck what the public think, but your kids are still crying over what has happened to them. They're still confused about what has taken place in their lives and what all this means and how to navigate this. And for you to be all smiles, dropping it low and dropping it like a hot potato to his music, that shit is wild under these circumstances. Because, you know, we're not talking about people with petty offenses. We're not talking about your baby daddy committing a few financial crimes and going to jail. We're not talking about your baby daddy just having a bunch of goddamn kids that he don't take care of. We're talking about people who trafficked women, men, abused underage girls, urinated on them, defecated on them, tortured them, false imprisoned people against their fucking will, and you're shucking and jiving. Like, at some point, your own ethics and your own principle system as a human being, like, has to have you take a side. Instead of being some fence rat and raccoon.
Okay, so I understand your angle. So, Conscious, you're saying it's not the fact that she kept the last name,
No, it's
because
everything else.
mothers keep, the last name for the kids, whatever.
Because I ain't
It's
mad at
what
that.
she did after,
It's
and
all
that
the
now
other
she's
shit she's
still
doing.
promoting the neck and hips and body. I don't know that little routine she does. I don't do it that well, but she's still promoting it as such.
And she don't even hip
dance.
and body well to add injury to insult. Like, girl, at least if you're gonna hip and body, girl. Like, she don't even hip and body well. Like, girl, if you're gonna be playing in my face, at least playing it well. But Jesus, like, Drea Kelly's out here cooning harder than this. Like, just cooning at 2-point level. Like, I have never seen nothing like it in my life. Like, it's, the only pass I could give Drea Kelly, this could be the only thing that could make me just be like, okay, girl, I'm just gonna let your weird ass be, is if she suffers from Stockholm syndrome. But that just ain't seeming to be the case with Drea Kelly. Like, Drea Kelly just seems to be an opportunist who literally does still feel very proud of herself for being chosen by a legend and being chosen by a so-called musical genius. And it seems to me that is taking up a bigger priority over what the fuck he's actually done. And the fact that she's shucking and jiving to his music and doesn't even understand how insensitive that can come off to her own offspring, while trying to incriminate him for being insensitive and being emotionally unavailable and traumatizing his kids, like as if she's doing any better of a goddamn job. It's just hypocritical and it's confusion, and no wonder these kids are just like lost in the sauce
Yep, I
because
said
they can't
that.
count on their father nor their damn mother for any type of stability and any type of groundedness in terms of what this all should mean and how to navigate this. And I feel really bad for those kids.
Right. When she was on that reality show, I said, this woman, low key, but it's high key to me. I said, this woman suffers from low self esteem. This woman does not feel that she's beautiful. And everybody should know by now, when it comes to, I'm all for women empowerment. I don't care if you want to shake your ass, shake it. I don't care, you know, I mean, if you want to walk around in a thong and just pasties, you know, I'm all for women. But this woman, clearly to me, she does the most for attention and validation. She does not appear to be, even though she tries to portray herself in a way as though she's confident. To me, she's not a confident woman. She relies on things that make her look like she has low self esteem, in my opinion. Her wanting to remain attached to him, it's like, okay, because I do remember when it was first, when I first seen, I think it was in, was the magazine called Vibe? Was it a magazine called Vibes, guys? It was a some magazine she was in when they showed who his wife was, a picture of his wife. And the backlash from that, I remember the radio stations talking, I think it was Star and Buck Wild. They were clowning her. The people that were calling up, they were clowning her so bad because they couldn't believe that R. Kelly was with a woman that looked like her. Now, I don't think that this woman is ugly. I think she's attractive. I think she has a nice shot. Actually, I think she has a banging shape, to be honest. But I think that it coupled with all the backlash of her, how she looked, they didn't think that she was good enough for R. Kelly, et cetera, et cetera. I think she goes out of her way to stay remained, although his image and everything is tarnished. I still think that she goes out of her way because there are still people that are R. Kelly apologists. They believe that he's not guilty of the crimes and they still team R. Kelly. I believe those core people are the people that she wants to stand united with for the validation of, I was married to this man, this genius, because she has nothing in her, in my opinion, she doesn't think much of herself that she has anything to offer to stand in her own self, her own identity. And it's really crazy, as Conscious was saying, to even want at this point to want to remain attached to him in any form, considering what she said he did to her and what he's gone to prison for, been found guilty of. There's no way I would want to remain attached to that. But she does, because she does. And I don't think it's, I really don't believe it has a damn thing to do with Stockholm Syndrome. I just think the woman has low self esteem, and to validate the fact that she was chosen is what she's standing on, and she's going to hold on to that for dear life. And she's not serving her children, nor is she serving herself, because you're just getting crumbs. You're going to be out here for the rest of your life. There's nothing wrong with being a dancer, but she's going to be out here for the rest of her life making TikTok, face, and Instagram videos and shit, shaking her ass and giving little dance classes on how to walk sexy. She's going to be doing that for the rest of her life because she doesn't think more of herself. And if that she's okay with it, that's fine for her. She just needs to understand she's going to forever be dragged. And unfortunately for her children, I suggest not only do they separate themselves, we already separated from their father, but I honestly feel like they need to separate themselves from her as well, because it is unhealthy. As long as she wants to remain attached to, even just to that name, it is unhealthy for them to keep being, attached to a woman that refused to detach herself from this monster. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I see we got more people.
I want to
Conscious.
welcome Son and Saint Hudson to the platform. Son, hey boo.
Evening panel.
Good
Great
evening.
stream as always. Always good.
Thank
Thank
you,
you for
boo.
having me, Conscious. Hello, everybody.
Hey boo. Hey y'all.
Now, do a brief synopsis of today's tomfuckery because um, I went out to the doctor today, so I'm kind of getting that there was like a press conference of more victims in like a class action tease. Is that where we're at right now?
Yeah, except
As far as with Diddy?
except it's not going to be a class action. It's going to be individual suits. Law firm is representing 120 victims. 60 of those are male. 60 of them are female. The youngest of the victims was 9 years old at the time of their assaults. This law firm has pictures and videos and texts. 25 of the victims were minors at the time. Victims date all the way back to 1991. Most of these assaults took place at auditions, after parties, and at the private residence of other famous individuals. Also took place at well-known hotels and venues in New York. Diddy took advantage of young people looking to break into the industry. 55% of the victims reported the incidents to authorities and to the hospitals. So this law firm is collecting all of the medical records and police reports. Some of the victims are talking with the feds. A lot of the victims had drugs in their system at the time that they went to the hospital. A particular drug that was found in most of the victims were a drug called Trank, which is a horse tranquilizer. The drinks were laced. Once again, not a class action lawsuit. There's a lot of names, according to Attorney Busby, who's representing these victims, a long list of high profile names that they're going to thoroughly investigate before they disseminate those names to the public. He says that they're going to be shocking names as it relates to some of the people who were complicit, and some of the people who participated in the trafficking and abuse of these children and these adults. He says that corporate entities who profited, like banks, hotels, and the pharmaceutical industry, are going to be held accountable. Victims were paid
Okay.
off with a $10,000 cash advance and threatened in order to keep quiet. They encouraged those complicit to come forward ahead of time before this law firm exposes the fuck out their ass. People were assaulted and passed around while other people looked for enjoyment. The law firm is going to be charging Diddy with sexual misconduct, dissemination of recordings, sexual abuse of minors, and false imprisonment. The filings will take place in the next 30 days after being fully vetted. The 9-year-old was a male, and he was essayed by Diddy and 7 other bad boy associates. Another victim was lured to be alone with Diddy and was then forced to perform fellatio. A 15-year-old female attended a party where she was drugged and taken to a private room and gang raped by Diddy and his associates. The anuses and vaginas of some of these victims were torn apart. Victims were taken right off the streets, some of them, and invited to parties where they were then tranquilized and pumped with cocaine.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we know thus far, just from the last 2 weeks, it's not without it's not beyond reason for that to happen. Like I've shared with the panel before,
Mhm.
my milk money has been in hospitality uh here in Los Angeles, and a lot of that stuff is just not beyond reason. And say if you're going to set up your room or you're going to break down your room, you're going to see all the evidence of all that in that room.
Yep.
Whether you're bringing in the food and beverages, whether you're cleaning up after all that, you know, all that kind of goes along with it. There is uh, an ethos of like secrecy. You know what the Gideo is. You can also be recruited to go procure people for that, male and female. Of course, younger the better. And a lot of that just goes with the town. I mean, it's not like, oh, whatever, whatever. But that actually does happen. It's not just like things that are just made up. Truth is always stranger in fiction, and we always get like a good cross sampling of people. A lot of people that might ring up or listening to your shows or your streams on any of the panel, you are in the industry, just sometimes just by osmosis. You know what town you're in, all that types of foolishness goes on in Los Angeles. There's plenty of areas in the city that are like they're blighted. You think nothing's going on with them, and there's dungeons behind those. That's where they make corn and do other types of things. And you think, oh, it's just the hood. It's just Skid Row. It's just Crenshaw. It's just Western, and there's plenty of places all up and down any of those major boulevards that are full of places where you can put those types of people. You can have eyes wide shut types of parties, and yeah, and how you hide it is you put it right up under your nose and you don't think about it. Oh, who's going to think that that catering truck is transporting a feast for some woman to lay out and have food put on her like that? There's plenty of catering companies that do
Or
stuff like
even
that.
a piece, or even a pizza parlor that has a secret pedophile sex ring in the basement of it.
Yeah, where do you think these people are going to
Pizzagate.
be? All those are blighted and stuff. I know, like sometimes I would do ECD, Electric Daisyland, and I would do the costumings for those, like the characters that they would have walk around. So you'd have like um steamboat punk type of characters. You'd have girls dressed as flamingos, just walking around, just giving the atmosphere. They could be giving out party favors, but they were just supposed to be freaky. Or you have people like dress as Marie Antoinette at your parties. You could have contortionist. All that stuff goes along with that. And then you have a decadent, like Romanesque spread. Of charcuterie, and you put it on some female who's in a tea bag and some pasties, and you put your food service on her.
That was
That's
big, especially in the
real.
early 2000s. The naked sushis, the sushi
Yeah,
laying out. Because I used to work in the
yes,
industry, so I know.
all the time. That's like that. If you don't have that at your event, oh, you're falling off. And that's something that if you've from a impoverished background or a conservative background, and you come across something like that, could you imagine being a beaver on Usher your first time at the rodeo with that? And then another thing you had brought up, Conscious, was um, that takes a lot of know-how to do all those things. As far as say the administering of the drugs, you've got to make sure that when you're opening a line for an IV, that you don't you know off someone with an air bubble. So you're going to have to know that. You're going to have to know the the chemical formula to
Mm,
be able to administer without those drugs
yep,
without having someone OD and have a literal body on your hands.
yep.
Then you have to pay off people,
Hmm.
the LAPD. Remember, a lot of those people, those are off-duty officers. Those are actually cops that
Yep.
are on their off time that are paid by whomever, and that's standard in the industry as far as for your security.
Hmm.
A rent-a-cop is great, but a off-duty cop is even better because he's got a
Facts.
gun.
Yep.
Okay, so that's that part. Then you've got to like pay off people. Diddy like said lowball, 50,000 for whatever. Okay, 50,000 is not gonna go so far. We got to do a little, ghetto quick math. How many people you have to pay out of that 10K to be able to do what you're gonna do? That's a lot of hands. That's the person that saw you go in. That's the person that saw you go out.
Yep.
And people do watch.
It's the
People
valet.
watch
Yep.
everywhere,
Driver. Yep. It's the
everywhere.
It's everybody. Mm-hmm.
And you think, oh, that's just an innocuous, ubiquitous type of Joe walking down the street.
And
That's
you
the
know
person
what?
that knows where the bodies are. Oh,
I worked
graveyards
in
everywhere.
music. I worked in music and I worked in fashion. And what people need to understand is that the system has been infiltrated. And if y'all think that there has not been internal investigations that have been chewed off and brushed away, there definitely has.
Can everybody
And the
mute because we
modeling
can't hear her?
industry is that's literally a P selling ring and a P in both directions selling ring. The whole fashion industry is like a P selling ring for real.
Mm-hmm.
They selling people. It's disgusting, and they know because you think, okay, somebody like say a model or a young model trying to still like work on her lookbook and get it going, whatever. She invited to a Diddy party. She do like some stuff happens to her. She might not go to the cops, but she'll go to the agency.
Yep.
She'll go to his bosses.
Mm-hmm.
They always take it internal first because they don't want to be blacklisted. They don't want to be pushed to the side. Because for everyone that won't, there's 10 that will. They don't want that. So they'll go internally first. That's why I say,
You
like, these
know,
people know. They've been know this shop, even Inside Edition. You think Inside Edition ain't been getting calls for 30 years
Mm-hmm.
about Diddy? Fuck out of here with that. Oh, I'm shocked and appalled. Shit. Like, you know.
you
Right.
know what's crazy? Melissa Ford just spoke with Carlos King about that as far as the industry, when it comes when she was speaking from the video vixens experience. And she basically said the same thing, which we know this, but she said exactly that there was no human resources. You couldn't go and explain, go make file complaints, and then it
It's
wasn't
not going to
just.
get booked. That's
Yeah,
it.
and she
They
said
just
it
won't book
wasn't. She
you.
said it, but it was. She said it wasn't just. It would be the extras. What I'm saying, not the high profile number one top video vixens. It would be the hairdressers. It would be the makeup artists, the stylists. Like like so. A lot of people think, oh, because these people are celebrities, they got access to this one and that one. That ain't what they want. That ain't, even though they know they can victimize them as well, that ain't what they want, because those people can potentially bring attention more than, let's say, quote unquote, someone that is lesser known.
When I was
But it's in
15,
all
I had a
the industries.
photographer. I went like for a photo shoot. This is when I first got because I was scouted for modeling first. I went to photo shoot at 15 years old. My mother was downstairs, and I went there. It was nobody but the photographer there, and he pulled out his junk on me.
Wow.
That was one. Like,
Oh.
and then after I interned for a music management company that shall remain nameless, but Diddy has some ties to one of their executives, like mysteriously unaliving himself. But anyway, we'll go there later. Um, I went back to fashion thinking, okay, well, since I do makeup now, I'll just do production. Don't you know that shit happened to me again?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Wow.
And
Yep.
they still didn't want to pay me my day rate. And I did go to the agency. It was a huge agency I worked for. And they're just like, okay,
Though
we're just
that
not gonna
and
book
that's
you
how
with
you
him
do it.
anymore.
hmm and that's basically how it's done over and over again. If it strikes out for you, then you move on to the next one, and then the next one, and then your next one. I
So where
remember
you
back
gonna
in the
go?
day.
Where are you
But
gonna go? Who you gonna turn
speaking to
It
what
to?
it
you're
it
saying,
feeds off itself.
There's
It
nowhere
but
to
does.
go
speaking to
because
what
the
you're saying
police
too,
are infiltrated. They're like, what you gonna do? Then you're gonna tarnish your whole career. You had dreams of being like, like with me, it was like mostly my artwork and stuff like that. I didn't even want to be a singer or a rapper, none of that. I wanted to do like magazine covers. I wanted to do album covers, promotional material, stuff like that. Like that's what I wanted to do. I'm an artist first. And my brother-in-law got me in because he was a rapper. Like he has a Grammy and everything. He was a rapper. And I didn't even tell him. I didn't tell my mother who was downstairs when I was 15 because I just didn't want to get them worked up. I didn't tell my brother because I like, I'm young and I'm a woman and I just, I don't want to rock the boat because it's gonna make it difficult for everybody at that time. I didn't like what are you gonna do? Go to the mayor? The mayor just gave him a key. Like, what are you gonna do? Where you gonna go?
Exactly.
And remember,
well,
all these industries usually it's a lot of nepotism in them as well.
No,
Like
yes.
say if 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 crew number 10 comes out and builds your stage, primarily, that is filled with clear men, and they're all related to each other, or they're friends with each other. It's just like with the police department. It's a family type of
It's a
thing.
sausage club.
If
Yep.
It's like a mob. It's
if
ridiculous.
my family puts up
Coach.
the money for a party, that's what your family might be known of. Okay, your family is the one on stage, my family is the one behind the stage, and
Doing
it pretty
production.
much goes like that. These are closed societies. You're not going to walk in off the street and go build a stage for anybody. Why? Because first of all, that job goes to that family member's son first and foremost, and then you want to keep that industry close because
Secrets.
all these types of shenanigans go on. All those guys that build your stages, that for these big events, Rolling Loud, Astro World, stuff like that, those
Summer
guys are
Jam.
like hopped up. They're hopped up on coke.
You know who else too?
Oh,
Don't forget the bus
cocaine.
drivers. Don't forget
You
the
know,
bus drivers, the tour bus drivers and stuff like that. The coach companies.
everybody.
Those like them, they
Okay.
know too. Like it's ridiculous. It's
And then
ridiculous.
if you work in a kitchen.
It's the front desk
Okay,
clerk.
the chef is doing blow. The bartender might be
Yeah.
an alcoholic. So
And they don't give a F about your age. When I was 15 and interning, this chick gonna tell me either you come into your job to intern, which was an internship, or we just won't, like, you just could kiss this goodbye. I was still in high school. They expected me to be there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was like either pick school or pick here.
Yeah.
So I can
It was
answer phone.
ruthless. It was ruthless.
You know who worked in I will tell you one person that worked in there, Mona Scott, and she still was big, and Yandy was running behind her.
Wow. Not surprised.
Well, they did. It was you are absolutely right. Like, you're just giving confirmation to things some of us already knew or whatever, and for those that did not. But she made it clear. Like, you're basically there to be a pass around. You're there to be, you know what I'm saying, like, sexualized and to do these people's bidding. So I think it's like really, really horrible. And I don't know if I do believe that this is going to be epic. It's already epic. And not trying to make it salacious, but what makes it so epic is the fact that this is never on this degree. We've never seen so many people. We know that the exposure that's about to happen, and it's just going to have a domino effect on every genre and industry or whatever the case may be. But beyond that, you guys, like, I'm so appalled about the children. I don't want to be dismissive about the adults. I'm so glad. I feel like that was so strategic and a wonderful strategy on them to specifically say a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
And I
Because
want
I
them to.
think
I want
people
you to
tend to
understand too.
listen
Like
when you say
especially
this. I
with
think people
Okay, go on.
I think people dismiss the fact when it comes to the teenagers. I think they have which is crazy as hell to me. But that 9-year old,
Yeah. You
hearing
can't.
that it's a 9-year old, you cannot ignore that
You
this
know what they
person
have
is a
to
man.
do? But they do a lot in the industry, and this is not just music. This is everything, fashion, movies, all that stuff, even sports. They have to have a law set in place where you cannot just give temporary guardianship or custody to these people, because that's what happened to a lot of people. That's what happened
Yeah.
to, let's just use Usher and Justin Bieber
Yep.
for
Justin Bieber,
instance.
yep.
Their mother can like try everywhere with them. How they gonna stay this whole time at Diddy's house? How they gonna go on tour?
Yeah.
They get temporary guardianship or temporary custody to these companies, to these A&Rs, to these managers, to these people.
Yeah.
It should. If you're a fully capable adult, why are you giving custody to these people? You don't know Diddy. Why Diddy got custody of your child?
And that's why I say, like, the parents need, like, it's gonna have to be some type of accountability on the parents' behalf, because a lot of these parents are subjecting their kids to these situations because they too are looking for a come up. They too are looking for the child to be the golden calf, and if it means putting that child in the hands of Jay-Z or of R. Kelly or of P. Diddy because of what the equity and the economic leverage could be in that, like, a lot of these parents are blinded by their own greed and their own lust for notoriety, for fame, for wealth, that they are literally auctioning off their kids. And I'm so glad that you shared that, Saint Hudson. And I want to say I'm so sorry that you even have to endure that. But you
Right.
just cemented what I was saying just a few days ago in my previous live, when I said that you can only, like, this whole conversation around, because Freddie P and Suge Knight been like, Diddy is putting everybody through what he has been through. And I was saying that, look, anybody who has had any type of proximity to the industry knows that, like, you can barely even get off of the casting couch without having to be humiliated and objectified and violated. Like, you can't even make it to the actual gig because you got to get past the recruiter, who's also a pervert and a pedophile. And then once if you get the gig, after surviving that humiliation ritual, you get to the actual gig, and the cameraman or the creative director or the producer of the show is also a weirdo and a pervert. So to Son's point, there's like this cycle, this rinse and wash cycle that you're constantly subjected to, of exploitation and sexual violence. And so that should give us a big insight into these people, like the Oprahs, the Diddys, the Kellys, because if their black asses was allowed to ascend to the level of success that they were, and we know that the victimhood starts at the casting couch, you can only motherfucking imagine like what these people did, what these people were subjected to, how they
That's
were
back
victimized as
to
well, and how they had to sell out, and how they became the monsters that they were, because they were willing to go through these wash and rinses and rites of passages over and over and over and over and over and over again to even get to be the moguls and the titans that they are. And Diddy's life looks like what a lot of high profile people, as Saint Hudson was saying, in all these industries look like. All their closets are jam packed with this shit. Jam packed.
Can I ask y'all a quick
and
question?
that's what
Do y'all think
um
that, wait, can I ask y'all a quick question? And I'm going back on mute. Do y'all think there's a possibility, not to bring her into this, but do y'all think that Matthew Knowles sold his daughter off? Do y'all think that she was
I do.
victimized?
I do.
It depends on who you ask. Now, me personally, I definitely believe that, because there's only a certain way that you can get a certain place. I think there's some parents that think that they're being more helicopter than others, but at the end of the day, you still, like, putting them up for the slaughter. There's no reason a 16-year-old should be prancing around any stage in high heels. They should be in school, like, point blank, period. At least let them finish school.
Yeah,
Like,
and I second that what you're saying, is because if you look at Beyonce, she doesn't have social development. Are we going to talk about it, or are we going to talk about it? She doesn't have social development, as far as, like, she can go in a room and talk to people. Like, she can say, hi, how are
You got
you?
feedback.
Oh, hold on a second.
It's like a crumbling I'm hearing.
Hold on. Let me know if that changes. I'm wearing my pajamas. I have little flannel
Sounds better now.
pajamas
Okay.
on. Okay, maybe my pajamas is on that. So it sounds like to me, and this is just my opinion. Nobody has to agree. But just to follow up on the last young lady, Beyonce has done everything besides have a personality, and to me, I compare Beyonce.
she went out. What's that mean?
You went out, homebody. I don't know if you can put your hand back on the phone again, but you went out.
Oh, I just put
Okay,
my
there you
hand
go.
back on the phone. Okay, all right. Let me just say it because it's my pajamas and I gotta keep. All right, let me just wrap it up. And so what I was saying is, um, I feel like Matthew did contribute to Beyonce, and as far as his influence, because Beyonce doesn't have a personality that we sort.
You don't went out again, chat.
I get what
Trying to
she's
keep
saying, because
my.
she's almost like Britney. She reminds me a lot of Britney when it comes
Who
to
is Brittany?
Spears.
Oh, I remind you of Britney Spears?
No, Beyonce.
Oh, I was like, I don't have Britney Spears money.
And Britney Spears ain't even got Britney Spears money no more.
Mm.
But what I'm basically trying to say before my phone gives out here is that when you think of Beyonce, like we really don't know her personality, and I put her up there next to Michael Jackson as far as best performers in the world. I think it's James Brown, Michael Jackson, and then Beyonce, and then Bruno Mars kind of comes after that because like solo performances, I think they are so exceptional. But I do believe that Matthew Knowles had an influence in Beyonce's career to a point where he sort of crippled her. Um,
Yeah, no,
e-
I wasn't asking it. What I was asking, because we were speaking about how the parents just allow the children, it basically allow the industry to have full access to their children. And we know most, if not all, these children are victimized in some kind of way. And I think that her personality, although we have the on stage persona, right, which we see most
mhm,
of the time,
mhm,
the personal persona of her, like her immediate persona, gives me victim, and I feel like she
I
embraced that stage persona because it's what's protected her, allowed, you know what I'm saying, like it allows her to take her power back. But I really believe that this woman has been victimized by like someone in the industry. I just
Now I
believe it,
want to
and
add.
that's why.
what do you believe in? See it
Hold
in her
on.
eyes,
I just want to
body
add to
language.
this part. I think that I do think beyond something something Beyonce is a complex person, and I think her situation is complex as well. I think that Beyonce is just as ambitious as her father. I think that she gets that like ruthlessness and that like strong work ethic and that relentlessness from her dad, because it's clear that Matthew knows like was thirsty and hungry as fuck to definitely be successful and to kind of be the Joe Jackson in his family. And Beyonce also naturally as a Virgo and just her natural personality type is probably like overly ambitious as well. And I think that Beyonce is one of those people who like she probably was victimized as well. I don't know if it's so much as sexually, but probably maybe like emotionally and mentally, and maybe even sexually. But I think she survived those things because she's one of those people too who's gonna put like her goals ahead of everything. If there's one thing that we know about Beyonce, I mean, and she practically has said is that she's going to get what she wants, and she's almost willing to do anything for her career. There's literally interviews of her saying this, like, I would do anything for my career. Like, she's very career oriented. And I'm also wondering if Beyonce works so hard because that's her way of um avoiding maybe some of the horrific shit she has endured, because obviously like her dad definitely programmed her to be a slave for the industry. And Beyonce even to this day is like working like a Hebrew slave. She's actually working harder after being a mom of what, like 3 and 4 or whatever, and being married, and having a successful girl group, a successful solo career. And then this woman out here doing whiskey, doing jeans. She's out here doing documentaries, and it's just like, girl, what are you running from? And it could be
Exactly.
her own way of medicating and numbing herself to some of her own trauma. Very
Masking and
That's the
compartmentalizing. I mean,
and you
that's
know
that's
what? That's
basically it.
in the industry, the more you get them money wise, if you can make the money, they'll leave you alone a little bit more. Especially if you have people like Matthew and Tina Knowles, like with like hovering over you and helicoptering over you. But so like, and I bet it was protection, and also the only way she got the most attention out of her parents as well, or other people as
Right.
well. That's why I give. I don't. Well, Andrea is another case, but it's similar. That's why she acts so weird, because when she was acting sexual and weird and all this other stuff, that's probably when R. Kelly gave her the most attention, That's what she's still doing
Mm.
because that's all she knows.
And then you look at Beyonce's like the backstory with her. Matthew himself had said that, okay, well, the only reason you've gotten this far because you're light skinned. So you also have her parents very much so living vicariously through her, putting her on Star Search. Now we know what Ed McMahon's tease was. We were always over sexualizing these young girls in regards to putting them into molds before they happen. You can't tell me they went through all those um, different manifestations of Destiny's Child and there was no kind of shenanigans going on. Those were young girls. You know what I mean? And then you went from, and that's often in the patriarchy, you will go from your father's house to your husband's house. So it was kind of like a smooth transition. All of a sudden there's like, oh, she's, we know she's not a virgin, not singing bootylicious, right? Or we know something's going on, but there's no man in the background. Well, lo and behold, there was a man in the background, and she just went from Matthew's control onto Jay-Z's control, and then it kind of took off there. Now think about all the artists that have been shelved so that she could have the career that she has. There was Anne Marie, there was uh Blue Cantrell, there was
Olivia. What's Olivia
after
second
Olivia
one?
died, there was look,
Carrie
think of all
Olivia
Hilson.
those,
died.
all those
Think about
people used to
Olivia.
go on Jimmy Kimmel. They would rock it, and you'd hear them for a minute, and then you never heard anything out of them
She
after
always did
Aaliyah
something
died.
because Nikki was good for that too. I hate to say I know Barb's up in here, but she was extremely. She would like Cash Money. That's how they got her like going. Because remember, there was
Yes,
a lot of female rappers at one time, especially in the early 2000s. But the way they would do was say if you put them on, if you play their music, then none of Cash Money is coming on there, and you can't play none of her music.
exactly. And
That's how like
remember, Nikki physically looked different when she first started out. She
She did.
does not look anything like she does now. Nothing.
hmm and she's
She
handy
did
and she
not
can
Nikki
play
is
up
wave and
her.
such
stuff
a
She
on.
didn't play up her Trini nationality. She didn't do any of that. She was just basically from the Bronx, whatever, whatever, whatever. And
Yeah.
now she's done. It's like, wait a minute. So it's like you're not even the same girl that was put on, 15 years ago. You're a completely different
Yeah.
manifestation, and
Well,
they're all that.
I'm not gonna put Nicki in the same class as Beyonce because like when I think of like Beyonce, the James Brown and the Michael Jacksons, I'm thinking just performance. And then when you think of interviews with Michael Jackson, who is someone I compare to Beyonce's stage performance, not their catalog. Michael Jackson's catalog far exceeds Beyonce's catalog.
Two
But
Virgos.
if you guys ever have looked at Michael Jackson's old interviews, whether he was black or white, okay, he had a personality, and
He
so it
was
made you
cheeky.
feel
He
as
was
a
very
fan.
cheeky.
He was cheeky, he was funny, he was goofy, he was silly, he was serious, he was business minded, all those things in one interview in one sitting. And we don't get that from Beyonce. Like she comes out with her little teeth that are like close to her gums. Um,
Because
I'm
you got to
glad that she
remember, Michael Jackson has a natural born talent. Beyonce, and I'm a
right.
huge Beyonce fan. She
She's a
worked
trained
for that
talent,
shit.
you think?
She
You
worked
think
for
she
that
was
shit.
trained? Mm.
Absolutely, she could not dance nor sing when she first came out. She worked, but she worked. She's a
Right, right,
Virgo.
right, right.
Like Conscious said, she's a Virgo. She sat in that studio and she worked. She sat in that dancing studio or the booth and she worked until she became the best.
Wait, let me ask you what you thought about the Beyonce in the club remix.
With what? With Usher?
No, so she did 50 did in the
Oh
club, you can find me in the club, and she said she did the female version of in the club and whatever,
Yes,
and
she
there's
did.
a live performance of her. I think maybe this is the live performance of her actually performing it. I don't know if Conscious can pull it up. Beyonce performing in the club live, a young Beyonce. She had like some baggy jeans and like a yellow
I
tank
just
top
saw that the
on.
other day. I had just saw it.
Yeah, and so do you feel as though that was her authentic self? I'm asking I can't see the names, so I apologize. I can't see the names on StreamYard. I'm asking the young lady. She has a gray and white picture. I
Oh,
can't.
that's me. It's St. Hudson, but you can call me Hudson.
Oh,
I
St. Hudson.
definitely.
Oh, hey, Hudson. How'd you feel about that? Do you remember that? Do you recall that?
I do, because they used to play it on Hot 97 and stuff all the time too. No, that was not her authentic self. I don't think she really has a civilian self because she has been working. She's been working. She has been working this whole time. So she couldn't like chill on a block or hang, even if it's I don't even see her chilling in a nice bar, like a speakeasy or nothing like that. She doesn't have the social skills to hang with civilians. So that's what she kind of like, and she didn't even write that. I'm sure she didn't write that. She don't write most of her stuff, and let's be honest, she really doesn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that like Beyonce might be like, because Beyonce definitely. We know some people are saying that she is neurospicy. I don't know if she's neurospicy, but I think that Beyonce might be like a child prodigy or some type of like a musical genius. And I know with a lot of like people who are like severely gifted, like the Michael Jacksons of the world, the Janet Jacksons of the world, like if you look at a lot of them, they're all kind of cheeky and kind of introverted to a degree, and kind of like not very like extroverted in their like real self. They're all kind of pulled back, but I think that's how the universe sometimes like I think nobody gets it all in the universe. Like if the universe typically gives you like some severe talent, then it's going to like off-put something else. Like it's like there's like this rationing system that happens with the universe. Like if you're going to have extreme intelligence, more than likely you're not going to be as socially competent, or if you're like extremely gifted, you're not going to be like, it's just always something. Like if you get a whole lot of something, then something else is going to be taken away, but nobody gets a full download and it's full circle in every department. So Beyonce just might be one of those like alien forces. Like her tribe is those like people who are very gifted, and I think she was very inspired by the potential of her gift. I think that what Matthew Knowles put her through, and this kind of like helicoptering and this kind of like militant upbringing with him making like her and the girls like run the block with bricks and a book bags while singing, and like Beyonce was with all of that because I think she kind of came into the system very in tune with what she was to do, and I don't think she really bothered with prioritizing being cool in front of all of us socially, and would much have rather been paid and have been an icon instead.
Yeah, so
So
she got the
Yeah, but I
Britney
still think
Spears
that
treatment without the conservatorship.
I still think that because just thinking out some of the people you've named, I think there's still a commonality there that it may not have been, actual abuse, but I definitely think that there is a pattern where these people have experienced some type of abuse, whether it was mental, physical, or psychological, where it stunted their social skills and made them introverted, and they were fine with it because they channeled that energy that they had, the creative energy, and they just put it to being the best, like almost like I'm going to get out, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to get away from these people, get out, be on my own, from under the thumb. It's sort of type of thing or whatever, because we know that's pretty much the Jackson stories. You look at Prince, that was part of his. Yeah, that was the Jackson story. Then you look at like artists like Prince, that was part of his story. And I believe that there is a strong possibility that she may not have been trying to run from her mother, but I definitely believe that although she loves her father, she definitely was trying to get from under his thumb. So her ambitions, drive came from a level of some type of abuse. I
Here's the
believe that.
thing. I believe that, like, from being in it, I'll tell you that you very early on are told, well, made to believe or groomed to believe that like the civilian world and the entertainment world are two different worlds, and it's kind of like, I think she was like, bending over in some. Like, who's to say? I can't really say no, but it's a possibility that she didn't, because she worked so hard but there is, like, I believe she was probably taking some inappropriate photos for somebody, or like on set way too long than a child should
You
be,
know, that's
or
why
made
I
to
think
do things. And like, wait, let me finish. And made to do things that she necessarily didn't want to do. I believe that they're grown man ogling her, giving her alcohol, things like that. Like, absolutely, there was stuff that you would not want your child to do. But when you're in it, you're not made or groomed to believe that there's something wrong with that. I'm not saying that it makes it right, so don't confuse that, please. But like, it's like, it almost feels like somebody's forcing you to, like, your parents are forcing you to do your homework when you really don't want to
Beyonce
do
got
it.
the Britney Spears
that's what I was
treatment without
saying,
the
Hudson. I
But yeah.
wasn't saying, I'm
without the
not
facilities.
insinuating even that the abuse came from specifically within the industry at all either. If
Mm-hmm.
you have someone like a Joe Jackson, a Matthew Knowles, right? Very strict, very matter of fact, you're going to do this, do that, or whatever the case may be. That's why I said, like, when he spoke on the Jacksons, that, like, I see the commonality there. I do believe that there is a possibility, because listen, when I look at Michael Jackson, I'm not accusing Diana of being a actual, pedo or whatever, but some of her behavior towards a child like Michael Jackson, who had a crush on her, was kind of like psychologically predatorial. You know what I mean? Like, which we talked about earlier, how it's a pass for women to be predatorial, but it's not a pass. You don't get a pass from men, and I don't think that that's cool or whatever, because no adult woman should be fawning over someone else's child. Like, and Diana clearly was doing it. There are multiple videos of her doing that when he was a child or whatever. So I'm saying, and think it matters like that or whatever, that can create some type of psychological abuse, whereas although you've been taught that this is okay, but there may be something inside that lets you know it's not okay, and you may not necessarily feel comfortable, even if it's someone that you may even have a slight crush on or not have a crush on. You understand what I'm saying? I just see a
Mm-hmm.
commonality, and it goes back to what you guys were saying about parents giving that, like, just basically giving your children over to strangers and thinking that this is what's best for your child. I personally don't think that, like, first of all, children should not be working. And if you're going to have your child working, I don't care what industry it is, if you're going to have your child working, then you need to quit your job, because that means they have an income, right? You should quit your job and you should be wherever your child is at. There's
You know,
no
in UK,
reason that,
they
huh?
can't take. Do you know in the UK the media cannot take pictures of children, no matter what? They always have to blur children out. That's one thing. If they're on
They need
set,
to
they
do.
have. But like a TMZ, or like, Perez Hilton or anything like that, they can't take like all the even if we've seen them a million times, like your children pictures, their face has to be
Mhm.
blurred,
And
and we
that's
can't even do
that's
that
after
here.
years of actually doing it, and because of Princess Diana's death.
Yeah, there needs to be
That
a
type
law
of
in
footage.
this
Son, can
country.
I ask you where
There
you
definitely
live
needs to be a law in
in
this
the
country
country?
where it is mandatory that when it comes to children, if you're going to put your children in this industry where they're going to be workers, your parents has to, one, or at least not, if not both, the parents need to be required to provide their children with 24-hour supervision. That should
Mm-hmm.
be a law.
Son, can I ask you where you are in the country? Because I love your accent and I can't pinpoint it.
I live in California now. I am Scottish. I lived in Manchester, so I'm from the northern part of the UK, which is completely different from the southern part of the UK. But like most places in the UK, it's a dump. And so, yeah, I'm over here for good weather, good food, and a little bit more freedom.
Your accent reminds me a little bit of my mom because she was a teacher in Italy and she
hmm
taught Braille.
we have to move around, and there's plenty of people out there. There's plenty of expats that we're just trying to go and make it the best way we can, and then and to the encouragement to all of ADOS, FBA, ACON people, everybody does want to be you. Who
Yeah,
wants?
your
I mean,
accent just
everybody wants to
reminds
be.
me of my mom because she sounds she has a little bit of African accent mixed with Italian accent because she taught in Italy for years, and then she has an American accent. So when she cusses me out, I just sit still because I'm getting
You
cussed
could
out in
you could be
multiple
you could be cussed
accents,
out in different dialects. Yeah.
different dialects. So
Yeah.
Not to like interrupt, just to bring it back. Somebody said something, John Benet Ramsey, in the chat. Definitely what happened to her. Her parents exploited her. But what also popped in my head was that anybody know what happened to Drew Barrymore?
Yeah,
June
Conscious
Barrymore was
talked
a
I
about
thought
it
Drew
freak.
Barrymore
earlier.
had a show.
She
Yeah,
she was
like
she was hypersexualized. I remember coming
There's
across her
pictures
on
all over the
Venice
place.
Beach.
In the
She
Charlie
was,
Angels days, is that what
yep,
you mean?
No, and when she was a baby, when she was like 9 years old, there's pictures of
head.
her in the club with her mother with drinks in her hand. Her mother used to give her drugs,
mhm.
everything like that. There's
Hmm.
literal
Oh,
pictures.
she
You could go
wrote a
on
book
Pinterest.
about
Yeah.
that, right?
When
She
She's
was a
been
when
talking
baby
she
when
about
was
she.
that
doing
I'm
for.
talking
she
about
was
the
doing
E.
ET,
When
and then
ET, that's
she
what I'm about
was,
to. She was popping off.
yep,
Her mother was like exploiting her too. She was in like Studio 54 and stuff like that. She was
I
chilling.
think that
She.
Drew, but
with Michael
if I'm
Jackson,
not
with
mistaken, like
Michael
she said that
Jackson too.
she was an alcoholic and a drug head by the time she was 11, I think, or 12
Yep.
or something like
Hmm.
I
that.
remember reading that.
She had to
And
be
so
on
Yeah,
who
drugs
is
heavy.
Diddy's always
who
been very
is turning
transparent
her out like
about.
that?
She was
New York was
always
a rough place.
transparent
Diddy and the feds
Yeah,
are
she
going to
about.
was.
address it in the next coming
No, she's
months,
always been transparent though.
allegedly.
Like years ago when she was like even a teenager, she just always been very transparent. And then when you look at like the Corey Humps, like Hollywood has not been good for children. Like, let's just be the music and none of this entertainment in the States just has not been safe for women nor children. And when
Right.
we
And
look
you
For
know,
at it, and
anybody
let's be
though,
Diddy,
for
honest,
I
but hold
wonder
on,
what
anybody.
the
wait
Listen,
a minute. I
I
was just about to,
expect I
okay, I was
expect
just
the
what
about to
devil
say
to
Diddy
be the
and
devil.
the Usher and
But there's
Justin
people
I
that
Bieber
was
are
thing.
saying
benefiting. It's not
it's
safe
the
for
same thing
anybody.
for it's the same thing for men now because and it's always been for men, but we've silenced as a whole the people. We've silenced men's voices. We've silenced the women's voice, but like
We
I
didn't.
feel like we've silenced men's voices more than anything. And it's just really sad.
I'm
It's not
thinking
just sad, it's heartbreaking, huh?
what the Eddie Murphy case. Look at his victim.
Like, but what I'm
He
saying,
was
like
silenced, and
to the
everybody was
large
kikiing it up with Eddie Murphy. Everybody was kikiing it up on the news.
you talking about with when he got caught with the trans woman?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people forget. Selling sex is illegal in our country, except for one place. Those are usually victims on the street. Those are usually victims that you are buying from. Stop playing
I
this
don't know
game,
if those are
people.
okay, I'm not gonna say that they are victims, but I definitely not when I say victims and the way I'm assuming you're saying it, I think they're a victim of of society because I don't think sex work should be illegal. I think people have the right to make if they want to make a profession out of it and get paid for it, that's their right, that's their body. We can't say
Yeah, I
that
don't think
we
it
have
should
a
be
right
This
to
illegal
is
either.
autonomy to our
listen.
body.
When things are illegal like that, they're not like there's no regulation over them. It's not like they're in like where is this? Switzerland when they got the red light dishes with the girls in the window and stuff like that. They have a
Hmm.
little bit of jurisdiction over them. When it's illegal here, these people are put up by pimps and things like that. They're abused. They're made. These men, women, trans people, they are made to be on the street and selling it. They are
Yeah, I
usually the
said the
runaways. Or you're
system.
talking earlier about all these runaways and stuff like that.
That's why I said the system. The system creates all of these things to keep us basically at odds, confused, and just all it just keeps us divided. The system is not set up for us to live a free life and do what makes us happy. But I understand the standpoint that you're speaking from when you're saying like you feel like Eddie Murphy basically took advantage of this person.
Absolutely. You are the biggest star in Hollywood right now. And now you're going to pretend like you was just trying to get somebody right home. You don't know who that person was working underneath. You don't know who was making them walk the stroll. This is somebody walking the stroll. You think like people really want to be out there selling themselves? Effing and effing back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Most of the time, these are victims. Not everybody is as strong. That's why we have so many victims. That's why there was so many video girls. You think Corinne Stephens looks back and wish that she still effed all them people? These are people whose vulnerability is being exploited, especially on the stroll. Because in order to survive on the stroll, you usually got to have somebody over you, like a pimp.
And this all comes at what we were talking about the last 2 weeks ago. And now here it is. What, this is Tuesday, and it's just popped off like crazy. What are you trying to distract us from? Because ultimately, what we're watching right now, Conscious crew and panel, is the destruction of the entertainment industry that we've known for, let's say, the past 50, 40 years.
It's our whole lives.
Can you ever look at any television show, any movie, any video, the same way you did before Cat Williams sat on that couch?
A lot of
Oh
people
yeah, I
can't.
I mean, I mean, and think about it. Now, today's the first, or of where some of you guys are, that it's going to be the second. Um, okay, of October. Okay, so now we're in the full throttle of holiday season, right? So everybody's watching their money because Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa is gonna come up, whatever you're trying to do. And right now, okay, because what we were speaking of 2 weeks ago, we were doing whatever Nikki was doing on her tour, or is Ice Spice a flop, or is this one, or is that one? We were
Or
going down
Cardi's
our
fake
regular
outrage. Because that whole thing is a
or
sham to
a
me.
baby, you know, everything, right? We're all doing the same thing, and then all of a sudden, here comes two big lawsuits basically trying to salvage what is left of Rome aflame. You know, that's really how it goes on to, because no one's going to believe it. Children are way more sophisticated and savvy. And it's like, oh, so you're going to take me to go see Father Christmas or Santa Claus, and I'm supposed to really go for that after seeing you Diddy drop kick Cassie down a hotel hallway. You know, a lot of this bell has been wrong. It can't be unwrong. We're just not going to go and believe anyway. I need to see it in the booth. I need to see it on the stage. I don't want to see a big behind bouncing in my face. We want a little bit of reality, but we don't want that much.
I
And
want to know
so,
what people really think about Bill Cosby's case, because he wasn't. The reason why they let him go is because he made a deal. It wasn't that those stories weren't untrue.
exactly, which
no.
a lot of them will.
The funny thing about Bill Cosby's case and Homebody, I think your device had disconnected, boo. Because it had dropped you down, but it's not letting me bring you. Oh, okay, here it is.
Am I
The
there?
Bill Cosby, yes, we can hear you now. The Bill Cosby case is funny as fuck to me because like people around here like, oh, Bill Cosby didn't do anything, but as Saint Hudson said, like he took a plea deal, and the crazy part about it is that like I did a whole live stream about Bill Cosby's deposition. This man, he had to admit what he did in order to get the plea deal. Like, so in his deposition, he literally goes play by play of how he drugged these women, how he took advantage of them after he gave them quaaludes, how he went up their skirts, he groped them, etc., and how he literally drugged these women, and it's all in his deposition, which is publicly available. So people thinking because he didn't go to prison that these stories were not true. He did the things these women told him. I mean, exposed him for doing, but because
Right.
he was
And
willing to.
furthermore, his conviction was overturned because he made a deal with
Yep.
the prosecutor, or I don't know, whoever, the DA, that if they confess, or if Cosby had confessed in how he distributed or gave women quaaludes, he would not be on the hook. And it was his jail time was overturned because the document that I guess the prosecutor.
She went out again. But Hugh Hefner was way worse. I don't know why they let him die in peace, because I mean, like, look, I want people to
I
go
can't
back
believe
and
I
look at
went
these
out.
old. Wait, I want people to go back and look at these old, from the early 2000s, these old newscasts and these old reality shows and stuff like that. Kendra was 17 in there. She was drinking and 20 in there, and all that
Hudson, I
nonsense.
seen
Like,
I saw a documentary. This was long before they started doing reality TV. I saw a documentary that was on a VHS of Hugh Hefner. And this man has been a predator since when he just had, before it was even
Girl.
the Playboy magazine. But
In Chicago.
the problem is that it is okay for them to objectify women, and we see children, and now we're realizing men. It is okay for them to cause injury. It's like the elite has its open season on anyone that is not of a certain economic status.
Well,
And
now wait, because
what
Anna
has nothing
Nicole, Anna Nicole was young too, with that grown ass that man who's
yeah,
almost 90 in Texas, and he funded her way in Hollywood until she got on.
right,
So
and
he
now, but
fed her up to them sharks.
what we are seeing now in these, since let's say 2000 and present day, is that it doesn't even matter if you are now a part of the lower class or the elite class. It doesn't matter, because if they want to victimize you, which is something I've been saying for the longest of time, like, people want a seat at the table that they're not welcome to, like, and they're okay with sacrificing their own. They don't care. This is beyond just in my opinion, it is beyond just classism. This is spiritual warfare. People's need and greed for absolute power, however much they can gain through it, and they don't care about harming. These people are mentally unstable. They are detached from their humanity. So it's open season on whomever they can prey.
And
And
then
that
you
is just
have
the reality.
access to everything on top of it. You have
Mm-hmm.
all of the money, you have your bills paid, you have your family's homes paid for, and that's what us regular people really want. We want to make sure that we're secure and everything is paid for. And so when you get to that level, when that's paid for, I've never been a billionaire and never been a millionaire. But for me, if I was at that level, I would look for something else besides children
I've always
or
said,
drugging
I don't know if
women.
y'all ever heard me say this, but I always said, because I've worked in the vicinity, I've worked in that industry. I've always said, rich people are the most miserable people I ever met in my life.
They're
That's why I don't
demonic.
care
I
about
Why is
money.
believe
that?
they
Why is that
all.
in your
Like, y'all got to
opinion?
remember though,
You
like
can
y'all
speak.
have to remember, pedophilia and grape is a mental condition. It's not about options. It's not about, people having access to pussy and dick allure. It's not about that for these people. Like, for pedophiles, I believe that these people are like hardwired to be attracted to what they are attracted to. Like, they can't control what they're attracted to, but they can control acting on what they are attracted to. And when it comes to grapists, like, the psychology behind a rapist is power. So they don't want consenting partners. That's not their turn on. Their fetish is disempowerment. Their fetish is vulnerability. Their fetish is affliction of pain. They can't accomplish any of that if you are consenting to the experience. So that defaults them to having to prey on the most vulnerable, which is going to be the elderly, it's going to be women, it's going to be children, it's going to be those who are disempowered, etc., because they're literally predators and they're looking for the weak and they're looking to impose and force themselves upon somebody and to inflict pain that a person did not consent to and ask for. So they're like, these people need help. Like, they need help. And the fucked up thing about sick rich people is that they have the means to actually get the treatment they need. They have the means to get into the therapy and getting to the rehabilitation that is afforded to them. I was going to say this earlier to when the white guy was up here, and he was like, when y'all was speaking about like the Catholic priests and shit, and he was arguing that that's more than likely due to a lot of like indoctrination and all of that, all of this, all of that. Like, and I get all of that, but my whole thing is people have a choice, and and I'm reasonable, and I have enough humanity, and I have enough common sense to be able to give pedophiles the grace of being able to say you probably are suffering for something you can't control, because I don't believe that anybody would just wake up and choose to just be attracted to children or to just be a deviant. I believe that that's got to be a condition. But what I won't accept is that they don't have control like anybody else over their loins, over their genitals, and that they don't have any self discipline.
Breaks.
You know,
The
yeah,
breaks.
like I'm not going to condemn somebody for being afflicted with an affection that they didn't choose, because I don't, because I think that we don't know enough about the human brain, and we don't know enough about how shit is really wired and how these neurological circuits are really connecting or not connecting to be able to say objectively, what people's perception is of things. But the reason why I know these people still have choice is because they choose to lie and they choose to hide what they do. So if you got enough sense and you got enough wherewithal to put into hiding your deviancy and your abuse of people, then it means that you absolutely know what the fuck you're doing, and you absolutely have the resources to not do what you do, but you choose to do what you do, and then you put all the energy into hiding what you do instead of putting that energy into learning how to not act on what your impulses are.
Yeah,
A lot of people are mentally stunted. That's another thing too, because there's plenty of avenues to get to the same location. A lot of these people will abuse themselves, and they mentally stunted at that age. That's what I think is going on with R. Kelly. And I know I don't have no sympathy for him, but like you said, he chose to hide it. He like pump fakes a lot, and so he knows what he's doing is wrong, and that should be enough of it. But he figured because he R. Kelly that the industry itself, because you're a cash cow, we could clean up your mess. And that's the problem. That's why I keep going back. I know a lot of people don't like me mentioning like MTV and Viacom and like all these like Ford Model Agency and all this stuff. But those are the ones, because those are the individuals who go home and kiss their children and put them in private school and la-di-da-di-da with their families and all sorts of mess. They're the ones funding these mess. These people are still employees. Diddy is still an employee. R. Kelly was still an employee.
That's like, but that's
and then
just like
they buy up other like BET and all those other types of industries as well too. So it's always the coal coming from within the house. We're just like, our culture is being disintegrated from the inside out.
They infiltrate.
There's no and how are we, and think about it, and let's just let's take all our feelings out of it and just be about the money that is associated with this. Okay, and look what time it's coming at. So Kendrick is on stage rehearsing for the Super Bowl right now. If everybody gets outed out, who's going to want to go to that game? Some will. Some people are going to ride or die. It does not necessarily matter. I want to see the hot boys. We don't care if Wayne is holding on by a dreadlock. Some people just don't care. But then again, there's
McMahon about it too. Look at Jerry Maguire. How many athletes have SA charges against them? Have people complaining? How the cheerleaders? How many times have they come out? Like Jerry, you can look at Jerry Maguire and see how women are exploited. You can look at people talking. You was talking about earlier the contortionists and stuff at the parties and all that stuff like that. Look at
physical therapists.
Watch the Hate Me Now video. There's lions and tigers in there. There's women dressed in all like body painted silver and stuff, doing all type of Are you kidding me? They like this ain't lies. This ain't fabricated. Go back, especially in the early 2000s and 90s. They showed everything. And you thinking this is cute and stuff? Like Hugh Hefner had to paint the girls at his party too. A lot of underage girls. People wind up missing. Who
had those videos of all the girls on the beach with the tea bags? Who was that? Was that 2 Live Crew?
I think it was Hefner. You mean the rabbit suits or the swimsuits?
No, I mean like the videos.
That was 2 Live Crew. They did and they had this bill. They started the girls going wild thing. and all of that. But
Yeah.
yeah, but the
Oh,
thing is
what about this?
going back to what she was going back to
when
what you all are saying. It's like an animal, right? The animal always seeks out its prey. They know who to prey upon, and
lem-
it's all about the feminine energy. I'm telling you, it. These people are not just it's about power, but it's also about, like Conscious was saying, about destroying people, like to break you down. And like you were saying, Viacom, BET, all of they know this, and they help
when did Dave
enable it because
Chappelle come out with "Piss on You"? They make fun
um
of
Piss on
it.
you. Oh
Drip, drip,
my.
drip. I mean, like
Ew.
he was satire. He was making fun of R. Kelly, and he had the bucket of pee, and he was pretending to pee on the girls and stuff like that. That's in the this is Dave Chappelle show. Freaking Rick James is on there himself, reminiscing about doing blow and knocking bitches out and shit like that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I know y'all remember drip, drip, drip.
Well, Dave Chappelle is so problematic. I mean, pick any of his skits and let's really talk about it. And there's a
He was
lot of
telling the
other ones,
truth.
and there's a lot of them up in there, and was probably at a party himself. He's a
Hey,
millionaire that loves to hang out with white boys in Montana
I
and the
spoke the other
Dakotas.
day. Get him to the Greek. How many people saw that movie? What was Diddy doing in that movie?
but you know what, son, I wanted to say, because you said our culture, this is not our culture. I
Who
think
said
that
our
is very
culture?
no, son, when son was saying
Oh.
that they basically have they're destroying our culture. This is not our culture. It's not. And unfortunately, for most of us, we don't know our culture. We've literally indoctrinated ourselves, or their culture has been indoctrinated within us. But I think that it's important that we get
Yeah,
back to
that's what I
our
meant.
basic. Yeah, we need to get back to our basic fundamentals. We need to learn who we are. Like we was discussing hours ago about the educational part. Like I think we was still in the chat or whatever. We don't even know our real true history. Conscious touched on it a little bit about when they brought the women over, when they brought not just the women, but when they brought us over on the slave ships, right? How the women they literally had to they bound the women's mouths because the slave women, they were chanting in their tongues, and it was driving the slave masters to jump overboard, so they bound their mouths to keep them from loose because it was driving them crazy or whatever. Like we don't, it's so much about ourselves that we really don't know. And I'm not talking about our immediate selves, but I mean our true selves, the core of us. And because we don't know ourselves, we see we've gone through the whole political side of it, where they've taken our own the American history of our lives. They've taken it out of the school systems, like anything to keep us bound, ignorant, because they know that the more we know, the more powerful we become, because then we find ourselves and we don't have to fall into the traps that they set for us. We are more than just entertainment. We are more than just convicts. We are more than just abusers. We are more than just broken homes. We are more than this. But we have adapted to what they have instilled in us, which is their culture. None of this shit was ours. None of it.
Well, how do you think we got here? We were sold
Cause
by
some of
black
us,
people.
cause some of us
Some of us. I
sold
was
us
yeah. My
out.
people were already here. My people were in Seneca Village. They were here already. They came here themselves way before slavery. It wasn't even that many slaves, to be honest. That's what people don't. That's what they don't want to tell you. And it was a whole lot of broke. It was a right next to those no black allowed side. There was no Irish and no Italians allowed either. The Japanese were in concentration camps here in America not that long ago. There's still some of them living that was in them concentration camps, but they know how to They know how to keep their eye on the goal and not just on victimizing themselves. That's where our people got it fucked up at.
Have you guys ever read
No,
a book
no,
titled
no, no,
48
no.
I'm
Laws of
Hold
sorry.
on.
Power?
No, because you can't say that we victimize ourselves. Our truth is our truth. Now, it may not
Right.
apply to every person that's quote unquote black in this country, but the vast majority of us that are ADOS, It is our truth. That doesn't make us a victim. Now, I do agree that we should not continue to dwell and roll in the mud and not get up and help ourselves and put the work into action to rebuild ourselves. That is lacking from us. But I'm not going to say that we're victimizing ourselves. No, they victimized us. And unfortunately, it's like people are still fucking asleep in the matrix and don't want to wake the fuck up and see the reality for what it is. They're never going to give us back. They're never going to like give us back what was taken or what, we deserve. They're never going to allow us to find our own way. No, 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 no. But we got to do it. It's like, I'm not going to sit back and wait for a motherfucker to bring me a meal when I can get the fuck out here and fucking grow my own plants and motherfucking make my own fucking meal. I could go out here and get a pig if I want to and slaughter the learn to slaughter it myself. But I'm not going to say that we're not victims. Yes, what the fuck we are.
If we
And
like,
we
I still,
continue.
I understand what you're saying. And I did agree with you at one time, but when you, I like now I look at the bigger picture. That's why I just don't only absorb like what our people are saying, because you got to see the other side's playbook. You got to see how they got to where they are, because quite truly, every place on this planet has their own story of this type of mess of slavery, has their own story of being conquered, has gentrification, whatever you want to, women being pushed down, whatever you want to call it. Every single nation on this planet, one taking over the other, kings and queens being dragged out the castles and killed and stuff like that. They made it through, but what's going on with us? Because they want to keep us. Why is it only the slave stories in our history books and stuff like that? Show us how all you motherfuckers were slaves. Because we think like we have to come into the game with a defeatist attitude already. You got to understand how the subconscious works. They infiltrated our system. You see it with the Asians recently in New York. They did that Stop Asian Hate. They got that bill passed with their head down, not
But
making no noise.
You know why it's like that? Because we don't know ourselves. We don't. Do you think that when it comes to other races, cultures, whatever, do you think these people, they still know who they are? Their stories are passed down from generation to generation. They have no doubt what they feel that they are entitled to, and they get together. They don't have the division, even though there is division. They don't have a collective division. We do. We have been broken down in every form of aspect of our lives. They ain't pumping poison into no other fucking community like they pump into ours. No, the hell they're not.
It's
So
a class
although
thing.
I have a fighter's mentality. I don't have a bend over and beg mentality, but everybody is not rumors and tea. And I understand that, right? But I also will not look down upon and speak down upon anyone that does have that mentality, because clearly they don't know themselves. I did the work to learn who the fuck I am. That takes
Listen,
work.
that's another thing our people do too. All of us ain't meant to go with us. And we all ain't from the same place. I'm not
You
with
right.
nobody that's woe is me and themselves. I'm not. I'm sorry. And every like there's always like, whether it's R wordist, whether it's masochistic, whether it's chomos, all that. Every nation across the board. Like even right now in Africa, there's still tribes that can't even cross their own like territory. This is in places that are supposed to be more like upgraded, like in Nigeria and stuff like that. You still got tribes. Ethiopia, you still got tribes. Like almost like they Bloods and Crips out there. You got to be up on global
No, it's
news.
not Bloods and Crips out there. It's an African.
I'm trying to just make it. I know that, sweetheart. I'm trying to make it digestible for people like to understand.
We have to fall out of love with our oppressors. We do. That's one thing. Maybe we could argue about where we're going in the directive, but we all need to stay on code. A
Right.
Chinaman, you do not ask a Chinaman how to, or tell a Chinaman how to be a Chinaman. You do not tell a clear how to be a clear. If you try to call Team OJ and get interfered too much in their business, you're called an anti-Semite. So no one should be dictating how we feel, how we articulate our agency, our autonomy of our bodies. That is not appropriate for anybody to be dictating on that or telling us anything or enumerating us. Those types of conversations is what you have in your home, at your kitchen table, amongst your peers and fellows. Old boy that was up on the panel earlier, you have no business in our conversation. None. And we have to stop that. Everybody, don't stop bringing anybody to this damn cookout. You know better.
Can somebody mute? Hold on, because I can't hear you. I don't know. I'm about to mute. Can everybody mute?
Somebody
Am I
echoing.
muted? Can you hear me? Hello. La 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 la
Go
la.
ahead.
But people
Say
gotta
what you were saying.
understand, just because somebody says something that relates to you too, they're not always on your team. There's a lot of like false profiting and stuff like that, and like undercover.
True.
Like I see it a lot, even with the Krishan stuff, like the pro Krishan or the pro Nature Boys or the pro this one and that one that's really corrupting and like poisoning our communities. They're the ones cheering that shit on.
But
And they'll
how
have a
did they
black
get such a
thumbnail.
presence
They'll
in
have
the
a
community?
black.
How are you
They'll
getting
have.
such a presence in the community, though?
They'll
How are
have
they
a
getting the
listen.
floor?
They will have a black. We've quoted multiple times, especially in the carbonation sector. They will have a black thumbnail with the darkest person they can find, and then they'll be on that KKK website. What's it, Stormfront? And you find out who they really are. They be in there pushing three, or they be on YouTube pushing three, or saying they what Krishan and Blue together. They sound good. Oh, I believe her. She was like, da, 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 da. Like let her live, let her live. I love you. They be the ones giving Zeus all their shine and their views and stuff like that. You
No,
gotta understand when
nobody
you
put.
being played. You gotta understand when you
Yes,
being played.
all
I
of that
think
is
most of us.
propaganda.
Go ahead, son.
No, it's all propaganda. I mean, and we have to understand. We have to not fall for the rope a dope. I mean, swing by some of these programs of a lot of these content creators. They are preaching the truth, and then but you're drowned out by the crackheads. You're drowned out by these diversionary tactics. These people aren't real. All the people of our childhood, now we're finding out you guys all wanted to have freak outs, freak offs, or whatever. You want to do the egg test, as expensive as eggs are right now.
Before freak
The
off, there
sick
was freak Nick.
freak nicks,
Okay.
freak off, eggs, whatever. I mean, whatever you were doing. Could you imagine? Oh, look at all the money that's just been raised for Harris's campaign. And then you won't send any money for the that hurricane cleanup. We've
For
got a
your own
lot of
communities, your own community centers to shut
yeah.
them down. Do you know? I'm sorry. I'm not team nobody at this point. I'm straight anarchist at this point because I don't want my next Michelle Obama. No offense to anyone in the chat, but being an Ashkenazi Jewish man, I don't want him as my new Michelle Obama when I know that she's over there sending weapons to Israel on
Not
our
with these
tax dollar.
tax-paying, not with our tax dollars. That's not cool.
Thank
And
you.
I cannot get you to fix the Midian. I can't get you to clean up the bins of the trash that overflows in my street. I can't get you to get rid of these tent cities, but you're sending millions and millions and millions of dollars. And the same thing is over in UK. It's just, you got to be kidding me with this. You
We can't
really
even get the
do.
DARE program back. We had DARE in the 90s. The cops used to come through and play basketball with the kids. We can't even get that back. We can't even get the Kwanzaa movie showed again on BET or Teen Summit. Like, what the hell?
Can't Biden like makes like some executive orders now?
Are we looking for the government to implement these programs, or are we doing the work to implement them ourselves?
If they
We
taking
like.
our tax dollars, it should be both. Or I'm not
But,
paying no
can
taxes.
I tell you something that I've noticed? Because that goes back to what you were saying about being victims, this whole victim mentality. Yes, there are certain things our government we are entitled to. However, in the meantime, we know that they're not doing and not giving us what is just due. But what the hell is stopping us from doing it our damn selves? What is stopping us? The pendulum swing both
It ain't
ways.
them, it's us.
It's swing both ways. Why aren't we out here setting up community? We used to have back in the day. What was it? Community outlook or whatever you call it, neighborhood watch. Why aren't we doing these things? Why aren't we going to PTA meetings? Why aren't we why aren't we doing what the hell we should be doing? Whether they doing what they should be doing or not. If
Stopping
we start
us,
doing
but
what
us. When I go to my city hall meetings, I'm usually like one of the only
But
few black
but
people
you
there.
are, listen, you are one individual. I'm speaking as the collective, not one individual. Like, yes, individually, if we all do it, it makes the collective. But one person doing it does not negate the fact that you got 50,100,000 people that are not doing it. So my point is that why am I going to expect the government to do a damn thing that I'm not willing to do myself? I know that the government is going to fail me. I know that the government doesn't consider me as even a fucking a human being at this point. They don't give a damn about me. So why would I sit back and wait for them to do something that I can do for myself? And that's what other races do. They get out here and they put the foot to the ground, and then they make them motherfuckers stand on their word.
You
And
know what it
motherfuckers
is?
did come on
Because
their foot. But
they
we
know,
don't.
the government knows that the squeaky wheel gets the oil. They know it's not that they don't care about black people. They don't give a fuck about nobody. The person closest to me shot by police, and I don't really live like in the hood. That like I'm in an urban neighborhood. Let's say that it was a white man shot by the police, but the media won't tell you that. They won't put that up there because they want to keep. You know what? I'll tell you this. I saw a meme one time. It was a king and a queen, or a king and a duke standing on a balcony, and all the townspeople were like storming the castle. And whoever's standing next to the king, let's say the queen, she was like, "Well, how do we stop them?" He was like, "All we got to do is make the torches, argue with the pitchforks, and then they worry about each other basically, and now look at us." You got to understand but I'm not saying that there's no racism and but I'm not going to be whining and crying because some white lady rolled her eyes at me in Target. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't give a fuck. To me, I don't give a fuck what she do. She could die today or live forever. I really don't. What I'm worried about is getting shit done. And our government don't give a fuck about nobody, no matter what color you are, unless you make noise. And when I'm talking about noise, I'm talking about infiltrating the system. I don't know why we're not pushing more of our young black youth to be cops and judges and
I say it
attorneys.
all the time. I'm so
Like,
tired of. As a parent, like as an individual, I've said it for myself. But as a parent, I preach this to my children all the time. At the end of the day, there's more than fucking sports. There's more than entertainment. There's more than lights, glamour, and all. Like fuck all that. Fuck the hair industry. Fuck all of that. Like there is more. We need more doctors in our community. We have a whole plethora of teachers, but they're not in our neighborhoods. Why? Because they're not appreciated in our neighborhoods the way that they are appreciated if they go over to. Even though they get mistreated too, but they get more respect and they get more appreciation than they get from us. They don't have the cooperation from the parents or whatever the case may be. We need people to get into stem cell research. I preach this, but that's me and my household. What are other people preaching in their household? Because again, we have adapted what everybody keeps saying is the culture, our culture. This is not our culture. It's not our culture. And ultimately, yes, I agree to some degree of what you were saying about being like sitting back and just what they owe me. I don't like when people sit back and the government owes me to go. No, 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 no. Get the fuck out here and get it for you. And we know it's going to be hard, but you got to be willing to make the fucking sacrifice. Where is your courage? Where the fuck is your courage? If you
we
don't
do
stand
have a
for
lot of
that
black cops. The high ranking cops are usually like right now, what we have in there is the people who are like what's that movie from the West Coast when he's like, I hate my skin because it's black. Like we do have a lot, but it's not the ones that we need. We need some ones who love our people. If it got to be all of us, then it should be all of us. You know how many attorneys? Like, why you think a lot of Jews are attorneys? Or at one time when the mob was going down, why you think all them young Italian men were becoming attorneys? Learn how to put your head down, fuck your emotions, and get the job done. Like your mama made you eat that broccoli when you was little.
I just know we have a problem, and we all have opinions, but I don't see the work as a collective. And I just wish that we would start putting in the work as a collective. Like we shouldn't even have a situation. Like I mean, I know we cannot control and dictate everything, but we shouldn't even have a situation like a Diddy. We shouldn't. We shouldn't have had a situation like a R. Kelly. It shouldn't have been okay with it going on for 20 and 30 years if we were going to have these type of individuals. And unfortunately, we have such an individual mindset and not a collective set mindset that we're going to continue to go down the same fucking path until we start thinking collectively. Okay, you may have 100 people. Out of them 100 people, you may have to leave 40 behind. That is okay. Leave them 40 behind unless the 60 of us get to fucking work.
I got something else
I
I want to
believe
share
that.
too. I got something else I want to share too, because when I think about other cultures, like the Asian community and the Arab community, you know why a lot of times they're able to really kind of drive their kids to kind of maintain like their culture and their traditions and like this lineage of judges and lawyers is because first and foremost their parents are demonstrating it. The issue we have as the Black community is our mamas and daddies want to go work for the Pepsi Cola factory while telling you to go be a lawyer and a judge. And we know the old saying is kids don't do what you tell them to do, they do what they see you do. It doesn't matter how much you talk to you blue in the face. Demonstration is more impactful than the constant verbal berating. A lot of these other communities come into the system, they get grants, they get strict, they get on a strict social regiment, they rise up in this system as business owners, they own their salons, their gas stations, they have businesses to pass on. This creates a deeper incentive for the kids to follow in their parents' footsteps, knowing that they have something to directly inherit. They're not starting from pure scratch of, okay, go be a fucking judge and you are a administrative at a local dentist office. Like, like I think that's something we can do better as a Black community is first and foremost, like it got like all leadership starts with the head, and we can't be talking sideways to our kids. We can't be trying to convince them to do something that we didn't even do ourselves, something that we didn't even find significant enough to do for our own communities. We didn't even aspire to lawyers. We didn't even aspire to judges. So I think it got to really start with the head, because the tail follows, the rest of the body goes wherever the head does. And the big problem with why we have this like weird schizophrenic bipolar disconnected intergenerational shit going on is because we all out of order, because there ain't no order in the courthouse. Ain't no order. So once we really get our houses in order, once we really return back to the idea that we got to lead by example, and this is going to be the only way it can happen is leading by example, not telling somebody to be something that you ain't, not asking somebody to go do something that you won't, but when it's reflected in your walk and your talk, when it's in your actuality and reality, when that pep is in your damn step, then you can be taken seriously as a leader, as a parent, as a confidant, etc. We want people to go do shit that we ain't even doing. We want people to go live shit we ain't even doing. We want people to go put shit on the line we ain't putting on the line. It starts with us. And that's the only damn difference that I see between us and every other community. I don't think that these other motherfuckers are smarter than us. I don't think they're more creative than us. I don't think that they're more intelligent than us. But what they do have a master over is their priorities. And they understand the power of leadership demonstrated directly in their personhood.
That drive.
Yep.
That was a whole word.
We'll stop you when you start telling an untruth, because that's basically what it is. And look, only a remnant is going to be saved, and that's just some of the stuff we really have to start talking about. And these are very uncomfortable, dicey, explosive, and divisive conversations, but they have to be had. Now, for those that are on the team, just like with Harriet Tubman, are you not going with us? Okay, then I'm going to shoot you. And it
Mm-hmm.
has to be, and that's one of the reasons why I do gravitate to uh these panels, is because your dogmatic, fierce, ferocious mannerism. See, we need some of that testosterone thrown in there, conscious. And historically, it was the women that would start the slave revolts. So, and all these panels are always packed with women. So that is something we've got to lean into. We have to come, and that is what say Afrofuturism is about. It's pretty much how we would have articulated and matured if there hadn't been slavery, apartheid, just if it hadn't been all that, that Wakanda type of ethos. What
And we don't understand.
and
Our people just do not understand how well we have it. Like we've almost, I don't want to call it spoiled, because there are a lot of things that we're still fighting against, but it is a little bit of being spoiled. We won't even look around. Like we'll have our eyes on focus on one thing. Look around the world and see what people are really fighting for. I don't think like Harriet Tubman or our ancestors who fought to get us out of slavery and oppression and stuff like that. If they saw you getting upset and calling somebody racist for cutting you off at a light, how do you think that would make them feel? You got a car? You're allowed to you don't have to. You could go and stay. You can go into the pool with
you
these
can
people.
walk around.
We fought
You
like
can walk
hell
around.
to get you where the fuck you are, to have the same rights, and you getting mad over some dumb shit? Are you kidding me?
But
Keep your eye
rumors,
on the prize and remember where we're going. Stop! You can't
that
That's
stop
a
and bark at every dog on the highway and think you're gonna get to where you're going.
son.
but that
That's Hudson. That ain't rumors.
uh,
No, that's me. That's me. Cause I'm
I
sorry.
know.
No, my grandmother. I wish
No,
I
our
would. My
passion, Hudson.
son.
Our passion sound alike.
yeah, it
That
does.
northeast. That northeast. You know
Yeah,
how we do.
no, but that journey of Harriet was only 100 miles. So that's like for me getting in my car or taking a train like to San Bernardino. It's a very short distance, and we are there. We just have to keep going. And all these these noises, these whispers, we got to get rid of that. That's what we got to get rid of. But we have to understand, when you take away something that's negative and toxic, you have to replace it with something that is positive, because otherwise you're going to just jones for that negative thing that was taken away. And that's what they teach you in, say, something like AA or something. You have to replace it with
And
something
we
else.
do.
These people have no
We know they're not
purpose.
telling us that you can't get certain grants, you can't get certain things. It's bigger than that. What they will is they'll increase our like if people get jail time, they'll give us like a little heavier sentence, or they won't they do some sneaky covert shit, and that's the shit we really should be focused on, not who
Always,
likes me or
yes.
who doesn't. And usually it's backed not by a person's personal feelings, it's backed by the almighty dollar. That's what they care about, is the dollar. And who's
Let
gonna
me
fight
tell
back?
you
Who's gonna
something.
punch back? Why wouldn't I try these meds on these people if I know it could bring us $1 billion and they not gonna push back? They ain't gonna say, "Hey, wait a minute, this emperor's not wearing any clothes over here." They don't care. You get them free phones. Like,
Let
you
me
feel what
tell
I'm
you
saying?
ladies something. So today, when I was reading about the strike, right, on at the ports, and I was like, oh my God, like people were freaking out. I said, people don't even, like our people, we don't even see the missed opportunities that, like, they haven't even been gone yet, and we still missing out on them. Of how, this is not a bad thing for us. Like, this is an opportunity for us to go and invest in, what I mean, like doing our own thing and
Mm-hmm.
stop relying on them to supply us. Like we're not the ones that's going to take the loss. Now, of course, for those that work at the port of our own people or whatever, like, but overall, we're not the ones that's going to take the loss or whatever the case may be. This is an opportunity for us to literally detox ourselves, our minds, for things that are not important, because the things we need are right here. We have the natural resources right at our fingers. And
Same
yet
house.
there's a panic. We're running in the supermarket. The damn prices don't went up. We run into the supermarket and we're clearing out the fucking aisles instead of growing our own. instead of like, detoxing our mind. What the hell do we care about getting shit from Timu? Like, it is not serving us. It's putting money back into their pocket. I said, damn, not only our people, but the American people, like we're just really fucked in the mind when it comes to our needs versus our wants. And it's sad because that's again another form of programming that they've placed within us that we don't see is not a blessing, but it's a curse.
And make you
And this is
dependent.
our opportunity to really to deprogram ourselves. Like we're being the matrix. It's like every other day the matrix is opening up, and we just refuse. Well, I'm not gonna say we, and people just refuse to just fucking step out of it and see reality for what it is. Hey,
Hey, everybody on the
Rashonda.
panel. I want to add something to what you just said. I'm gonna say this. Uh, the reason why people are so consumed with the matrix and stuff like that is because they program and they captivate. It's like, when you under hypnosis and stuff like that, and whatever somebody say they'll do. Um, it's like they so used to what the government says and how people think, that they don't have a mind of their own. So what I'm saying is, I said it before. They want you to be stuck on stupid. They want you to not have your own mind so you can think and do the things that you need to do. It's so bad to the point where people can't even, um, they put their wants before their needs. And then you have a situation like running for getting some toilet paper. And I'm gonna tell y'all again, y'all better stock up again because you see what's going on. Stock up, but don't stock up to the point where you don't have enough for everybody else. Other people
No,
need stuff too.
better yet, install a bidet.
Yeah,
That's what you need to
yeah.
do.
So, because see, what's happening is they already said it on the East Coast, West Coast. This is gonna take some time for us to get our medicine and different things like that. They already said there's a strike for the different items and stuff to come in. So, y'all better be prepared. You see what I'm saying?
Be
Um,
prepared for medicine that's ultimately killing us anyway.
No, because if I
no,
don't
no,
take my
no, no, no,
medicine,
no.
listen. As somebody that takes medicine that's detrimental, if I don't have my medicine, I will go into a seizure. Well, if I'm an hour late taking my medicine, I will have a seizure. And
But
I
that's
woken
not the
up
No,
with
question.
I'm
my,
just saying.
I've woken up with my
No,
I'm
what I
not
autistic
was
daughter
speaking.
laying
I'm
next to
not.
me crying.
I'm definitely not speaking across. I'm definitely not speaking about medications that you need to
yeah,
remain here. I'm talking about because a lot of the medications that we get now. I'm not saying all of our medicines is here, but a lot of the medicines that we get is not necessarily needed. If we change our eating, our diets,
mhm,
we don't have to take that medication. Again,
yeah,
they're pumping us with so many different. Listen, they're poisoning us. And we've become
yeah,
so reliant on it that we have the natural fruits and vegetables of the earth. I don't know where I saw that, or I saw something where they were talking about we don't have a large resource of female trees in this country. They've
The
killed them all. They
Mormons. Watch
they
some Mormon
chopped they got rid
channels
of all of them. They've
because
got
they
rid of
stop.
all of them. Why? Because they know that they don't want us to be healthy. Because guess
yeah.
what?
That part too.
It keeps them getting the dollars in their pocket because then our bodies become reliant and like literally dependent on the medications. Now, by all means, I'm not telling anyone don't take your medicine to survive, but all the medications that we're being prescribed is not necessary if we change our lifestyles and our eating habits. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
and I can attest to that, Romans, because like I said, um, I noticed the changes that I have made like little changes. This is what I'm gonna say. Y'all can make little changes in your eating habits. Um, I even changed the way that I eat, far as greasy foods. I don't eat a lot of fried foods anymore. I don't eat a lot of pork, what I'm saying, stuff like that. And I feel so much better. I'm starting to lose weight and different things like that. So I see the difference. You see what I'm saying? Um,
Get in the
it's
gym.
all about,
That too.
yeah. And
A lot of
and
us
I
are
got
losing.
barbecues and different things like that. So it's the simple things that you do that will make a big impact. That's what I'm saying as a whole. Whether it's your health, whether it's doing something for the world. The little simple things that you do can change the world. You're only one person, but that one thing that you choose to do can impact the world, and it can reshape a person's mind. You see what I'm saying? Because you are actually a light to other people, and people can look up to you when you're doing something positive. You see what I'm saying? So I got people that like, what you doing different? You got a different glow. Somebody just told me you got a different glow about you. That's because I've been making little small changes. I even see it. You see what I'm saying? I like, I look different. And that makes me smile, and it makes other people smile, and we can change the world. It's so much hate in the world that people want to be so consumed with hate and envy and jealousy instead of loving people for who they are, where they are, and love on them and to give them encouraging words. There's so many people they can't even say, "How you doing?" Check on them. You see what I'm saying? We spend so time so busy
Girl,
consuming, trying to figure out what's wrong with people instead of loving on people.
this girl, I was sitting and waiting for was waiting to get our nails done, and she looked like she was about to pass out. I was like, "Do you need an aspirin?" Like, and I felt like, when's the last time somebody said that to you? Had like a splitting headache or something like that, and it's something as simple as like a Tylenol, something that we've been taking forever, but that could really be detrimental to somebody. And just even like you said, like a little hello. How many people speak to their neighbors? My mother was talking about back in the '80s when we lived in the projects. We moved out when I was like 7. She was like, it used to be we each on the floor had a day to sweep out the floor and mop the floor and take care of our communities. Like, do you know who on your block could sew, or who knows canning, or who is like a registered child care worker and things like that? Like, we're not a community anymore. That's a simple start that we could do.
Exactly. And not only that, I'm gonna tell y'all this. Please keep an eye on your children. I
And the
have to say
elderly.
this.
There's a lot of elderly
And
abuse too.
elderly, and also the disabled and different things like that. Because they're preying on these type of people. Why? Because either they figure they can't move, or they're impressionable and different things like that. Do you know there are people waiting around for your kids in a bush just like from school? They waiting at the bus stop. They could kidnap them. Different things like that. Be careful because you
Pop up
don't
on your
know who
kids
is
too.
what.
Because
Yeah,
nowadays,
and then
have you noticed? Have you noticed how the schools don't let the parents like walk through the halls, which I could understand because you do need to be safe. But usually, you got to stay in the office and stuff like that. My mother used to come to my classroom. You can't do that no more with your children.
yeah.
But you need to pop up on them when they're not expecting you, even if it's to the office, so they don't know when they're gonna catch you. Like, you feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Or you gonna catch them? You need to
yeah.
pop up on them
And then not
people.
only and then not only that, you leaving your children with anybody. I just seen the story, and it's so sad. The mother, it was a house fire, y'all. 4 twins died because the woman went shopping. So they're on the line. They're not even here because she went shopping. Parents are gonna have to do a better job. This don't make no sense.
Stop
If
leaving.
you know your
Stop
kids,
dating. If your kids are young,
yeah,
stop bringing these niggas around your
yeah,
man. Did you hear about that 13-year-old girl? She got
hmm
impregnated by her mother's boyfriend, who the mother didn't even know he had a record of chomo stuff. And he offed her. He unalived her. 13 years old. He knocked her up and unalived her. Stop bringing these
right.
niggas around your kids.
And not only that, you're leaving room for people to for your children to get hurt. You're leaving room for this. And then get mad if something happened to her. That was a classmate of mine. I gotta tell y'all this, what happened. She's in jail now, by the way. She sat up there and let her boyfriend molest her child. He underlied her, okay? She was on drugs. He's in jail, she's in jail. I saw her. She was like, I let my child, my boyfriend, unalive my child for some insurance money. She told me this, y'all. I was in shock. I'm like, what? I said, she got to be on something. So what I'm telling y'all, that's just a prime example of why the parents don't need. If you can't be responsible, the way this world goes, don't nobody need no more children if they can't be responsible. They need to make that a law. After you done had a certain amount of children and you know you can't provide for them, there needs to be some kind of consequences. Because what's happening is people just having children for funds and money and not caring about how the children feel. That's the reason why we got so many. That's what we've been so complacent on um, letting these kids do what they feel and not looking out for them and wanting them to be like them. You don't no child at no 5 years old should be looking after a baby. You got parents that does that, and then when they house catch on fire, or something, then they mad because they getting prosecuted. You don't do that. If you're gonna be a parent, be a responsible parent
And a
because it doesn't
grandparent
make
too.
any
I will
sense.
say that. I will say that because there's a lot of grandparents out here that say, I ain't watching no kids. I'm sorry. I can't get jiggy with that. I understand where you coming for that with that. And maybe you teach your child how to be a parent so you don't have to like really parent their kids. But those grandkids, women, do you know when you carry a female in your body, she already has her eggs. So you carry your daughter and your grandkids at the same time. And y'all may not agree with me and know it's not your responsibility, but if I know my daughter is a scandalous skeezer and she got weirdos around my grandbabies, I'm coming to get my grandbabies. I'm sorry. I do it with my nieces, my nephews now. With the kids in my, no, I'm not gonna be like, because what? How you gonna sleep at night? No, you knew damn well your nappy headed daughter that you didn't raise properly is abusing your grandkids. That shit is crazy. It's called a community. It's called a family. But then people want to whine and cry about being a community and being a family and looking after each other. You don't even look at your ones that are right in your household.
That part. So we got a lot of work to do, y'all. Um, and like I said, this is a lesson learned for everybody. It ain't just one person. It's a lesson for everybody. If we don't stop being complacent with this stuff, it's gonna trickle down to us. It's already have. We gonna be in a lot of trouble, and a lot of people gonna end up in jail, or something gonna happen to their kids. They're gonna be mad and all this stuff. But you can't be mad at something that you caused. Let me say that.
Foodie said something
So
about
what
natural medications, and I want to touch on that real quick because it is very true. If you are taking something now, please, 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 because I'm a registered herbalist, I just didn't want to say that, but still, please, even if it's something as simple as chamomile, make sure you could take it, you could drink it with the medication that you are on. There's a book, it's called The A and Z Guide to Drug Herb Vitamin Interactions, because they interact with each other. And no, your doctor won't know because they don't study herbs or vitamins or any of that in medical school. They don't know what the fuck a herb does. They don't know what turmeric does. They don't. They're not required to. But there's so many, especially with diabetic drugs or like mental health drugs and stuff like that. There's so many that have interaction. They will either mute and dilute whatever you're taking, or they like interact with it completely and you'll be passed out somewhere. You can have a heart attack. You could it's just so many things that could happen. Just please, 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 even if it's a quick Google, make sure whatever tea you drinking, whatever vitamin you taking, whatever shot you taking at the IV clinic or whatever, make sure they can interact with each other and make sure you telling your doctor what you are taking. like, because we go to cardiologists, we'll go to like a GP, a general practitioner, and you'll go to like a mental health doctor, and people be scared to tell them what other medications they taking. Tell these people, they can't arrest you. Just tell them. Even if you sniffing cocaine, please tell them.
Yeah, because I took something a while back, and I'm gonna tell y'all, I had to literally tell them because I had allergic reaction. I broke out in hives. I I had a lot of boils and different things like that. So, I told them, do not give me that medication anymore. So you have to be transparent with your doctor as well because you don't know the effects that it may cause you. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you got to make sure you got to be an advocate for yourself. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of times these doctors, they just get you in and get you out. They really don't care about how you feel, nothing like that. And also try to find a doctor that's understanding and who will listen. Because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people in this world have had diseases and different things because the doctor don't want to listen to what they have to say. And I'm one of them. And
Yep,
I'm fighting now, trying
they work for
to make
you.
sure that I take care of me. Yeah, I
They
spoke
work
up
for
for me,
you.
and I told him, I said, you're not going to treat me any kind of way. You see what I'm saying? Um, I have feelings, and if I'm telling you something, maybe you need to take a look at it. You see what I'm saying? So be an advocate for yourself. Um, take your medication if you need to. That's if you need it. Otherwise, try to make small changes so you can get off that medicine so you can be healthier and more better. Because if you
And
look
ask
at
for
it, people
something
are.
different. Especially like when it comes to
Mhm.
like the old diseases, like if it's like cardiovascular health, like high blood pressure, there's so many different medications you can take for high blood pressure. If one makes you sweat or you feel like you're retaining a lot of water or you can't breathe or something like that, let them know because they can give you something else and research what they're giving you. You got to meet them halfway a lot of times too. But if you don't like that motherfucker, ask your insurance for another one. I don't like this doctor. Let me go to another one. Like plain and simple.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's only one of you, y'all. And if you pay attention, people are leaving here left and right early. They even living half of their life. They leaving here with heart attacks and strokes and different things like that. I have asthma and all kind of stuff going on, but guess what? I'm taking care of myself. I'm
And how
taking
back in
better
the
care
day
of
everybody
myself.
was higher than the Cooter Brown and there was cocaine in the Coca-Cola, but they was living to like 100 years old. But now, like,
That
what the
part.
Diet, and it was diet and stress,
heck?
and we have all that just with, you're rocking that around your belly as far as all the cortisol, and look how stressed we are, and
It is stress.
how
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
the rat race, and then all that interpersonal minutia that's just dumped on us. And the first step, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And at least there is a remnant that is taking those steps to be able to do that, and we're not afraid to be on open airways speaking about this, speaking consciousness. I mean, and that is like the whole premise of the panel, because we can kiki and laugh and, dog walk all we want to, and use some of these celebrities as fodder or examples as to what not to do, or maybe cautionary tales, or aspirations or whatever, but we still want to be mindful of what a purpose is. One of the main reasons why you're having such, difficulties, because people don't have a purpose. A lot of people, it's just a real rudimentary, um, rudi- rudimentary type of tease, eat shit, die, and screw, and that's about it.
Especially the
And
men.
yeah, and it's and now look, I mean, I just went to the doctor today, just a dermatologist, but when was the last time you've heard a man going to the doctor? Just to, just for a checkup, check under the hood or
Mm.
something like that. They're not encouraged to do that because men aren't encouraged to take care of themselves.
Mhm.
And then if it's looked upon them taking care of themselves, well, something's wrong with you. And we have to change the whole paradigm is how we feel about how we're going to take care of ourselves. No one is going to love us. There is no place on the planet that appreciates us, even on the continent. The continent is being packaged to German and Polish clear people. I mean, it's
And China,
amazing.
don't forget, China got their foot on our neck. Bit hard
China
body. People
is
don't
so
understand that.
China is so deep in Africa right now that you're going you're going to have a generation of beautiful Chinese people
Looking like
coming
Tyson Bedford.
about.
Everybody's
No,
looking like
think there's even a couple that's on YouTube now, and they've got this little baby, and I'm just like, okay, so in 15 years, that girl is on somebody's cover because the premise always is about enslavers or people that come from without our communities. You just pluck them until they look like you. We have the mitochondria that they want. We are the strongest, the most fittest, the most, and yeah, I'm taking a very Afrocentric tease about it. I am the best. My phenotype is the best. What are we talking about here? And you want it in
that's
some
right.
degree or the other, So I'm talking fact. Carbon is needed. Carbon is the building block of all living things, and I'm not talking about that nature boy shit. I'm talking about us. We are the real deal. And whatever manifestation that we got, and we have to harness that power, lean into it. Conscious don't like us Virgos. Okay, but guess what? I've been
Leaning
leaning
in.
into that energy, and it's been working. And and there's always a positive and a shadow. We've got to be thinking about, look, because remember, we had communities, we had our schools, we had our houses of worship and all forms and shapes. We had this is a big tent, move around. We are not a monolith. Think of us more like tofu. We're going to take on the flavor of where we're at in the world and whatever it's mixed with and who oppressed us last.
We got to go back
I'm
into
very,
learning how to
we
alchemize
have to,
that energy,
who we are.
because love and hate release the same neurotoxins in our body, that cortisol. They both produce cortisol. Love and hate. We got to
It's
learn how to alchemize that energy.
and there
And
you
you
go,
know something,
alchemy.
Sarah.
Alchemy. You
And
you
you know
just you
something,
just said it
Sarah.
right there. How do you balance it? How do you cook fat, sugar, and salts, right? We have to be able to get that balance because we have everything. Now look, in America and in the UK too, Clear might come and like, maraud and pilgrim and burn it down, but we've already done it. So there's no reason for us not to be doing it now. Now we have more knowledge transfer, we have more funding, we have more agency, and there is more of us. We have to get off of that paper genocide foolishness that they got us on. We have the stuff. We are the carbon. We are the building block. We have no reasons to take a defeatist victim mentality. If anything, the giant needs to be waking up more so. And you know how when you get out of bed, people just don't jump up and get out of bed. You kind of roll your eyes, you wipe off the sleep, you stretch, you yawn, and then you get on to your day. Okay, well, that's been the last 4 years. And now we're ready to get up and be like, okay, well, this is what I need to do. And now let's have a game plan. Let's strategize. A lot of this stuff, okay, if it don't apply, let it fly. You know what I mean? Don't be too distracted by these things that kind of mysteriously chalk up because we've been on quite some time as any other panel. You don't think who's ever running this platform is listening and taking notes? You are to use the weapons of warfare that are used against you against them. That's what I need for you to do. If you're listening to
Infiltrate
the
the
sound of my
system.
voice, use it's in Asian culture. It's called American Express. And that's what I'm referring to is not so much a corrosive nature of us, of our culture, but it's just been an infusion of another culture within us. It's like being like a virus. You know, we didn't there was no chemist cooking up crack in, you know, the average, you know, ADOS FBA home. That was planted there by another entity that saw us getting traction. Every time we get traction in our communities, then there's some infrastructure you want to run right through the middle of it. Every time I get a business I'm going on, then you want to come and ticket me. I can go outside of my home right now and I can see a taco truck and I could see a pupuseria stand. If I wanted to sit out and say I wanted to sell a pot of greens, not washing a bathtub, but say if I
I was
wanted to,
just
like, you
thinking.
know, no, say if I wanted to, you know, because I could burn a bit. I mean, I've been sitting in the bushes and I've been making a late night supper for myself. You know what I mean? So what if I wanted to do that? Do you know how fast I'd have a constable on my Ross in regards to what are you doing? Where's your permit? You know, I mean, and that's just real, okay?
I pay
And
taxes. That's what
but
you
then
need to
if
start
I
saying.
go if I go 2 minutes up from my house, there is a woman that's preparing like chicken, salmonella for sure, on a street, with dust, with a top over it that can catch fire. That's food poisoning. They can be ripped off because I can come by, run in and run out, and then hit the tin, and I'm already gone by the time the police come by. I can do that, and that's okay because, well, we got to keep these slaves. If we can't take all their stuff away because they're the new slaves and they're your new overseers. And I'm just like, okay. And then I see you walking your children to school at the elementary, and you've guys got ankle monitors on your like ankles.
What?
What do you got? Yeah. And you're taking the little kiddies to school, and mommy or abuelita got she's got an ankle, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're not American, so you're not in the groove yet. Why do you have that ankle monitor on your wrist, on your ankle? And it's just like, oh yeah, because you're my you're my great replacement. Straight up. You and your
So
MAGA
no
nuts,
more,
you need to shut.
no more
They're not.
carpool. This is what you're getting.
No, no. This is so tough. This is where you go on campus at the college that I teach and attend, and it's got stuff like about colorism as far as from the Spanish the Mixteca um angle, like, oh, you know, because say if you're not the right shade, um Spanish people will get very angry and they won't respond to you, so you need to have a Mixteca
Wow.
and you
That's
need
why
to have
their
a
food
Mixteca.
sucks. If you go to Spain, the food is gross.
Wow.
And who is cooking it is someone that looks more like us. I cannot go get a fast food job in any of those types of places because they do not want colored people there. And when I say colored, I mean no colored, no Irishmen, no Mexicans. I mean that type of color. I don't mean no Twyla type of colored. I mean what I'm talking about right now, the skin I'm in. They don't want us there on every one of these jobs. If you drive the buses, if you go to like, the county building or you go to the assessor's office, everyone is Spanish. And then how do they get you out? Well, do you speak Spanish? Poquito español. Yo estudio. But if you don't, you're not gonna. Your black job is gone. And then there's the ghost jobs. So there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of this matrix that we want to make sure we're on top of. And we're not sleeping about it because we're being distracted by something frivolous. I can sew Miss Gupta on my head. It's all good, or I could rock what I got. So but that I'm not going to be tripped up behind that. We're putting the emphasis on the wrong things, and it's to our detriment. And that's what we have to stop. How we go about stopping that, I don't know. That's for individual and personal journey that we all need to be on. But nobody should be sitting online being a keyboard crusader, slamming black women, children, or men in front of the whole world to see. Oh, because how it translates to other groups is, you guys don't care for yourselves, why should we care for you?
Here's the thing.
Yeah, and
I want to add. I want to add to that. Personally, I think we have to remember that these other groups saw us as inferior and wanted us to feel inferior, even when we were prim and proper, when we were running Black Wall Streets, when we were competing economically, when we were, dressed in our Sunday's best as everyday wear. These people bombed our neighborhoods. They murdered our children. They threw Tommy cocktails through our church windows. These groups who don't see it for Black people don't see it for Black people because they are literally filled with hate. It has nothing to do with us, and we have centuries of receipts to prove that even when we play their game and assimilate it to their standards, that they still didn't see it for us. So I think if we're going to get it together, we need to just get it together for us, because we don't need to get it together because of them. We don't need to get it together to impress them. We don't need to get it together to be approved by them. Matter of fact, the problem is we got too much of them in our system to begin with. We need to get out. We need to get them out of our damn system. Get their indoctrination out. Get their approval out. We need to fully dishevel, and unearth all of that shit and just really dismantle the way we have internalized shucking and jiving and raccooning for all these people, and truly get back in touch with ourselves as a tribe and as a people authentically, and let the world hate and be great in front of their asses. I want to also welcome YB to the platform. Can you hear me, YB? Oh, you sound super, super low. Let me see if your setting is. Let me try to turn you up on our end here. Oh, you sound like real low, like almost barely hearable, like you're barely audible. You sound like a spirit from the other side.
What about now?
Okay, there you go. Now you're coming through the ethers.
Okay. How's everybody? How y'all doing today?
We are great. How are thou?
Good evening.
Val is good, honey. I'm at work right now, and I'm just
Yeah.
over here getting my whole life. I love conversations like this. I just want to touch on a couple of things. The first thing I want to touch on is transgenerational trauma. One of those things it's a very big piece that I think a lot of people end up missing. There was a study conducted many years ago. It was more so for Holocaust survivors, right? But I'm linking it, and I wrote a paper using that argument to fight for what I feel like is the major issue when it comes to the Black and Brown communities. So, transgenerational trauma is basically DNA markers. Our ancestors, all of the oppression, the depression, hello God, all of the things that ended up happening to them kind of follow through the DNA patterns through their descendants, which is us. And that makes us more susceptible to mental illness. So taking that into consideration on why the Black community, we seem to be a little bit more Down and out, a little bit more susceptible to mental illness, whether that be depression or all the things that encompass mental illness. We're starting to see a lot of doctors and a lot of studies actually being more geared towards us now when it comes to that. We're not considered to be in the DSM, or that, again, medical doctors, professional psychologists never really designed their whole thing with Black folks in mind. But now they're starting to actually move in that direction a little bit more. So that's a big piece of the argument here that I don't think a lot of people get. Um, Coupled with that transgenerational trauma, because again, the DNA cells, they carry the memories, they carry the feeling, the emotion in which, our oppressed ancestors, experienced. Now we are carrying that as well. Along with that, you have a lot of systems of oppression that were introduced long after slavery. So when we talk about drugs that heavily impact the crack and the cocaine epidemic that plagued the Black communities, that was introduced by the CIA, that's a very real situation. They wanted to come in later and swoop in to seem as if they were the heroes of the day when it was the war on drugs. No, honey, they were the ones who created that and cited that. The only reason it became an issue is because it started affecting white people. They didn't account for that, but now it's a major issue, and treatment centers all over good old America that only truly feed and help people of the clear. Okay. So when we talk about the betterment and what we can be doing and all of this fight and rah, rah, rah for like, why aren't we standing up and why aren't we doing this? Because you got to think about it. So we have the systems of oppression like crack cocaine, all of that stuff that took place, the heroin. Then we introduced, AIDS, HIV, those kinds of things. These things are purposeful, these things are intentional, because if you notice, most, if not all of these systems of oppression were intended for the Black and brown communities, right? So when you think about the many, many moons that our people have suffered, that takes on a certain type of psyche, a certain type of energy that will automatically make anyone feel without any real. You ever just thought about it? Why am I depressed today? Or why am I feeling this way today? There may not be a reason that you can lock on for it, but that's what's happened over the centuries to our genetic makeup, to our psyche. Whether you realize it or not, these things were meant and purposely placed onto you to make so at that point when it's necessary, when you're supposed to be standing up and fighting and speaking truth to power, hello God, you're not going to be able to, because you're too stuck in your own depression. You're too stuck in your own mental illness to even try to lift a finger to fight. Then we talk about the education system. When you think about how the education system was designed, again, they did not want Black folks to read, right? They didn't want us to be knowledgeable. They didn't want us to know anything other than what they wanted us to know, which was the bare minimum. If anything, it'd be nothing. But they knew at some point we needed to know something so that we can be useful to help them become more beneficial in the success of their future, right? So when you look at the trashy education system that people love to, talk down on us about and say, oh, well, your child doesn't read past the fourth grade level. Well, it's because the education system was never designed for your child to read past the fourth grade level. They don't care about that because they know what everybody else knows, that knowledge is power. Knowledge is what helps you escape the hellscape that they have designed for you to be in, your own personal prison. Um, because I overheard a lot of talk in this panel about just like why we can't move forward and what's wrong with us and all of these things. That's what's wrong with us. We're talking about centuries, if not eons, of these meticulous systems that were put in place to keep us at the bare minimum for their pleasure. Everything that we have ever done, everything that we have ever built was for them. It never was truly for us. And we have to learn to identify that without us, they would become nothing. But to do that, we have to create a situation where we can wake up a little bit from this dull sleep that they have put us in. And the only way to truly do that is if you look around, we're too divisive. There's not a there, Martin Luther King is gone, Malcolm X is gone, all of the great black leaders that tried their best to bring us into the collective, because individually we're nothing. So if we keep everyone fighting amongst each other, we keep all these distractions and these systems of oppression, and we keep blocking y'all out, lack of education, lack of knowledge, lack of resources. If we keep you pushed to the far corners of the earth with nothingness, we now can continue to have the power over you. Not just you, but your children, your children's children, and so on and so forth, until we're never free. That's how they want it to be. But the question I have is that when we talk about centuries and almost eons of this type of oppression, these systemic things that were put in place to socially condition us to keep us down, how do we root out that foundation so that we can be what we're trying to be in these conversations? It's difficult to do that. And what happens is you see that this generation, and I get disturbed when I hear older people that talk down on the generation. Oh, they're this and they're that. They're this and they're that. Well, you added to it. And your people, your grandparents added to that, and that added to that, and that added to that. This isn't going to happen overnight. It didn't happen overnight. The fix is not going to happen probably well beyond our lifetime, and that lifetime after that lifetime. It's a scary thought. When you see what's happening now, we talk about the longshoreman strike and all that stuff. I'm glad it's here, because apparently, I guess people won't actually see it until they feel it. When you begin to feel the sting of the reality in which that we're having these conversations about, that's when you start thinking, oh shit, we got to start doing something. So instead of sitting out here and acting out and saying all the white people and all this kind of stuff, we have to really start recognizing that the mental health issue in the black community is really what is burdening us and really what is keeping us held back. Um, Black doctors, we need more like herbalists to come forth and to help these situations. But you know what's even hard about that? And we talked about cleaner food and all of these things. When you've allowed the pharmaceutical companies and you've allowed Bill Gates and the rest of these other rich cunts come around here and buy up all your farmland and buy up all your resources and do all of these things, and what do you expect's going to happen? They got to keep feeding their mule. They got to keep feeding their pockets with all the money. I don't want you to live. I don't want you to live longer. I want you to die early. I want you to work harder and die early. We don't want you to be able to get your benefit packages, your retirements, your 401ks, or what have you. We don't want you to be able to cash out your life insurance policies like that. We don't want you to be, we want you to die in debt. We want you to die into service of us. That is the mentality that a lot of these governments, and not just here in America, have, but around the world have. It's about productivity and workforce. They don't care. So what do we do as a collective, not an individual, as a collective? Because you will do nothing. You will accomplish nothing by yourself. We have to learn self-preservation, and unfortunately I feel like the only way that that's going to be a very real thing that we tap into is if, again, we feel the sting of what that reality actually looks like. We're nothing by ourselves. But if we stand together and we educate ourselves, and I'm not talking about this trashy education that they force upon us, I'm talking about the very real education that they tried to hide from us. We have to start questioning things. And again, the things that they have, another system of oppression is the food source and the drinking water. For years and years and years, people have been trying to tell us that they've conducted studies on this stuff. These additives and all of these things that are suggestive by and designed by science to alter your brain chemistry and even your DNA chemistry. Shout out to Skittles, because that's why they're banned almost everywhere but here, because they've been proven to change your DNA makeup. We got to stop feeding our kids these trashy ass food. But here's another thing. Someone mentioned, well, let's grow our own. Well, did you know that if you do grow your own, those black helicopters are going to show up at your shit and burn your shit to the ground? Because
In the
that's what a lot of
soil.
that's what a lot of black farmers have been reporting for the past several years has been happening to them. They won't even, in some states, they won't even let you collect and recycle the rainwater, bitch.
That's true.
They won't even let they're not letting none of that. All of this stuff, Whole Foods have just been they've been exposed. A lot of these other avenues have been exposed. They're making it so it's tight and it's knit and it serves certain corporations. They don't care about you. They don't care about you, or you. George Carlin used to talk that shit and people laughed at him and thought he was just a comedian. No, he was talking some very real truth. And here we are today in 2024, sad, mad, depressed, thinking about the very real truths that other people before us have been trying to tell us what the implications for the future would look like. And here we are today. It's the food, it's the drinking form. We get rid of that trash and that toxicity, chemical filled stuff. We'll be able to change our minds so that we can change our worlds.
Why do
I'm
you think the
hearing
Mormons, they stockpile, they have their own cattle? I like to watch what they doing because they really, like, they may be crazy, but they the good kind of crazy. They will buy a cow and chop that shit up and disperse it among the community and eat
Well, look at
forever.
but the resources though. When we talk about the difference between them and I don't know about Mormons like that, but I know most of them are the white people, right? What resources, what credit worthiness do they have to start a business like that or to start a self-sustaining living situation like that? See, if we were given if our ancestors were given their 40 acres and a mule, a lot of the generational wealth that we talk about, we wouldn't be talking about it in a bad sense because, baby, most of us would be rolling in the dough right now. See, people have been playing on black time for a very long time and getting away with literal a lot of cases by selling us dreams and goods that never come to fruition. And that's again, that's added. We're dumbed down because of the centuries of the food, the toxic trash, a lot of the propaganda, lack of education, lack of real education. I gotta always emphasize that because again, they teach you only what they want you to know. If you found out the truth, that'd be too much power and too much confidence for someone to handle. They're afraid we would overthrow them immediately. They make us
Right.
socially and economically dependent upon them. Why do you think when they flooded those towns that Black Wall Street? I remember there was a town in Georgia many moons ago. They purposely flooded them out because they could not stand to see successful Black communities rising above what their white communities were lacking in. It's always been a competition. And instead of people thinking in our head, like, we got to get out there. And another thing that's the root of our evil, too, and our foolishness is that, and again, I don't really blame us for this because, again, it's all about trauma, is that Black people, we have adopted the white slave master mentality. Look at how we treat our kids. Look at how we treat our community. Look at how we treat ourselves in a lot of situations. It's very reminiscent of that white slave master mentality. We have to get it out. But how can we do that? Again, I beg the question when the multitudes and for many, many moons, millennia, honey, these people have been doing their best to ensure that we're not conscious enough, hello God, to be able to awake from that horrific nightmare that we've been living in all this time. The oppression is very real. And I hate the idea people say, oh, Black people are lazy or they're no, it's not that. It's real. It's truly not that. When you see, oh, the girls are on Section 8, the girls getting food stamps, they rely on this, they rely on that. That's what the system did. It was purposeful. It was designed. Keisha and them ain't want to do that. But when the government dangles that carrot over your head, we've put you in a position to where you need. What do you think is going to happen? You have no choice. You have no
But
generational
that
wealth.
that argument is getting kind of weak with them because we're not the majority that's receiving these benefits anymore. So they're
Correct.
trying
Right.
to run
White
this.
people.
Like again with the Mormons. My mother was a social worker. You know who will come in there with their little Michael Kors bags and their little flip flops and get their food stamps for their 45 kids. None of them ever have less than 8, and they still own a bunch of land. They get a bunch of resources, and because they got a bunch of kids, they still entitled. They keep their head down and they get what they entitled to, and they keep it pushing.
And you know why those systems are still operational right now, why those government funded is because of that very reason. I guarantee you if the data showed that more people of color were on those benefits, they would have canceled them a long time ago.
A long time ago. Mm-hmm.
But can I add something to that, y'all?
Hmm.
A lot of times I've seen this myself. And my cousin, she kind of worked for like the system a little bit. So she even have told me with the black women and people that's on the system and stuff like that. What they do, some of those women, they take the stamps and stuff and sell them and have a man in the house. You see what I'm saying? And that's part of the problem. And when they find that out, they ended up getting cut off and stuff like that. And I'm thinking to myself, here's the thing: if they're gonna help you, you don't take it and do the stuff that you don't need to be doing with it. You see what I'm saying?
That's a big
That
problem
that's
in the
that's
80s and
my
90s. Now they'll give you a felony
uh-huh.
for jaywalking so that you're not entitled to better
Oh, and just real
recognition.
quick before I forget, I'm sorry to cut you off. You mentioned something that triggered something in me. When the white psychologists started studying the different home life situations, they conducted a study back then that proved that a two-parent household is a successful household. So what can we do to disrupt the black household? Let us introduce struggle, strife, i.e. drugs and all kinds of other life circumstances that will have the husband, the man of the house, put himself in a situation to where his ass ends up in jail. Now, that's the one thing the white people don't have on us, unfortunately, is the fact that our numbers data shows that there are more black people locked up than there are of any other race. And that if you don't think that's by design, then child, please. It's definitely created by design because if we can make this household unstable, what happens? That's why you see in the past few generations why the boys and why the girls have grown up the way that they have grown up. I hear a lot of people say, well, the kids are doing this nowadays because they daddy and they daddy's daddy been locked up. That again, trauma is the root to this particular trajectory that we're talking about here. If we create an unstable home, an unstable foundation, why do you think remember, I don't know if y'all are part of this time period, but I remember growing up, bitches was moving every tax season. There was never a stable home. There was never a foundation. You can't go back to grandma's house because child, she had to keep on redoing her mortgage just to get the kids through school or whatever the case may be. The bank came and took her shit, and now everybody's moving now. There's no foundation anymore. If we disrupt the foundation, we will definitely disrupt your successful path. The father's not in the home. We apply all that stress onto the mother. Hello, God, and God forbid something happens with her. And now she's caught up in the system. Now it's going to be more difficult for people to get what they need, whether it's a job, whether it's being able to have a good enough resume. How do you get the resume if you've been struggling your whole life and not being able to really go to school or do the things that they tell you you need to do in order to become successful? The whole dream and the white picket fence shit. Again, it all stems from a deep rooted hate towards black folks. And the hate is a taught thing. And white people kind of work my nerves when they try to act like they're oblivious to that fact, but it's a very real thing. I work with kids and it's 2024, and some of the kids I work with are racist and as fuck, and most of that shit is because that they've learned it from their parents. And then
Where do you
it
work? Where you,
exacerbates to the future.
what city is closest to you? Don't mind me asking. Like, where
Hmm?
you from? What region are you from of the country? I don't want to ask like where you live or like what's your
Oh, I'm
address.
from South Florida.
Oh, okay.
I'm from South Florida. I'm the crazies, honey. The
Yeah,
crazy.
I wanted to add something to what you said too. And see, here's the thing: the white people, they want to use us for their benefit, but then they're trying to make it seem like we're dumb. How are we dumb? And they're taking what we use, our talents, our gifts, our everything, and then use it for their own. We can't be that dumb. You see what I'm saying? And then you got this hatred in your heart for us, but you still need us. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. and then you want to find out because again, we at some point we all need each other, and I don't care if you don't like me or not. You still at some point may have to I might have to help you down the line. You see what I'm
I
Honey,
saying?
let me
So
tell
I
you
grew up in a
something.
multicultural environment.
These people do not care. They will literally send themselves to hell just so they don't have to receive the help of a person of color.
And see,
They
that's
have
the thing too. It's regional
wow.
because I didn't realize that the country was so segregated until I got older and was able to venture out myself, like in my mid 20s, I would say. But where I'm from Yonkers in New York, and it's a very multicultural environment. Not saying there's no prejudice because there is, but the poor white people are mixing with the poor black people, and on like the people like that suffering from like the child abuse and stuff like that. It was not. It was mostly white people beating the shit out their kids and starving their kids, abusing their kids, all that. I grew up with a lot of first and second generation from all over the world, and it's not like it's almost a, I don't want to say it's a fairy tale because every place is different, but there is a lot of that in their communities, and I know they do not publish that. They don't publicize that. We don't see it in the media,
Hmm.
but like, and that's where they really get us hemmed up. Is that
oh honey,
they want people to believe that it's only black people going through certain strifes
uh,
and struggles, and that they living in a lap of luxury. All these
oh
motherfuckers
honey,
didn't come from slave owners, okay?
let me tell you something. Do you know the power of hope? That's why. When you
We
hope
talk
for
Hmm.
about it.
faith is a substance of things hoped for. When you begin to hope for things, you begin to see that there's a new way. Amen. When you see that there's a new way, you start
Hmm.
to say, okay, well, your mind starts changing on how you approach life and situations in that life. And
Hmm.
most of the time, hope is a positive thing. They don't want none of that for us.
Because if you think about it, back in the
I
day, there
say,
was a time and period in time where there was segregation and there was oppression, but we were still doing better than them. We were more educated. We took better care of our children. We got what we needed, and there was a whole lot of them living in the mountains in some cave somewhere. A lot of them
y'all, I
hips
live
with
in
no teeth.
Mississippi. I live in Mississippi, y'all. The most racist, the
Mhm.
most evilest place of all time. They still second time, y'all. They told us we don't even have clean water here, y'all. They told us we on our own. So what I'm trying to tell y'all, if I can make it through all of this drama and unnecessary foolishness, the world gonna have to do the same thing. Cause it's gonna be a point where you gonna have to feel for yourself. I'm just telling y'all.
But you see, though, that's the problem too, is that when does the time come where we're not looking back on our life as one big struggle? You
Exactly,
know,
because it wasn't always like that. That's what we got to remember. We got to take a heed of that. Even with the art, like, 'cause I paint now, and I'm a fine artist. My degree actually is in fine art. They have usurped all of our art. They like in the people in the portraits. They erase like even the like that black prince. I'm sure princess. I'm sure you all heard of her. I forgot her name, but she was erased out of a lot of old portraits, like ancient portraits from like the 1800s, and she was a
mm,
black princess as looking like Kelly Rowland. Like they like even Clementine Hunter. If you're from, I think she was in Louisiana or whatever. She died not too long ago, but she didn't even, she was born, I think she was born a slave too, because she didn't read or write. They had to teach her how to write her name. The clear people have usurped all of her art to the point where they were plagiarizing it. And you know who she what she painted? You know that big portrait in the Cosby's house of
Mm-hmm.
church? She painted that.
Mm-hmm.
Look her up. It's a beautiful story. Her name is Clementine Hunter. And that tells a lot of our history because there was a point where we couldn't like read and write and stuff like that, but we did do it through art. Why are they selling our art for millions and billions of dollars and they don't even put us on to our own people's art?
That part. And then when you try to sell your own art, you don't even get as much as the white people would get for it. They get thousands and billions of dollars of it. So what I'm saying is, we have to put something in place. When we create something, we make it our own and keep it for ourselves and to help other people in the community and stuff like that.
Look at
That's a thing
BET.
that we usurp. That's right.
BET is a great example.
And
That's what we all remember, them usurping BET and what it was when we owned it and what it turned to when we
right,
sold it.
Can I tell
right.
y'all a
So it's
very real
like,
truth? And I'm saying I wanted to have this conversation in a way of hopefully starting a real revolution. So forgive me if I go a little harsh. That will never happen for us. In today's climate, yesterday's climate, and the whole past climate. See, when people realized that black people were as intelligent as we are, hello God, they decided back then in the slavery times, we're not going to let you pat. You're not a person, you're property. So we're going to make it so we're going to steal all your inventions and patent them for ourselves. That also is what kickstarted white generational wealth too, that their theft. Hello God. So to this day, when you noticed a couple years ago, when these bitches decided when the pandemic was going on, Miss Carisha Please was reaping her ugly head through the streets of life. What happened was y'all noticed, oh, well, girl, small businesses, they noticed black folks, we weren't working like that, right? So what do? We put on our creative hats because that's who we are at nature. And we started businesses that were thriving and successful. They said, girl, we're going to come in and we want a piece of that. So instead of the yearly amount being 10,000, if you made $600 in your Cash App or your Zelle in profiting from a business that you created, we want a piece of that. We will never have true ownership in this country until we do the drastic measure of burning this bitch down to the ground and do what fire does, is create new life through that burning. We will never own anything. We will never be able to pass down anything to our children if we do not take some very drastic measures and start the revolution and let that bitch be televised for all to see so they can know that we're not really playing. But the only way to really do that is to be collective in how we move. That's what they knew. They knew this. They knew that, damn, like if these once slavery ended, girl, they were like, girl, we're gonna try to hold on to this as long as we can. And still to this day, there's remnants of that. There are still systems of oppression and social mechanisms that were put in place to keep us down. It's just it don't look like slavery, but it still is slavery.
The
So
NBA, the
you know,
NFL. How many black
exactly.
quarterbacks do you see? And you know what's crazy? I was listening recently and to Arizona Ice-T. He did an interview why the cans in the store are still 99 cents and why he won't up the cans. And the guy that created is a white guy from Brooklyn. He was like, I just want to keep something where you can still take $1 and go get like a can of iced tea that you can share with somebody else. And they were saying how that's admirable and stuff like that. And do you know that is the largest iced tea company in the whole entire country, the bottled tea company in the whole entire country? And he's been approached by so many big conglomerates to sell his company, and he will not sell. He will not go public. He still keeps it. And you want to know why? He said, like just what you said, just what you said. He said he wanted something. He wanted to keep something that he could pass down to his two sons. He got two eldest sons, like in their 30s. Or I think one might be in his 40s. But he's like, I want to keep. I'm going to stay here. I'm not selling my share. I'm keeping it for my sons and my offsprings and their sons and their sons' sons. And it gives me a chance to every single day I have an hour meeting, maybe 2 hour meeting with my family and to discuss business. So he sit down at a table, at a dining table and have lunch with his sons and his wife. And his wife is the one that designed all them cans, them Arizona cans too. And he will not sell. Imagine what they are approaching this nigga with, or this clear man with. Imagine Arizona iced tea. We all know what they taste like, especially the green tea. And he won't sell. Why can't we just say? Why can't any of our people say that? They'd be like, oh, we'll give you $100 million, and we're like, so you know how quick $100 million go nowadays?
Well, I love the conversation of the Arizona tea. It's so crazy because that actually popped up in my TikTok feed yesterday and I watched a
Really?
little bit of it. And I thought to myself, well, I appreciate the dollar, but the ingredients in those teas are not even good for us either. So,
No, they're not. But it's just the aspect of his business is like,
right.
I
I
want our people
understand.
to keep something, and they got to be a reason why. Like he's they always if you get that big, there's something that they're not telling us absolutely, and their merch is ridiculously priced. I'm not paying no $40 for a T-shirt. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because the man. What I'm saying is, when you creating something, y'all, it that's your time. That's your sweat, tears. You don't know how long it takes a person to create and what they put into it, let alone the money they put into it to print out to put it out to the world. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm a painter, right? I got paintings sitting all over my room right now. I would rather let it collect dust before I let somebody lowball my stuff because it's just that good. Do you know how many? A person told me I could get over $100,000 for the painting that I one painting that I did, but yet I got somebody again. I'm in Mississippi now. They want it for free. They not getting it. I told them, I said,
Oh,
look, I rather for it to collect dust. So what I'm saying is, when you creating something, I don't care how or what amount of money that a person puts in. You have to be or know your worth of what you creating, and you have to protect what you're creating. Because if not, they'll take it from right up under you and make more money and benefit off of your sweat and blood and teeth.
And have some
and
some guts about you, like with something like art, whether it's music or fine art or something like that. Even your house. Oh yeah, I will sell it to you, but under these stipulations. You can't put like you can't um remaster it. You can't put your name on it. My kids got to get a percentage. They got to know that it came from me. You can't add nothing to it. You can't take nothing away from it. Like you
That
got to
part.
learn how to like do that. Our people don't do that. We'll just be like, oh, sold. Bend over.
and
Like
Mm-hmm.
there's something else I wanted to add to this conversation of just having your own. I think another thing that we need to do in our community is we need to change the way we view what is valuable and what the standard of value is.
mm-hmm.
There's a big conversation that I'm always hearing about when it comes down to supporting Black business. And people always wonder, oh, you'll buy that Gucci, you'll buy that Chanel, but you won't come over here and shop with a local Black business. And I think what it is again, it goes back to that slave mentality that we've inherited, is that we look at the European, we look at the white, hello God, things as more valuable and more meaningful for our dollar than we do our own selves and our own community. Oh, ain't nobody rocking your shit,
Mm-hmm.
local business, but I'm gonna go buy them damn Jordans because that's the universal sign of that I got some money or I look
Mm-hmm.
good. That's the prestige of it all. That's the stamp. And I think there needs to be a conversation, a TED talk or a global awareness kind of situation, having that conversation, because I'm kind of sick of that. Because you got a lot of Black businesses, even like my own. I do skincare products, and
Oh.
it kills me when I see that people will go to Ulta and spend an arm and a fucking leg, but they want to question
Mm-hmm.
me and my Black business. And oh, girl, what's
That
this? Well, girl,
part.
you just put on 5,000 plastic forever chemicals on your damn face, bitch. But my shit is all natural and organic, and you don't want to fuck with it. You'd rather go spend your money with them and end up looking like a dried up Fruit Loop in the next 20 years. That's perfectly fine. So I think we need to change our thought process and like how we view value, and how we need to stop looking
Mm-hmm.
at because white people have it or because they're selling it or because it's a global recognized name brand. And then realizing, didn't Dior and the girls just get checked not too long ago for selling all these expensive ass bags and designer clothes? Come to find out they were only paying
Mm-hmm.
$60 to get them made. Meanwhile, our dumbasses are out
Mm-hmm.
here spending an arm and a leg and stealing from Peter to pay Paul, bitch, just to get that new bag
That
that
part.
Well,
they
our
spent
grandmothers and
$10 to make.
our elders used to tell us, and I'm showing our kids now, like what quality, even leather. Like if you look at the bags now, them expensive bags, they feel like plastic. I don't want no faux leather, fake leather. You
Mm-hmm.
mean fake leather? Because back in the day, you would get paid for wearing some faux, quote unquote, faux leather jacket. No, it's not faux leather. It's fake. It's plastic. That's what that is. But you check like, but they
Hmm.
too good for some. Oh, even though it's not a black company, but they too good for 150, $200 Coach bag. Coach bags are like some of the best made high quality bags in this country,
Did you
especially the
see?
vintage ones. And I will always rock Coach.
Did you see that that social experiment they did with Payless, where they took all Payless stuff and set it up
I
and
did. I remember that. I
you remember that?
Yeah,
They made it.
Yes.
They made it look
I
like
Mm,
high design, high end bags, high
And
end
mm.
everybody,
clothes.
Painted
Everyone
like
they
red
didn't even know the
bottoms on.
difference.
That was bad.
and
That was
all of
some
those
They
nasty
people
didn't even
work.
felt
know the
real
difference.
sick and stupid right afterwards. Like, oh wow, like we were conned into this. Yes, because that is your reference for what value looks like. That's craziness to me.
I don't like
And
polyester. I don't want no faux. I don't give a fuck if it is fur. Fuck it. That fur, that mink would wear me if it could. So I'm wearing real fur too. Leather, I don't
and
care.
you
Like
know
all
you
Girl,
them
know
people.
something,
designs piss
YB.
me off.
Because you
It's a
remember,
lot of
you used to get
jealousy.
clowned if you had like pleather.
Pleather,
You always had
Uh
definitely.
huh.
pleather. Yeah, remember you? That was like that was not the fit. Even I remember that. No, no,
That's
no.
not the
And you
fit.
always wear like real fur. No,
But
because
do you? But
remember when you want to
I'm.
look stylish.
But
That's if
It,
you
anything, we're
see,
it
gonna look good.
that's
It
another
worked.
reference point to the value point. So what we're gonna do is we know that leather is the standard because we know that most people can't afford the leather. We're going to create knockoff versions, or we're going to create dumbed down versions of something because we know that you're going to spend your everlasting to keep up with whatever the standard of beauty is considered during that time period. That is another sad thing
Right.
when you really think about the depth of that meaning. That you will
And you
strive for
know
this
something,
even if you got to
YB.
fake it till you make it. That's
And you know what's
And you know
crazy?
crazy.
I
something,
think they had that plan because, like you said, they love the domino effect, and we don't pay attention to the domino effect enough in our community. But they've had this planned out, especially with the pleather and stuff like that.
uh-huh.
They wanted to get us here to where we paying arm and a leg for some fake shit. But really, what that really doing, especially with the vegans and the pro-lifers and the the PETA and stuff like that, that fake
Mhm.
shit is what's contaminating our soil, our water, all of that stuff because it does not disintegrate. Our
Can
landfills.
I tell y'all something else too? And I'm sorry, I'm just everything's coming to me. Y'all remember the McDonald's experiment? So the fact that they let these sandwiches sit out for days on end and they did not mold, the fries
Hmm.
did not turn, the fact that we still look at McDonald's as the standard of fast food and we still consume them. McDonald's, KFC, Burger King are all wrapped up in legal situations for the past couple years because of their forever chemicals and their plasticides that they put in these things, right? These things cause cancer, proven to cause cancer, heart failure, all kinds of stuff. And they are also proving, well, not as of now, but they're trying to prove that they can also change your genetic makeup. If that is the case, and this is open right now, you can look this up. This is what's happening. Why haven't they shut this shit the fuck down?
And you can't export our food. America cannot export none of our shit. Like it's
No.
all
I'm
the
gonna tell
rest of
y'all
the
something else
world.
too.
No. But remember that scientist, it was a black scientist that I think it was a frog that he pumped with something that was in our food and it literally did turn turn it from male to female, the genetic makeup. This happened like in the
Mm.
80s. It turned a frog into another, from male to female, for real. And this is not on no anti nothing nothing. This is just he didn't care about none of that. It was just he wanted to see what it was either our medicine or our food ingredients, what it does to the system,
The
and it literally
sugar.
turned the whole fucking
Remember,
genes.
Coca-Cola had to change their recipe because the girls was really putting Coke in there. Like it's like the list goes on and on of what America, and I'm speaking for America because we don't see this in Europe, we don't see this in Canada, we don't see this in China, we don't see this even in the Caribbean, in South America. No one is allowing you to sell or push or peddle your trash over there. But why is it here? Why is it here? The
100%.
so-called land of the free in the home of the brave. Well, I guess you got to be brave to put up with the bullshit over here because the shit that they sell us, we end up buying anyway. The shit that they push us, we buy anyway. And again, I think all of that is linked to the transgenerational trauma stuff I was talking about, and a lot of the things that our kids look at, kids of today are built different. Their minds are different. Things are different now. And that is the trickle effect of what that evolution of eating trash and toxic chemicals have applied to the human experience. This didn't happen overnight. This is centuries and centuries of pumping this stuff through our communities. And then again, it's only an issue because now it's starting to affect white people. It's starting to affect people of prestige and higher statuses in this life. That's the only reason people are calling to action now, because okay, girl, it's not just affecting the poor anymore. It's affecting the rich. It's affecting the white, the black, the Spanish. It's affecting everybody now at this moment. But no one still to this day is doing anything to curb these very real issues that are plaguing our existence in this country. I can't speak for the world, but I can speak for this country because the rest of the world ain't allowing a lot of this stuff to happen to their people. People hate Vladimir Putin, but Vladimir Putin, if you want to grow stuff over there, he'll help you fund it. If you want to eat natural, he'll help you do that. He actually cares about the life in which, you know what he said in his statement not too long back? He was like, girl, we'll just let the Americans eat themselves into a drunken stupor. And then when the time is right, we'll strike. Because we're all fat, lazy, and dumbed down. And we allow our government to continue to do this to us, to feed this trash to us and our children. But guess who wins? Because as long as big pharma, the gas and oil companies, and all in the health industry, they're making their coins. You said it earlier. The doctors don't know about these herbs and these different natural remedies and things of that nature. They're not going to. They're not going to teach them anything. Actually, I've heard a lot of doctors in the past get fired and lose their license if they try to teach alternative medicines, holistic medicines. Even when I do my business, I had some issues getting some ingredients shipped to me from Africa. And I had to change the way I even did my business sometimes because customs wasn't allowing shit to come through because, oh, we don't recognize this. Oh, who the fuck you talking to?
Look how they did Dr. Sebi. Look how they did Dr. Sebi.
Hello. So it's all about control. It's about dominance and power. And the reason why I speak up for a revolution is because when you think about the open cases and you think about the very real situations that are causing our people to die and suffer, and the continuation of inflation and the economic disadvantages and things of that nature, they did something with home loans a long time ago. They did a study with that. Come to find out, they were giving higher interest rates to black people versus white people. Like when you start recognizing that these things are alive and well, this did not just take place with our ancestors. This is happening live and in color as we're having this conversation. That's why we need to push the needle. We need to break that. We need to get that pendulum, girl, and we need to start fucking windmilling these hoes and really taking back our power and fighting for the future. Because if we do not, we will be gone.
And don't ignore them. You need to watch. They put their stuff out there, just like everything is accessible and legally and stuff like that. They make you dig. Do the digging. Watch their reality shows. See what the fuck they doing. Watch their news. See what the fuck they doing. Everybody want to keep your eye like they choose. When you only listen to what you agree with and not the opposition as well, you live in an echo chamber.
Hello.
You have to. If they show you their playbook, why you not looking at their playbook? Because you don't like
Robbie, I have a question for you. Do you think I have to say this? It's a question though. Do you think people being traditional is what's holding us back, as well as people being jealous and envious and all this other? It plays a part in where we at right now.
Who cares? Let them be that.
Can you say that? Can you say that beginning part again? I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. The fact that being traditional, you know how people say, well, my mama did it, your mama did it, and stuff like that, plays a part in why we in a situation where we as Americans is in a spot where we having a tough time trying to, get in a situation where we can better ourselves.
Hell yeah. Let me tell you something. If they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Girl, break it. Hello. We have to break the wheel. to Daenerys Targaryen and the first of her name, bitch. We have to break the wheel because if we stay bounded by tradition, we're never going to experience anything new and bountiful in this life. That why do you think a lot of our kids are depressed and stressed and they don't like their home life because, oh well, I did that, and when I was a kid I did that. You can't keep relating your experiences to your children, because what that does is that makes them live in a world of resentment too, because they feel like they're stuck. Or you might have some of those kids that absorb that experience and become dumbed down too. Not saying anybody's dumb. I'm just saying it just in the terms of just like the lack of experience. Because if
I'll
you
say it
never
for
go,
you. Cause that when I don't let my children play on their tablets and stuff like that. Do you know we living in 2024?
yeah, you have to experience the new things for the new times, and advocate for that, but also keeping it real with them as well too. Don't get lost in the sauce, because
Mm-hmm.
is just again, social mechanisms to keep them trapped. Certain gaming systems, they did studies on that shit before too. I'm not saying don't keep certain traditions alive, but when it's so tradition heavy and being stuck in this rat wheel, you're never gonna don't be surprised if you don't ever go anywhere, if you don't ever know anything. This is a big, beautiful world. There's a lot of fun things to learn about. And this generation, and
Right.
even the one I grew up in, a lot of people don't want to experience anything outside of themselves. And that again, that goes to the lack of wealth in this country, and the lack of wealth in Black communities too. Because why would I want to think about going to Paris and all I've ever had is poverty in my life? Why would I ever think about
Right.
different
Or
cultures?
perceived poverty, because it is a lot worse with the rest of the world, and we would know what the resources we have and take heed and hold of them if we saw how bad the rest of the world is doing. It's
I
like almost
mean,
that spoiled child syndrome too. You gotta admit it's some of that as well. I'm not saying that we don't get like the short end of the stick, but it's a lot of us. They keep us in a certain mind frame for a
well,
reason,
they
and they
don't
keep.
want again, because what that does is it breeds hope. If you go to another country like Ghana, or Bali, or somewhere in Indonesia, and you see that these people are living simple but happy, fulfilled lives, you're gonna think to yourself,
Mm-hmm.
America, girl, because y'all got me running through the ringer trying to just pay my bills, and even after that, I'm not happy for the weekend. So it makes you
You
again,
know
it makes
what?
you hopeful.
You know, it's crazy. I had
You
a
know
friend
what?
from Benin, right? And I'm watching the news, and our news in America is showing that there's missiles being dropped, like not too far from her, like literally in the same neighborhood or whatever. And I'm online talking to her, and she's like, they're showing literally the street. And she's like, I'm right down the block. Ain't none of that going on. It's quiet over here. What are they talking about?
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
And she's
So
like, I don't
so
know what your news
what
is
I'm
telling you.
saying what I'm saying is tradition makes us also kind of numb and dumb a little bit, because
I mean, I
we
wouldn't say
we
that exactly.
we believe what our parents say or what that person says. You get what I'm saying? Instead of doing our own research. Just like I
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
found out, I have a friend that actually was telling me about Nigeria. Do you know it's a lot of stuff in Nigeria, beaches, houses. That folks ain't poor, y'all. That ain't
No,
nowhere near poor.
you know what it
mm.
is in Nigeria?
So
They don't have credit that we have. Like if you want an iPhone, you gotta pay for that
right,
shit cash. That's it. But the people that get
right.
they shit, the people they have this they have houses. Everybody owns everything. Everything you have, you gotta own.
It's beautiful
Houses,
over there, the
cars.
stuff
Well,
that I
and you
tell
know why that
y'all.
is, right? That was put in place because just in case you lost your job, you're not in fear or struggling. You don't have to worry about the creditors coming to repossess your shit because you own
Mm-hmm.
everything. They're actually thinking about setting their people up for actual success. See, over here, when you open up, they encourage you. Even my broke ass girl, girl, I had so many credit cards growing up, and I ain't paid none of them bitches yet. They
I had
still
Kamara's card. I
they
had the
still
baby fat card.
they still send me stuff, and they still want to give me credit even though I have a fucked up credit history. You want to put me in a bind.
Mm-hmm.
There's something
Mm-hmm.
to mention before I get up out of here. I don't know if this was talked about yet, but again, it goes to speaking to a possible uprising and revolution for our people to recognize again another system put in place. the abortion situation. I want people to really pay attention to what that means. So there was a conversation a couple years ago. Conscious might know I actually had this conversation on here a while back when we were having a similar conversation. And I'm going to bring it up again. Um, the reason why these white old men care about abortions is because they did a study, and that if things keep going the way that they are within the collective of black culture, black people, black and brown people will be the front runners for existence.
I
So
remember that.
the abortions is because they noticed that white women were choosing not to have babies. So we have to control these white women, and we have to control that. And on the other hand, I would like black women specifically to start paying attention to their medical care, these prescription drugs that they're putting on. Do not think for a second, I know a lot of y'all below data got conspiracy theory. No, honey, conspiracy theories are good theories to think about, especially in terms of your life and how these people are so carefully crafting a system that will continue to oppress us in the future. And that is by controlling what's in your body. And what they're doing is making black women sick, trying to make white women healthier so that they can produce their white babies a little bit more, so that that the playing field will continue to be played forever in their favor and not in ours. So yeah,
That
so we got the broken home situation over here. We got Auntie Jen and all the rest of the girls got 8, 9, 10, 11 kids. But if you're really paying attention, when the food and the drinks and years of slowly introducing that toxin into your bloodline, are you noticing an uptake with black folks having kids with Down syndrome, black folks having kids with disabilities, black
Autism.
kids with all kinds of and things of that nature? That way they cannot be full functioning members of society.
Before we go, I want y'all to know definitely if you're filling out forms, no matter who it's for, you don't have to check the race box legally.
Yeah, you don't.
And
Mm-mm.
most white people don't check it. They won't check it. I have white friends, they not, like they will not check that box because they know that.
Well,
You don't have to
that's
check that
part of
box.
one of the things that caught them when they were doing that bullshit with the mortgage loans. They did a little undercover sting, and they had black people marking that they were Caucasian. They would get higher interest rates. So what they did was they had a number of people marking black African American, and a number of people, those same people would mark white Caucasian. Come to find out, that's how they were able to determine, oh shit, this is a definite racist discriminative practice
Hmm.
lawsuit.
My
So
sister
it's
found out
very
because her
real and
name
everywhere.
with the resumes,
Yes.
she has a very ethnic name, and I have a white girl's name basically, and she sees, but her credentials are out of this world because she is a Virgo. She might be a Virgo sun and moon because her birthday is around the same time that mine is, and I'm a Pisces sun and moon. And that woman, she just almost cut off her finger last night. Don't you know that bitch still went to work this morning? She was a guidance counselor. Her, she has like she's about to get a doctorate in child education, and because her name, and let me say, it's like equivalent to like a Keisha. Until she changed it to just her first letter of her name, like a K, and then her middle name, which is a little bit more like clear. She didn't start getting calls until then.
Yeah, girl, that's why I mean, it's unfortunate that we have to start being more cognizant of the way that we look, the way that we dress, what our children's names are going to be. Like, it's really crazy that we have to do all of that. And the reason we're doing that is because, again, we fail to be able to introduce our own institutions, our own village, so to speak, our own, industries and corporations and things of that nature. All roads lead back to that sorry ass Abraham Lincoln that never held up his end of the bargain with the 40 acres and a mule, because wealth unfortunately defines how you will stand in this life. If you do not have the wealth to stand, look at Diddy and everybody, they got money, they can act crazy. People look at them like, okay, girl, they just people with money. But if our broke asses did those things, we will be casted out immediately. So unfortunately, money defines that. In this life, and the runners, the real makers of this life, the controllers of this life, continue to push that to the point where it's going to be damn near impossible to break that wheel. It's possible to break it, but we have to do it in a collective manner. If we
And we
don't,
got to
it's just
learn how to play the game because we won't play the game. We expect somebody to be like, play by the rules. You can't even get a game of spades by the rules. So why don't you play the system by the rules? There's two Indian, like regular, like red dot Indian that came from India on YouTube. They were on this YouTube channel talk about how they would shave their heads because their hair grows like a Caucasian, and they don't have 4C hair, most of them. And they used to shave their hair, and they went to college using black resources, black grants, black scholarships, and everything. They got cars, house, everything, pretending to be black. Went to HSBCUs. That's why I even Kamala, because I've heard it and I've seen it myself. Them say this.
Mm. And I want people to take away too from this conversation, just like globally speaking. I know that there's a lot of information and a lot of misinformation. There's correct information, but when we truly say that the ancestors of African descent started everything in this life, it's very true. One of the things that I pride myself on in sociology and just familiarizing myself with the real history of us, we have populated every area of this earth.
Amen.
So Asian people started with black people, black Asians, everything, European, all of that. We started every single thing. Something must have happened. There was an importance in black blood that I truly believe was so royal and golden and rare and powerful, because there was this mission to dilute it and disrespect it so much and make it feel like it's nothing. Think about this. Out of all these cultures, in my opinion, and through research, black people, Africans, have been treated the worst. I wonder why. Why was there such a heavy mission to bring genocide and death and war and all of these things? Why was there such a need for white scientists to basically use us as science projects all throughout our existence? Correct, trying to figure out, look at Get Out. That movie, even though it's fiction, it resembles a certain level of education that I was taught a little bit about when it came to the black body and the black mind, and our tolerance for pain, things of that nature. So I just always wondered, there must be something so special about what runs through our veins that people just want to keep it down and keep us buried and keep us dumb and numb. And if we ever really truly realized our true potential, what that would imply for the future. I just want people to really think about that. Like, we must be that fucking special for people to really hate us so much.
What was
Because when you
Masa
really,
Musa doing? When we gonna really get into his biography?
mm,
Well, you have to remember, because we are carbon, and I honestly think that's the reason. Because what was Dr. Simmons doing with those 7 enslaved women?
mm-hmm,
And one ironically was named Lucy.
mm,
And basically, to
Mm.
me, I think he was trying to find a way to in just use us for wounds. And when we see all these change of demographics and what their real plan is of clears, it's to get us for a lot of things, but it's when you think about husbandry in the English standpoint, because every culture has like contributed a technological advancement to
correct.
society. Say
Yeah.
like the Arabs, you could say mathematics, you can say gunpowder for the Chinese, and the English was husbandry. And before there were plantations in Memphis, there was plantations in Munster, because the English had found a way to basically just through feudalism, and they're just horrible people. And I really do want you guys to understand that. I'm Scottish, but they're bastards too. You know, um, you have to understand that. That's just the way it is. So the first thing they go, okay, let's go over there, down there to them, basically their cousins, and hopped over to Ireland and enslaved them. I'm like, hey, this one works out. Let's
Hmm.
do it some more. And the Spanish were already doing it, and so were the Portuguese. And so they, just being the bastards that they are, they come across and they're like, oh, okay, well, this is how we're going to do it. And that system has been placed upon us, and feudalism gave way to monarchies, and then republics, and all these oligarchies and all these other types of things that were going on, and now we're at complete neoliberal hyper capitalism, where there's only so much room at the top. So the base of the pyramid it's like a Ponzi scheme. The base of the pyramid has to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and you need more slaves for that. And so basically,
Yeah.
how we come into play with that, because we're always looked upon as a beast of burden, something to be utilized. So you have the Barbara, the builder in the home, you have the Monique, the mule, and we're always got this burden on the back. And then you've gone in there and you've emasculated our men folk, and that got them up in dorms, and then let's just throw it all together in a big pot, and let's just cook it up. And so now we're seeing the ill effects, the generational trauma that's no different from say Vlad TV itching to be in our damn business because of the generational trauma that his Ukrainian Jewish family suffered. And a very good book is The Body Remembers, and it's basically just how that trauma, stress, continuously toxic childhood, all those things, it's just your child or young brain marinating in stress. You expect something better out of that? Now, we've been on this conversation, and this
Girl,
is
you
what we
better
need to
preach.
have. But we have to get solutions to this. So everybody in the panel, we need solutions. What's up?
Anarchy.
And honestly, I'm for that.
I'm definitely for a
I'm for
chaotic
that.
kind of
So
response.
don't get me started. And I like you guys because of that. We swim at dawn. Stop all that.
It's
So
definitely
do not say that. Want to
The
get
French
the
are
shadow
about
banned?
that
We
life.
can do it.
the
To this
reason
day, the French will storm the castle. We need to get on what they on.
the reason why that's not, and a lot of people play with that. And I think we're all serious minded when we say revolution, when we say uprising, because when you look at the documented proof that these systems of oppression have put upon people, they meet with genocide. They meet with literal killing us off. So why, again, remember when slavery was abolished, they were scared, oh my God, are they going to come back and seek revenge? We never did that. You know, maybe we should have. Because maybe
Yeah,
there would be a new
that's
standard.
all.
Maybe there would be something new there from that. People are always expecting, they say, oh, black people would never do that. And that is true. We are kind, we are compassionate, regardless of what has happened to us in the world. But maybe that's exactly what they're always hoping for. Oh girl, they're just gonna turn the other cheek even though we slap their head off their shoulders. These people are known for being nice and docile. But again, we need to realize that being nice and docile has never got us anything, has never progressed us, it's never
Exactly.
helped us, it's never anything. All they did was wave the white Jesus at us, child, try to force us to bend the knee. That's a whole nother kind of conversation, child, because I find that weird. That was the only thing they really wanted us to read about was the white Jesus. And it's like, girl, please, like, y'all are on a whole nother level with that situation. But the bending of the knee, the social conditioning, the things that they have done to our people, the things that they continue to do to us. Do you not know that these people are literally the thing that happened in Conyers, Georgia? Do you think that lab explosion was anything? No, girl, they are creating weapons of war, biochemical weapons that specifically target people of color, certain genes, hello God, that carry us. They want to, and they have been trying their best to take over what Hitler started all those years ago by trying to create these so-called vaccines and these diseases that only plague a specific group of people.
It's
That
impossible
stuff
because
is sorry.
it's impossible that they do that because they are worded too many of our people, and like it's just anything that
They
affects
never
us is
they
gonna affect
back in the
them
day
too.
they never, and that's why the whole pure blood shit back in the day was such a thing. They never wanted to dilute the bloodlines because that would fuck their plans up. But it's 2024, boo.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you these people are still trying to figure out a way to isolate specific genes so that they can target them. And it's happening. So that's when I sit here and say, I'm not playing when I'm talking about a revolution and uprising, because the things that these people
Right.
have done and continue to do to us will always outweigh anything we try to do to them. So why not?
Exactly. And I'm gonna say this, YB. You know why they targeting us? Because our ancestors and we are royal. We have royalty in us. You see what I'm saying? A
Exactly.
lot of us, we came from kings and queens, past lives, and have y'all ever? I'm gonna ask this as a panel, to the panel. Have y'all ever wondered why some of the things you feel like you have done it before?
All the
Think about what
time.
I'm saying.
I get deja vu
It
all the
feels like
time, but I
you've been
know.
here before or something.
The past
So
life
what I'm
stuff.
saying is, what I'm saying is, a lot of times they are scared of us being royalty. You see what I'm saying? They're scared of us coming out and standing up as a whole. Because back in the day you had kings and queens and stuff like that. And that's why they tried to burn down our towns and different things like that, because they were scared how successful we were. And we got to get to a place where we got to come out of being, controlling, being jealous and stuff like that, and also got to come out of being traditional. And I'm gonna tell you something: a lot of people are not brave enough to stand up. It's a lot of people that's scared to fight.
The
Think about what
issue
I'm saying.
the issue with that is when they started killing off leaders who we actually listened to and paid attention to, and we fell on their words and their actions. Again, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the list can go on and on. We don't That's one of the someone said earlier, what is a solution? I think on every group needs a leader. Again, we can
Mm-hmm.
have these panel discussions all day long, but if no one is going to be the Moses, hello God, so to speak, and really take it to the next level, and really, we need that representation. But unfortunately, within the Black community, I put this in the comments way earlier in this discussion before I got on here, is like, what's the problem is just because they skin folk don't mean they kinfolk, honey. You got a lot of these people that have
Mm-hmm.
high ranking positions who have influence and power. They finally have gotten into a certain space, but guess what? They're not the creators of that foundation. See, police officers, they're a problem, but the real problem is the police commissioner, the chief, the system itself
Mm-hmm.
that allows a lot of that foolishness and racism and bigotry and brutality to run rampant through the streets.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the officers, yeah, defund police all day long, but if we don't get rid of those judges and the systems and the laws, because mind you, we were considered
Mm-hmm.
property when they created the Constitution. We were never considered to be human beings in that point to be represented and looked after. So they made the amendments. Okay, girl, we got to apply these certain amendments to include all equal people. We got to rip that shit up. Even Benjamin Franklin wrote a clause in there saying that there needs to be a time, at least every 20 years, where there's adjustments made to meet the needs of the time period. Guess what that need is right now? To rip up the old ways and adopt some new ways, because everything America was built on, our legal system, everything is European. It's never, America's never
Mm-hmm.
had their own, which is crazy because this is the melting pot of all, right? So at some point, you should have
Mm-hmm.
trying to come up with a way to include all peoples from all walks of life, from all different cultures into the new system. That never happened. They never wanted to create a new system. We'll just create amendments so that these people feel welcome, so that they feel this way. No, all I've ever felt, I'm speak for myself in this manner, is oppressed, depressed, stressed. All of the things that this so-called system,
Mm-hmm.
land of the free, the home of the brave, girl, please. I've never felt any freedom. I've never felt any bravery. Now, again, I know other countries go through it too. I'm not there. I'm speaking from my experience here. And that's what that is. So another solution, girl, we got to tear down these systems. And again, that's going to take so much. And we need a leaders to kind of like lead us in the right direction. But how do we trust those leaders when everyone that we get outside of MLK and the rest of the people that was trying to make ways for us, how do we trust them that they won't get into it? Like Colin Powell and them, I don't trust none of them. They for the white people. They for whatever pays them and acknowledges them. They left the civil rights race a long time ago when they felt that there was no real movement and progress. So let me just, if I can't beat them, let me join them, child, and get over here and get some of this greedy money. Jesse Jackson, all of these other people left us because they didn't feel it anymore. So we have to be able to not only find a leader, we got not only got to tear down these systems, but we got to stay consistent. And that's another one of our problems in our community, is that we lose faith at drops of dimes. We lose faith because a moment seems broken and it's not fixable. Girl, everything that is broken can be fixed. There's an opposite for a reason. Bitch, it's broken. Let's fix that shit. Let's do what we, or scrap it all together and redesign something new. So we have to release this thought process that has dumbed us down. We have to get rid of this food. We have to get rid of this whole slave mentality. And we have to start really addressing our trauma, because that's a lot of what's holding us back, especially in the Black home. We have to start addressing Black men and Black women in a way that's more understandable and that's actually going to catch hold. Because, girl, we've allowed the music industry, we've allowed all these other industries to dominate. And again, it's purposeful, it's intentional. You have to be, in order, I work in treatment. So to first deal with the problem, you got to recognize that there is one. And that's the major problem within us, is that trauma effect on why we do and make decisions the way that we make, is because we're not addressing in the Black community. Oh, it's so taboo. I heard that growing up. And homegirl earlier was talking about traditions keep us back. It's true. Traditionally speaking, Black folks don't seek psychology. They don't seek therapy. They don't seek help in that aspect. We want to, and white Jesus gonna heal it all, girl. If he paid it all, girl, where's the receipt? Girl, I need the receipt, girl, because it's not receipting, it's not helping. I can't get a refund on the trauma and the bullshit that I've been through in my life that's been holding me down, that's been holding us down all of this time. That's our problem, is we got to address and realize that there is a problem and move accordingly and be consistent in that walk, because we're never going to be able to come to the place of healing or be able to flourish in our own divine glory if we don't make those necessary changes. These people are literally actively, and I'm going to always keep repeating this when we have discussions like this, they are actively seeking to destroy us. What are we going to do about it? It's a sad world, honey. And the more people jump on that train and come to that realization, then we might see some, some kind of prospering effects from it all. But unfortunately, we won't. We got a lot of stuff we got to deal with, and I think it's historically, and it's sad to say, historically, Black folks, we don't like to deal with certain things. And again, when we talk about limited experiences in this life, that's another thing that downs us, is that when we don't see another way, where we don't see the hope and the faith or the difference in how it could be outside of our own city limits, we're stuck. We're kept dull and dumb-minded, and we lack that hope and that feeling for new experiences. So we're not going to want to change. Again, locked into tradition, locked into fear, locked into, girl, they're not going to accept me. Girl, I didn't have this and I didn't have that. It's
Or
sad,
what
but
our
it's very
elders
true.
say, ain't nothing wrong with them. Beat them. Ain't nothing wrong with
Hmm.
them. Anything
I'm
mental
gonna
health.
say this, y'all. I'm gonna say this, y'all. A lot of people, they don't want to change because they don't want the responsibility of being accountable for what they done. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And they say,
Amen.
well, like they were like, well, I don't have to change because you know what I'm saying. I don't see nothing wrong with what I did. So how do we change that part of it? Because that part is the problem too. You see what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying is we can only do so much as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's some people in this world that's not going to change. Let me say that a lot of people not going to change. It's just like Noah in the ark. Noah told people to get on the boat. There's a flood coming. You think half of them folks listened to what he said? They thought they laughed at him.
Mm.
And here's the thing. It's been times where I have told people stuff and they laughed at me. But guess what? Now they coming back. No, say where you at. Because I told you. See,
Well, see that when you
when I'm
limit
telling
one,
y'all,
when you end up limiting one's experiences by just the quality of life, again, if we keep you in a certain space, again, ghettos, projects, the hood, all of that was specifically
mhm,
designed to push us in those far corners. That way, there's no libraries in the hood. There's liquor stores and there's churches, and the churches provide the funerals or the weddings. Hello, God. They don't. There's no recreation parks no more. There's nothing to bide the time in a positive way for your children in their environment. So what that does,
mhm,
that makes them
mhm.
feel there's no green grass in your project. There's no green grass in your hood, in your ghetto. You know why? Because green grass signifies life and living, and there's growth there. There's progress happening. That they only care about it when they want to realize, oh, your property value is cheap as hell. Girl, I'm gonna go ahead and use my generational white wealth to purchase your land, hello God, and gentrify your neighborhood. And then you come back 10 years later and realize, oh shit, your neighborhood looks better than what it did before. They keep us that way. So if there's no hope, if there's no faith, if there's no outer
Mhm.
experiences other than the ones that you have in your traditional life, you're not going to want to change anyway because you'd never thought that there was a way
Right,
for you to change. If I
right.
keep
Because
your
I
hope
live in
limited,
Mississippi.
because again, we're all living
Yeah,
in survival mode instead of living. That's how they want to keep
right,
it. So if
right,
you're
right.
always in survival mode, you're not going to be worried about traveling or experiencing something new, a whole new world. Shout out to Jasmine and Aladdin, honey. You're not going to be able to do or even think on that level. If I look at
Mhm.
what is that movie? Child, that man Morgan Freeman, honey, beating them kids into submission with education, trying to teach them a whole new
You
way
talking about
because
lean on me? Lean
yes,
on me.
hello God.
You
Joe
smoke
Clark was
crack,
not
don't you,
playing with
son?
their
Like
ass.
you was like, you smoke crack, don't you?
Joe Clark was not the one to play with, but people didn't see past, oh, his hard exterior. No, he's trying to embed a certain type of mentality in you now, to that way you're not out here being a victim to white oppression, to the systems of social conditioning that are trying to keep you down anymore. When you again, that movie's a prime example of just the environment of it all. They recognize that we are a lot of times 99.9%, we are what we're around. And if I keep you around danger
Mhm.
and death, and I keep you on survival mode, that's good enough for me. Well, not me, but you know what I mean. The white people, the people of
Yeah,
power, the people that
yeah.
want to keep the status quo where it's at. They don't care. They don't want you to have any other experiences than that. That's how they create the laziness. That's how they create the fear. And a lot of it really is just
Right.
fear. I don't know
Fear.
what this means. I don't know what this experience is. So therefore I fear it. I don't want it. So I'm fine with just what I have. The little crumbs under the couch and the coins and that
I
crusty
got
couch child from Pier One girl that I haven't paid off yet. I'm just like that's why they do that to us. That's why they're gonna finance you that furniture knowing you ain't got no proof of income. They're gonna let you buy that car during tax season. It's all a play on
you.
us. They know what they're doing. Trust
Mhm.
and believe. They have study groups that do that to us. And again, I don't, and that's why I say it's not our fault. It's our fault for not awakening and recognizing it. But I'm also not mad at that because
Mhm.
there are things set in place to make sure you're not awaking and recognizing that, if that makes
It's a
sense.
reason, not an
Yeah,
excuse. That's what it is. It's a reason.
yeah.
It's the source being
And see,
cited, but it's not an excuse. At this point, I would say it's not an excuse because we have the
yeah, see,
resources.
And there's
I
and
mean,
see, I
we
also
we
live
we
in
have
Michigan.
resources, but
there's
those
also a lot of
resources are very
goalposts moving too.
That too.
mm-hmm.
Goalpost moving. As soon as we've
Yeah,
overcome one hurdle, then here comes another one.
that's
Oh well,
it.
then
That's
you
it.
you you
That's
you,
it.
you need that. You need your high school diploma. Okay, get the high school diploma. You need an associate degree. Okay, that just proves that you really deserve the high school diploma. So you have to have a
That
bachelor's.
part.
Okay, you
Hmm.
have to have a master's. You have to go to even higher advanced, whether it be JD or PhD or ED or
Hmm.
engineer, whatever the case may be. But when you get there, and the one thing about academia, which YB will be able to testify, it's like the further you go up that hierarchical ladder or up that pyramid, your goal is to make sure that you suppress those under you.
Anathia,
And when you
yes.
go to
Exactly.
get your degrees, usually you are paired with a mentor, which is more than likely a clear, repressed, sexually white man, or white
Mm,
identifying woman of color, or maybe even just another white woman,
Oh,
and
there's a
they
lot of
are quite
those.
condescending. You have to pretty much convince
mm,
them why you should get your degree. And basically, if you do not,
wow.
then they will put roadblocks in your way. There's plenty of content creators
Mm-hmm.
on these nasty streets that actually of just like, okay, they finally, because once you finally get there and you realize, oh, it's a scam too, you're like, well, I just wasted a good amount of time. Now you did accomplish something, you did understand that factual knowledge, but it still goes back to what I was saying earlier. You are to use the weapons of warfare on your enemy. You are to learn their
Mm,
game, their playbook, and you are to use it on them. You're not supposed to use it on yourself, and you're not supposed to actually um participate in your own destruction or erasure. No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, no, no,
mm-hmm.
no, no. We're not talking about that at all. But basically, that's what you're supposed to do, and then you're supposed to turn around and indoctrinate the next generation with
Ration.
whatever BS
That part.
you just tried to get up under. It's a nasty bit of work. Okay, it's a
Mm-hmm.
bad man, Savannah. It is. Let's just be real about it. And it's just how do we avoid that? And because there's a mask that we all have to wear when we go to work, when we interface in the public, when we drive our cars, when we
Mm-hmm.
travel, whatever. But we have to be able to stay on code. And I don't know, uh, and it's not anything that we're not actually doing because we actually do. So sometimes instead of necessarily always saying, oh, what we don't do, because there's always we go on infinitum about what we don't do. But some of the things that
Mm-hmm.
we do, maybe we need to reinforce those more so. Because, one thing I hate to
Mm-hmm.
participate in these type of conversations that we know we all mull in our heads with these type of thoughts. And then we can't really discuss them with our families because you can get shut down really fast, right? When
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about
That part.
trauma, when we're talking about healing, I mean, really healing, not just like talking about that Diddy type of apology. I'm talking about really
Mm-hmm.
doing the work,
Mm-hmm.
introspection, really being kinetically connected to your body as well. We're being, you'll die on the end of a spoon or end of a fork. Being careful of what we consume as far as our media, as far as our food, where we live at. Most
Mm-hmm.
of us do live in places where most people live like us because, well, there is something to that red line and stuff. I mean, I've never understood how it's very segregated in the UK. You are just not going to live amongst each other. Most clear people don't even come in contact with Afro or Asian people or any other people until they come to like university. And then you might have something, but for the most part, the whole world is told that, ADOS, FBA, Acorn, whatever we're going to call ourselves, this decade, that we're bad. Movies don't sell
Right.
overseas because, yeah, we're marketed as very evil, dangerous people. We're all strippers, rappers, murderers, and drug dealers, and we're very bad people to everybody in the world. So, if you've been fed a diet, I had an uncle that once said, you let water drip in a same place long enough, and eventually it will get wet. We're soaking,
Mm.
we're sobbing, and we
Mm-hmm.
got to get dry. No, that's the something we have to, and that's a personal, individual um journey. And one thing and you're not going to be allowed to do it. Say you're having a good conversation in the market or the bank or wherever you're at with another person.
that's kind of like-minded, and you don't know this person, and you send up there and you've had
Mhm.
like a 20-minute conversation with that person, and you're really connecting, and you're like, oh my god, this is great. And then how many people will come up and try to interrupt that conversation as you're speaking,
Mm.
and try to
Mhm.
break
Exactly.
that up? And sometimes when women on the job, you got your little workmate, that you go off with and for lunch and whatnot, and they try to get, separate. We gotta separate those Negroes. They cannot be together because
Mhm.
and let's go scripturally on you. If you're that persuasion, in the mouths of two or three witnesses, let the matter be established. Okay, with
Mm.
six of us on this
Mhm.
panel right now, let's establish the
Mhm.
matter, because
Where a
now
few or
we're
more
all
gather.
everybody on this panel is of the age that we are the establishment. So it really should be the way we want it. YB says to burn it down. I'm saying I got a match. If, Conscious got, he's got a big old can of petrol there. Let's go. What are we waiting for? But we can't burn the place down because we need a place to live. Okay, can't throw the baby out with that bathwater. So what do?
Mhm.
We need a game plan that's going to work. That enough of us is
Mhm.
going to get on board with that. We could, you know what I mean.
We
And
need
first
to
of all,
infiltrate the system. That's what we need
stop
to do.
tearing each other down on these damn YouTube streets. That will start.
Mhm.
Just little things. What was Rwanda Rashonda Miss Campbell? What was
Mhm.
she saying? She was basically saying little steps, changing your, way you eat, how you sit, how much movement you get, how much grass are you touching, how much reality are you getting into to try to offset the poisons that you constantly get. I had that, those on those shorts. I like to make the little recipes from those YouTube shorts, and I made the cucumber salad. Okay, as you guys been talking, I made one,
I
ate
love
it,
cucumber.
and now I'm on fire. From a cucumber, a red onion, some cream cheese, and some salmon. Now I'm like, it's almost 2 in the morning here. And
Yeah.
yeah, conscience, I'm sorry, but you're gonna do an 8-hour shift. Let's just, you, yeah, you're quiet, so just let us talk. But
Ah, he
we
sleep.
can talk all night. We have talked all night. This is the fourth
Yeah.
one I've done all night. And as much as stuff is
But
going on in the chat, there's still somebody in the bush listening to us.
No,
Who's
like the
listening
but
shops
to
are
I
us?
closed, right? On the East Coast. The West Coast, we still got our shipments though.
So
So what
there
we
you
gonna
go.
do? For now.
Well,
For now. For now.
no,
When
but
it
I
has the
want to say
borders
I
open.
love
you always finish out your shift before you before you leave work. So okay, yeah, we know what we need to do, and that this conversation is an ongoing one. It's one that never stops.
that's right.
It's never gonna stop. It's never going, because and we have to resist those voices that tell us to shut up.
Mm.
Mhm.
We
Mhm.
do,
And
because and
and I'm
sometimes that's in your own house. That's in your own house. Those are your favorites. Are just sick of talking about that. Well, what's Krishan doing? Oh, did you see that? No, that's not getting us anywhere. That's
mhm.
like eating candy floss, or what you guys call cotton candy.
Cotton candy.
It's a sponge
Mhm.
sugar, and sugar, in the body is like cocaine.
It's toxic.
Okay, and when you eat too much sugar, it's when it goes through your veins, it's like putting glass in a stocking. It's just destroying
Mhm.
your arteries. So yeah, our food is very important. And what has happened to us, and what will happen to any people that is divorced of its land, its language, its customs, its embracement and veneration of its phenotype, of its elders? What does that make you? It makes you a slave. So we really have to expand our definition of what freedom is. And we have to take it. You will not be able to take advantage of the agency that you have any place else other than America, because any place else other
Exactly.
than America, you're going to have someone like throwing a firebomb in your house.
That
So,
part.
so that's definitely something that we need to take advantage of. Okay, you are not coming through this banging through this studio door trying to come get me because I'm having a literal a third eye opening conversation with strangers. That's not going to happen. But if I was anywhere on the continent and on some places in the diaspora, that would happen. That would happen in the
Mhm.
UK. You would have the yard in front of your house saying, "Oh, this is a hostile environment up in here. It's time to deport you. You need to be on a boat to Rwanda right about now, or wherever the hell you came from, because you're not from here." So we definitely want to make sure that we're taking advantages of everything that we got.
Speaking
If
of
you
boat,
see,
once again, I want to like let people know the water has a whole different government over it. So be careful of what these people are doing on the water
the
Mhm.
water,
because they
the
get away
water
from
is
a
a
Mhm.
lot.
vortex of the water is a vortex of energy wherever you are. That's why things pop off at the
Mhm.
beach, at ports and stuff. So waters are uh, we're immersed in water for 9 months.
Hmm. It's
And one
almost,
of the
I
things,
think it's not even really looked after. That's why, like, Diddy has always been on yachts. Have you all noticed that? Yachts and boats and stuff
hmm
like that. They transport a lot.
Mhm.
Any celebrity you see on a boat a lot, they're transporting stuff. Or
yep,
even in the
it's
Mhm.
true.
air, they transporting stuff. You see
It's true.
Juicy, remember Juice World? He passed away because he swallowed all
Mhm.
them pills he's supposed to be transporting. That wasn't no depressed kid.
Mhm.
The
He
one that
got
was on
shook.
that she went to bed and she went up to drop the baby off at school and he came back and was dead on the couch. That guy.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
That's somebody else.
Wasn't that that wasn't Juice? No, that was he was they stopped him at customs
Oh, okay.
and he
Oh,
went
I
and
and
he
know
he
who
and
you're
thought
he
talking
and
about.
he
Juice WRLD
swallowed
is a
the
different
stuff.
person.
And he swallowed the stuff. Is
he,
that guy?
he swallowed all the stuff. And they tried
Oh
to say that he
God.
committed suicide because unalive and self deletion because he was depressed and all that stuff. No, he swallowed that stuff because customs was on his ass. And I still am looking
Have y'all
crazy at
noticed
Anna Nicole
something?
because what you doing flying back and forth from the Bahamas all the time, and you and your son OD like it within days
Yeah,
of each other.
I got a question. Do y'all think she might have been on the fence? Because what I'm saying is, I noticed they brought the crack epidemic. They brought in, and it's not as bad. Even though it's bad, it's not as bad as the fitting. You see what I'm saying? Because if you notice, it's so strong and potent now, it's unaliving people.
But
Look
Oxy
how
was
many
like that
people
too.
done
Remember
been there.
Oxy?
Uh-huh.
Well,
So it's something they doing. I don't know what they doing,
well,
but you still you.
in terms
Mhm.
of
Go ahead.
crack epidemic and the heroin epidemic, the goal wasn't to actually kill you immediately. In order to destabilize the black home, they needed it to be slowly and make it
Yeah.
not look like it came intentionally through that way. They wanted to,
Mhm.
okay, if the dad is on crack, eventually, how addiction takes root. They say it's hereditary. So if the dad does it, the mom does it, the kids do it, those kids, and it trickles down through the next generation. That was their goal. That's how smart they are, or at
Yeah,
least
because
they
what
Yeah.
how
happened to all the
thought
crack
they were.
babies? They cracking
And
dope
and
now.
That's what I
And
was
I ain't
just
never
gonna
seen a
say.
dead
Yeah,
crackhead though. That's the one
and
thing. Like
remember,
yeah.
Well,
just
that's
like you were
because
saying,
things are not
YB, it's just
aesthetic the
like
way they are now.
it really didn't have an effect until like white men started taking money out of ATM to go get crack cocaine.
Hello.
When it
because it
started
was
really
cheaper.
fucking with their bad, that's when it really became a problem. Yeah, because when it was just powder, it was just that white girl. Um, it was cool, that's fun. But
No, girl.
when the formula got changed and it became crack cocaine, that was a different type of girl, right?
And
Also, too, I hate to cut
and
you off.
basically these husbands would go and they would clean up the bank accounts. Their wives went to the bank and been like, well, where's all the money? And he's emptied out, because that's when ATM started to get, really prolific. And so that's how that happened. So when it started disrupting white households the same way it was disrupting black households, that's when it became a problem. And that's when it comes the problem. There was no one who had a problem giving young kids oxy for a toothache or having their wisdom teeth extracted. But when it hit the Rust Belt and then it got cooked up in someone's backyard and it started to affect, what rural Pennsylvania or West Virginia, that's when it became a problem. But it was okay to unleash that crap out in our communities. So it's
Well,
always about that.
the other thing is too, we have to look at the delivery mechanism and the intention. See, back then, when the government was issuing out, because that's what they did, they issued out. There was a whole big conspiracy. I don't know if any of you watched the show Snowfall, but it kind of like goes into that, how the CIA worked with cartels to run guns and drugs, purchasing them, and they would distribute them in black communities. And then later on, when they started the DARE, and I forget which president it was at the time, when they started this whole war on drugs thing,
Reaganomics.
they wanted to swoop in and seem like they were the heroes saving America from drugs, knowing that they were the ones doing it. And in that wrap up, they started utilizing their resources to take down the very cartels they were working with, as well as the mobsters that was reigning supreme back in the United States back in the day too. Now, back then, the drugs were a lot more pure because, again, they weren't trying to kill you instantly. They needed to, this was a long-term goal. Nowadays, the government doesn't really have that much to do with distributing drugs in neighborhoods. It's really people doing it out of a way of survival. These young niggas, I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. They're not going to a chemistry class learning how to do this shit the right way. They're going to YouTube videos and dark websites,
Oh.
and they're utilizing synthetic ingredients to develop
Yep.
these drugs like meth and
hmm
K2, and you have what's the fentanyl and things of that nature that are
Mm-hmm.
reaping. Now it's
Ketamine.
about the dollar. It never used to be about the money. Now it's about the money, and people don't care what they're putting into these drugs now. That's
They
why
told
it's
us
so
not
much
to care about
harder.
each other's lives in the end of the day. Like, like I said before, crackheads will live forever, ever. And they was doing that, like, it was ketamine back in the day. I remember that. Anybody saw Party Monster? That's what, like, people don't understand too. That was them horse tranquilizers. It was like, it was running rampant through the city. And then there was ecstasy. And now it's just like some synthetic fentanyl, and they just don't get. Not that they cared before about people's lives, but still, like, you need to keep your customer, like you said, alive. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, the
But see,
intention was
now
different.
it's about maximum extraction. It's like a hyper. We have to get that money back. I feel that a lot of this hyper everything is because of that year, little year that we were really locked down. One of the
I wonder if they expected this
deals that was
haywire though.
made that
Did they expect
we'll
the
get that on the back
haywireness?
end. Hmm?
Did they expect it
It's
to
like
go so haywire? That's what I'm
I
wondering.
don't, I don't, I'm not going to go down there as far as wet markets and wet nurses and all that type of stuff. But I am going to say, like, there was a deal made, like, okay, well, we don't know what really this is. It's kind of bad or whatever. But that Trump made a backdoor deal to all these businessmen. Okay, look, shut it down, but we'll pay you on the back end. That's what America will do. They'll pay on the back end. So now, 3 years later, we have to squeeze out every. We're still paying for 2020 as far as that whole year that we lost. So it's just like, so now that's why I went to the cucumber I just said I ate. That was a dollar for a bloody cucumber. Okay, uh,
The eggs,
everything
I
is so
ordered them
expensive. The
to be
eggs were
delivered.
six
One
ninety
was missing.
nine.
One was missing.
What, in the salad?
No, and the eggs, and I ordered a dozen eggs. It was $6. It was like $6.78 or something like that. It was $6,
Yeah,
and one of the eggs was missing.
oh my,
When I opened
because
it.
I'm gonna tell you what happened.
people will steal things of butter. They will
That's
steal
it. They
eggs.
steal them.
They will, yeah,
Yes,
they'll
they
do
will.
Lucy's. They will do Lucy's all the time. There is so much theft in like the stores in here in LA because people really don't have it. They just don't. So it's like you will have people will nip a couple of eggs, or they'll take like cat food, you know, or
Mm-hmm.
just do little like mad crackhead stuff, real tweaky stuff, you know, like
But how?
there
That's
won't
so sad.
there won't be any individual like soda pop, so they'll take one out and then and I did that. I'm
Uh-huh.
sorry, I did that because I wasn't going to pay $9 for a pack of 4 juices. They were mountain spring water. So I took them out and they rang me up individually. Oh, so you were just going to screw me if I didn't do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted
Ridiculous.
something to drink. And it's like, okay, and I can't overeat food. You know, you don't want to be wasteful, but food is really expensive.
But you know something, son. You know something, son. What I don't understand as Americans, food is so high, but yet they spend millions and millions of food that they waste. They throw stuff in the garbage. I done seen it. I mean
Now
millions, and then wondering why people hungry. Never
And they
remember
got a
mind.
all
lock
those
on the
parties
garbage
I
bins. They got
told you.
a lock on the dumpsters too.
Then remember all those parties that I would tell you that I would cater or I would bartend
Mm-hmm.
at. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now we have a couple of country clubs there, and at the end of the service, okay, first of all, the employees can eat. Now we've been eating the whole service, but at the end of the shift, sometimes we can eat the food, but basically the food cannot be sold or consumed by anybody but the client after 4 hours because it's
I
sat
take it
out.
home.
So I cannot take that food, package it up, and give it to the homeless. I can throw it in the bin, and our bins do have locks on it, and the rats can have at it, but I cannot. And this food is perfect. It might
Never
have been out
mind.
in the air, but I've had food that sat out and ate it, and I have not gotten sick or anything like that in your home, and but it's buffet style. This is like top-notch posh food. You want me to throw it in the bin?
That's what
So
I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. And,
so
but you want to
I'm
tax
supposed
people.
to waste it. I'm supposed and when you look at the catering bill of what you're supposed to serve at your service, you look at it and at the bottom, especially for most of these country clubs, this is like $10,000 for like 90 minutes.
And they fill of what's it called? Glutathione or whatever the shots are, and they not hungry. My budget ain't eating.
What the Ozempic
No
Olympics?
Zempic. Yep. They fill
And
of
that's
Ozempic.
another thing. What are you sending? Why are you trying to coerce people into taking this shot that is for a diabetic? And then if they happen to get sick, you can't blame nobody but yourself. You got to have a sense for yourself. Just because somebody say, "Oh, I think you should take this drug," or "I think you should eat this food," you got to have a sense for yourself. Because at the end of the day, you got to deal with the side effects of what's going on. See, people not thinking. They just, because it's a celebrity again. Oh, and then come to find out that same celebrity ended up in the hospital. So y'all got to be careful. I'm gonna tell y'all again, be careful with who you listen to and what you do. Because that's you ain't got but one life. You sitting up somewhere, crying and whining. Never mind.
Guys, I gotta run. I gotta get back to work. But this was a lovely conversation. I do appreciate you guys inviting me in and listening to my rants.
YB, I
Not a
really
rant at
enjoyed you.
all.
Yeah,
I've been
that was a
on
good
mute.
conversation.
Yes. I
I've
love
been on mute
talking
just
to you too.
listening and just, thanks for the confirmation.
Well, thank y'all for the confirmation. I love these types of conversations, and this is exactly how we push the envelope and the direction that we really need to be going into. So, Conscious, thank you, everybody on the panel.
Thank you, boo.
Um,
I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you later on today too, so we can gossip.
okay, yeah, we got a lot to get into.
Yeah. No,
And if
period.
y'all want to learn about some like a small fraction of
All right,
internal
boo.
corruption, watch the 7-5 documentary.
Okay,
It's about these
All
cops
right.
over selling drugs
okay,
in
cool.
Brooklyn.
Okay,
Okay.
all
All
right,
right,
y'all.
y'all. Good night.
I'm gonna
Good night.
I'm gonna tap out as well.
All
It's
right, girl.
5:07. It's been fun, everyone. Wishing everyone a good morning and a good night. Love and light.
Yes. All right, boo. Thank you for being here. Rumors and tea.
Namaste.
This
Good
was
night.
interesting. Well,
Conscious, get you some sleep, sweetie. I love you. And I'm gonna step
yeah,
down too.
amazing. I'll see y'all later on today because we right back at it, child.
Most
Okay.
definitely. And make
All
sure
right.
now for those that are still rocking with us, make sure that you like the video. You
Period.
go back to those past videos and like, share, and comment on those as well. It pushes
Yeah.
Conscious back into the algorithm. He gets paid
Mhm.
on that.
Yeah.
Conscious is gonna work out his Cash App situation. I don't know if you received my tester tip on it. I want to make sure that I'm
Yes, I
sending
received it, boo.
okay,
Hmm
that
I
was you.
received
Just
it.
wanted to
Yes,
make
yes,
sure that that was
ma'am.
you. I
Yes,
didn't, I don't want to be
yes.
sending money out to people I don't
Right.
know. So be looking for your child support check later
Ah,
in the week.
period.
Um, and basically, yeah, everyone out there, we want to make sure that we're doing what we can do. We're being conscious about our media consumption, and we're doing the right thing to all the platforms and all the sister platforms or the
Yep.
brethren platforms that we
Mhm.
because you guys are all on the same one. We're the same
Yep.
comment section, just moving over to channel to channel to
That's
channel.
it.
And we want to make sure that we're getting that word out.
Yes.
And uh I'm on 4% right now. So but you're almost at 8 hours, Conscious. So I do want to make
Yes.
sure that you have enough time to wrap up your this session with us and your parting words. And I'm going to listen to that, and you're
Okay.
going to wrap it up. I know you're tired, and we're
Yes.
not going to do that, but you did start early enough, but I guess you
Mhm.
had something on your mind. So and that's what it's about, because I know you weren't trying to like do. You're at 7:44 right now, so you got
Mhm.
15 minutes. Um, let's hear it, King. Kang, and
True.
take us home, or yeah, so we can go to bed.
Y'all took us home. I'm just here to say we have arrived. We have arrived at home. We've been home, because y'all tore it down and pressed the gas and then some, which is why I love dropping the link and having these community conversations and everybody adding their juice and their wisdom and their criticisms and their observations to everything. So I just really appreciate everybody, being here and having the tough conversation and getting into the thick of it. And y'all make me so proud because y'all so intelligent and so insightful and then got the audacity to be articulate. So I'm just here for it. And that's why we be lasting for damn 8 hours and 10 hours and 11 hours. So, I just want everybody to know that this Diddy situation, obviously we just proved that this is not happening. This is not happening within a vacuum. But these things are a part of something much bigger, and um, that there are things that we can learn from the fucked up shit that's happening. We need to continue to analyze things like this so that we can explore, our unconscious contributions to the creations of these monsters, of people feeling the need to sell their souls and to compromise themselves and to explore just what even creates these people, because in doing so, we are able to have a healthy autopsy of what the root issue or issues are, and that gives us a massive opportunity to do it differently and to kind of phase out these things that lead to these abominations, because it's hard being a human. And I think society grooms a lot of people for the abuse and for the soul selling of it all. And being well meaning does not mean that there is not injury, nonetheless. So we got to go a little bit beyond meaning well, and we got to be super clear about what we're really encouraging and the way that we are raising our babies and the type of communities that we are forming. And so just raising our awareness and all of that is what I just want us to continue to do, to raise our self-awareness. I think the more self-aware we are, the better off we are when we understand just how powerful we are, when we understand that what we say matters, what we do matters, how we treat ourselves matters, how we treat other people, it matters. And it turns into stuff. It either is going to turn into a positive reality or it turns into a disastrous one. So mindfulness, y'all, and being super present and being super introspective and checking in like with yourself, making sure that you are really where you want to be and that you are living in a way that truly makes you proud and that allows you to truly go to bed comfortable at night. How you get there is just as important as getting there. And I think we've kind of lost sight of that in a shallow, narcissistic, material driven society. Is that everybody is just kind of focused on getting there, just getting to the money, just getting to the money, just getting to the promised land, as if how we get there is not significant. So how we get there, y'all, how we take this journey is actually, I think, more important than actually getting to the so-called destination. So let's just continue to have those conversations. I'm gonna get me some sleep, and I am going to return to you guys later today after I get my 6 hours in, because I sleep like a damn bird any damn way. So I don't need a lot. A
Was there
little bit goes a
anything
long way.
that you want that we're going to be on the lookout for tomorrow?
I have a lot of stuff in my inbox, so I haven't decided yet what I'm gonna do, but it'll probably be at least 2 different lives. But it's a lot of especially hot topic stuff, and things that I think help connect the dot that allow us to still have conversations even beyond these damn celebrities. But I ain't decided quite yet. But once I get up and I get my brain cells together, I'll be able to set up them watch pages, and y'all will be able to know kind of what's coming before it even comes.
All right then. Well, it's been a pleasure
Yes,
speaking with you and
I
joking
appreciate
around with
you.
the chat. Thank you so
Yes,
much. You have a good night. Be
you too,
well,
babes.
and I hope there wasn't that much damage where you're at, and that you're going to sort that out good.
Oh yeah,
And
everything.
support our sister channels. Be conscious, and you all have a good night.
YouTuber, thank you for being here. That was our wonderful son, you guys, with that accent that just hypnotized everybody, child. In my next life, I want to be born, honey. Okay, in any part of the world that gives me son's accent, All right, you guys, thumbs up, share. I'm out of this piece. Y'all send me all tea, honey, anything that connects the dots. Email it at consciouztv@gmail.com. Follow me on Instagram, DM me all the stuff, honey. Okay, give me all the things. All right, I'll see y'all later. Peace.